grab the duffel bag and let's roll. The duffel bag and let's roll.
Today's matchup. Hongdu Monster. Jin Air Green Wings. BBQ Olivers. Afrika Freaks. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back to LCK OGN Legion. I'm Achilleos, that's Papa Smithy. We'll be bringing you the action here today. Going to start things off with Kongdu Monster versus Jin Air Green Wings. Bottom two teams going to be duking it out.
And yesterday, of course, was Valentine's Day. Both of us missing something, Achilleos. Still no new caster, still no new information. So from Seoul, we both send our love, of course, to our new caster. Yep, hands on the heart. He's out there, she's out there. We still haven't specified if it's he or she, so we should keep up appearances, but hopefully we'll have reinforcements soon.
Yep, they can come and fill that empty void that has been resting in our hearts for quite some time now. So hopefully we'll have them here soon. But for now, it's you and I, and we will be taking up the arduous task of casting Kongdu Monster versus Jin Air. Currently, Jin Air in a tie for 8th place against the Rock Tigers, I believe. Kongdu Monster in sole possession of 10th place. So Jin Air, if they have a loss, they will bounce down to 9th place. If they have a win, they will take sole possession of 7th.
And these bottom matches are often interesting. Sometimes it's two teams that don't know how to win and it can drag on, and Jin Air's here, so could be a long one. Second series of the day will be Afrika Freaks versus BBQ, which is much more about teams very close to the playoff spots, but in this first match, looking for improvement. Kongdu very soon going to be going over to IEM next week. I'll be joining them also. I'm flying out on Sunday. I'll actually miss some LCK action at the Gangnam Stadium, but as you say, only single match win between these two teams, and not much of a better time for Kongdu to pick up their first and maybe only victory of the first round robin.
Yep, something you'll notice at the top of the charts there. KT Rolster now tied yet again against SK Telecom T1 after suffering a 0-2 loss at the hands of MVP. Bit of a shocker, that one. A lot of deathmatch style coming up from KT Rolster, just trying to pick fights, and they paid for it.
Perfect game over Samsung, then losing 2-0 to MVP. We knew this league was close, but not quite in that way.
Feels confused, man.
Working out the standings, these two teams most likely going to be in the bottom 4, you'd have to think. Jin Air looking better after giving their rookies a bit of time to get used to things. Ironically did beat Afrika Freaks about a little bit less than 2 weeks ago to get their first match victory, and one team will either have 2 if it's Jin Air or just a single one if it's Kongdu. We'll look at Kongdu Monster first. Only 5 members on this roster, so you know who will be starting. They've looked better recently against MVP, actually picked up a game. If Punch gets his hands on Graves in particular, they seem to know how to play with pressure, but if things were equal or worse, Kongdu, unfortunately, don't really put up too much of a fight.
No, they don't. I mean, they picked up 2-game wins so far this split. Their first game out the gate versus Rocks Tigers, they were able to walk away with one, and then they haven't really gotten anything else other than one off of MVP. So it's been really rough for this team that we thought was going to maybe excel is too strong of a word, but be a competitor for that top 7 spot. But right now it seems like they very much will be resting in the bottom. You can see the cheerfuls there. Cougar definitely should. They all should be crying right about now.
Are they cheerfuls? I don't know if they're cheerfuls anymore.
Tearfuls. We'll call them tearfuls.
They are tearfuls. Well, that's a bit worrying that the fan group came up with tearfuls, but bit to cry about for Kongdu Monster, at least in the performance. We don't know how they did on Valentine's Day. I hope they all found some love. And the fans are going to be looking for a payback, some love today, because, again, 2-game victories, no match victories is lean reading for a Kongdu Monster fan.
Yeah, definitely a rough spot to be in. Jin Air, of course, also having their ups and downs this season. Recently lost to MVP, which I guess you can't feel too bad about after they 2-0'd KT Rolster. Their loss before that was a 0-2 loss to KT. But they were able to pick up that 2-0 win against Afrika Freaks. Looked very concise in their actions, but we've yet to see that be replicated here for this squad.
Yeah, no sign of Sowan or Raze in the lineup here. Ixu and Snowflower will be starting.
Yeah, we had seen a bit of Sowan last week. Didn't play out too well for them.
It was in game 1, they tried him out and just felt like he got targeted by the enemy and couldn't really make much done. I don't think he was necessarily awful or anything, but Ixu brings a bit of experience to a lineup that does have 2 super rookies in Umti and Teddy. Teddy in particular has been very impressive. Still shoulders the most gold, or sorry, the most damage percentage of any AD carry in the league. And Umti didn't actually have the best series last time out, but
Yeah, really slipped up compared to the explosive start that he had as a rookie coming into LCK. So we'll see. They've had a bit of time off. Played on Sunday over at the Gangnam Studio, so they've got a couple days to try to bounce back from that. But you can see here it's a lot of gray for both of these teams.
yeah, both these teams lost to MVP in 3-match series in their last time out. Kongdu versus MVP predictably was not the best series in terms of quality, and the Jin Air series also was a bit rough. So we're looking for a more clean level of performance from these two. Always hard to really gauge what to expect from teams that have been so few and far between in finding victories, but Jin Air has more optimism just because their rookies have been performing really well, and Kongdu, outside of that single game win over MVP, are winless since the first game of the season.
Yeah.
KDA graphs look similar, but we've had a lot of interesting scale so far this season. The 23 KDA hat that we had for Huni early in the season was interesting.
So it's going to be all about the 80 carries for this matchup. Seoul, who was looking very strong during IEM Gyeonggi coming in against Teddy. So rookie versus Seoul here.
And you don't read into the KDAs too much. Obviously, they've been dying a lot more than they've been getting kills, but CS per minute, first and second in the league, so mechanical skill can't really be denied. Teddy has had to shoulder so much of the damage percentage, over 30% of his team. First over Faker, who is in second place. Predictably, Seoul, we knew he was good, looked great at IEM Gyeonggi, looked great in Challenger, was their best player when they were last in LCK, and Teddy has leveled up. It feels like Teddy's supporting cast has played significantly better than Seoul's supporting cast, and that may be why Kongdu find themselves with such a meager return so late into the season.
Yep. See Teddy there in high spirits, at least for the moment. I think that if he suffers a loss at the hands of Kongdu Monster, that could change very rapidly. We've seen that he is one of the players that takes losses quite heavily on the side of Jin Air.
Young players, as expected, and as a fun stat there, of course, back when Spenu couldn't find a match win and only found one in LCK Summer 2015, the only team they beat was Jin Air Green Wings. So that was the birth of the Mad Plane, Achilleos, and you have to think if Kongdu win here, the Mad Plane could be flying high once again.
Definitely could. But into the pick and bans we go. Malzahar, Jace banned away by Kongdu, Monster, Jin Air starting things off with the LeBlanc. Let's see if they want to get cheeky. They will ban away the Varus, so either the Camille or the Rengar will be up for grabs.
And I don't think that should be as big a surprise anymore. Digressing from the must-ban Rengar, Camille, and LeBlanc on red side has become common. But the only reason why I'm saying the second ban of Varus not surprising is that we've seen teams prize Varus over Rengar, over some of the other 3 champions. So I think Varus is very much still one of these core bans. How Jin Air works out this last ban, though, so they're happy to give over Rengar. Will not be willing to trade Camille for Rengar. Umti did not have the best Rengar performance last time out. And first pick of Ashe. Very interesting to see that prized over Jin in particular, especially given that Teddy is pretty much a Jin specialist.
I mean, yeah, you would think that Rengar Jin could just be the pickup here immediately for Jin Air. See them playing around with this one already. Will Rengar fall to the 3rd round picks?
So the only reason to do this is if you really want to set up a winning bot lane, because you know that the answer will be Jin Rengar in the 1st round. It'd be kind of insane for it not to be. So let's see where Kongdu goes from here. Punch is very much defaulted to Lee Sin in previous times, but we're on 7.2, lethality buffs, very much well-traveled territory, and Graves was where Kongdu looked best. In fact, Graves' Karma was the comp I really liked from them, so getting a pushing advantage in bot, they go for this. Okay, I like this. So this is what worked for Kongdu in both Game 1 and Game 2, was getting a push advantage and punch invading on Graves. So what I'm thinking here is they really wanted Ashe over the other meta choice. Didn't want to go for a Caitlyn, for example, so they could have a pushing lane and bot to combine with the Karma and let Punch run wild. Punch was the MVP of Game 2, and you got a pushing advantage guaranteed here now that you see Tahm Kench locked in for Snowflower, as Jin always going to lose out in the wave clear war in the 2v2 in this matchup.
Yeah, going to be a rough time there for that Tahm Kench. In the early stages of the game, lots of harass going to be coming through onto him, but will be there to snatch up his allies, keep them safe from those Ashe arrows coming in.
Maokai looms very likely. First pick on the red side, Maokai and Corki, respectively, for top and mid lane have been the blind pick solo laners du jour. That is ostensibly what we're looking for here. Always an outside chance of the Karma, but given the Kongdu have run this shot a few times, almost certainly going to be Ashe Karma in bot lane.
Rise and Cassiopeia banned away.
Where will Kuzan go in terms of his draft?
Corki, maybe.
It could definitely be so. It doesn't have a lot of bad matchups in mid. Syndra would be one of them. And when you see the Syndra banned on blue side, I mean, Kuzan is a known Syndra player, so in some ways it's a respect ban, but this is ostensibly saying, please draft Corki. It's the best spot possible for it.
So now what does Kongdu want to take to try to counter this one? We saw the Zed come out recently.
Not a lot of people are running it. I like the matchup. I think that's the best Zed matchup in the current meta, even though it'll be against double exhaust. Maokai was always going to be drafted, so they draft the safe blind pick champions, and now we wait to see what the answer is to Corki. They're going to go for a safer choice of Orianna, and given they have Orianna Maokai, they have a perfect ball carrier for the Ori, so very balanced team comp here from Kongdu Monster. Now the only question is, what does Ixu want to run into the Maokai? Shen's banned. Nautilus is the other meta top laner that's available.
Sinch has really fallen off, so likely won't be seeing that come through, nor his Kled.
I definitely shed a tear on the lack of him. And okay, actually going to take a page from the playbook of Huni. He's been the only person we've seen try top Gragas. That game went very poorly for Huni. Was caught out at level 1. We'll see if this is still the same setup for the body slam over the wall invades.
I mean, hey, he got like a 4-man body slam off the start, so it was really good if you ignore the first
I see
blood.
You've been on Reddit. That's exactly what the highlight clip said. 4-man body slam. Didn't answer. They just died at level 1.
Yeah.
So apart from the Ixu back on Gragas, this is very much standard stuff. Ixu in 2016, his big MVP champion was Gragas. He was running top Gragas back in spring season. Gragas has seen quite a few changes since then. But tank Gragas in the top lane, very much a decent laning choice against the Maokai. All about the utilization of the ultimate in particular in team fights. However, a lot like Nautilus, Gragas falls off pretty heavily in the late game, even more than Nautilus, I'd say, because it doesn't have the same reliable CC like the depth charge, for example. So let's see if Jin Air can get things done in the early game. That's a weird thing to say out loud, given their reputation.
Yeah.
But Gragas will really only be able to provide the cask in the late game and tank up a bit of damage.
And given that, you know, with how Jin Air plays, how their past matches have gone, and with the balanced draft that Kongdu has brought to the table, you have to think that they might have a bit of an edge as long as they can control this early stage.
It feels like their late game team fighting is better, and they have the Graves Karma core that really allowed them to accelerate the early game in their victory last time out. So if they can play their draft well, get ahead early, and then also have the Maokai scale, and also have the more balanced team comp, I think they should be pretty confident going into this game.
Yeah, this seems a lot like a TL draft, having those shields from Ori and Karma to just go ahead, keep the 80 carries safe, have Soul excel on that Ashe, and just start ripping through members of Jin Air.
I mean, setting up around Soul is what got them back into LCK. It's what got them ahead at IEM Gyeonggi. Why not once again?
All right, we'll see if they can pull it off. Kongdu desperately looking for their first match win, if not just another game win. Let's go ahead, get onto the rift for game 1. Kongdu Monster versus Jin Air Green Wings.
Action here, actually on the rift as we're loading him.
Yeah, we're already
second.
Starting things off. Flash forward from
Edge wants that auto.
Yeah, he's trying to get in
Got
on the
it.
empty, is able to get him with the command move. Takes out a kill very early onto the Rengar. First blood onto Orianna. Very nice start of your Kongdu Monster. Hopefully we can get a replay to see just exactly how this transpired, but gonna be a firm start, and this is what we're talking about. Get ahead early over Jin Air, and Kongdu can absolutely just keep that ball rolling.
Always a bit of a faux pas talking over the intro, but I was literally seeing one auto attack away from death, and the setups when you have this Gragas in the game, always a bit different. It wasn't even the Gragas that was the main offender here, but teams know that Gragas has that reputation for putting down the early vision. They go for these brush camps. Bit different angle because the Gragas was on red side. It's not the same wall to body slam over. Nice answer, and once again, the kill goes over to Kongdu. It goes over to Edge, who starts double Dorans. And
look at this, he's roaming in. He's trying to get a counter jungle going with 3 members of Kongdu collapsing, and he's going to die another time in under 2 minutes. Great wraparound by Kongdu to come up with a second kill.
Now, the thought here, of course, was that he knew that his topside jungle was too risky to enter. Tried to get a bit greedy, could just have started blue side, then transitioned over to the red side, but because he didn't have a pushing lane in bot, he felt like if he didn't start enemy red side, he would only get one side of a jungle.
Now he gets none.
Exactly. He took the risk, but Kongdu problem-solved their way out of a situation where other teams might have just looked past it, enjoyed their victories, and not looked for further ones. But they basically did the problem-solving of, okay, if Umti's going to want two sides of the jungle, where will he start? The simple answer was enemy red side jungle, and now well punished twice so far this game is Umti.
Great ward placed down on the opposite side of that red pit. They spot him moving in, and the collapse comes through. So really rough start from Umti, who has not been looking on point in his most recent games.
It's amusing, but these Gragas top drafts have baited teams into losing the early game just because there's been a bit more creativity. It hasn't been normal setups. Both games have had kills at level 1. In this game, 2 of them. And now it's so much harder to evaluate an early game focused draft, especially in top lane, when the jungler and top lane are both going to have a significantly hard time coming back against Kongdu.
Yep. You can see already Edge fearlessly able to push up to try to just chunk out Kuzan, because he knows that Umti has no presence on the map. He's desperately trying to scrounge up these jungle camps, getting interrupted at this blue buff. I mean, hell, if Cougar had stuck around, maybe could have come up with a steal right there. But just great harass, great pressure overall being laid down by all members of Kongdu Monster, and this is really going to help accelerate Punch. So when he, arrives in the lane, he'll be that much further ahead of Umti. So even if it is a 3v3 or a 2v2, they will have the upper hand.
I mean, the only lane where they had kind of a guaranteed pushing lane was mid. Corki versus Orianna early. Corki's auto attacks, and in general, AoE in the early game, enough to push. But because it's double Doran's Orianna, sure, she doesn't have instant wave clear like she will at level 9. But she still has a decent time. She won't be as pushed in by the Corki. So the only window for Kongdu to actually be aggressed on or really find aggression from Jin Air is going to be the package. I think the first package spawn, if they can make something happen with Rengar ulti and the package, that's kind of the window for them to open up a Drake, start up an early game snowball, because for now, they're 1,500 gold behind pre-5 minutes.
That is probably one of the biggest leads we've have seen this early on in a game this split. I don't think we've had anything that really exceeds that at 5 minutes.
Haven't had the 5-kill Clown Fiestas. We had a couple of those last year. Those are always great.
Quite a many few.
And this is what happens when you have a draft like this. Kongdu looks so much better when they have Graves in a pushing bot lane, and they don't even need the bot lane when there's a level discrepancy and Punches fiercely invading as every one of his lanes is pushed up as well. This is the epitome of a winning early game for Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, and Kuzan can't even try to answer, to even get some of those Raptors taken away, as he has just been getting shoved in by Edge time and time again. Distance not going to connect there would have been likely sending the Corki back to base, but already you can see that CS lead starting to stretch here for Edge.
The best thing about watching Punch in these Graves games is that you think about if he was on a different team, how he would look, just like we got a window into Haru on a better team on Samsung Galaxy, being fearless, invading, playing the Graves also, ironically. And now you see, when they win the early game, Punch is super aggressive, super decisive, but doesn't have that same decision-making when they're behind. So, got a lot of plaudits for his play in Challenger, jumping to a different level, predictably. Hasn't been that smooth a transition for him, but it's good to see that from time to time we see the Punch that really people were excited to see play in the LCK.
Yep. Doing some really good work here so far. You can see Umti having to sit in lane to catch this wave as Kuzan was forced back. He's going to come in. Just has that longsword and boots.
We haven't talked about it much, but speaking of boots in the bot lane, boots start for Teddy. This is actually becoming a bit more common. We saw it yesterday. Feels like Jin in particular is a champion that can take boots. I was talking to a couple of pro players in Korea about the boot start. The basic thought was it might be a Jin exclusive start, and it's not because Jin takes 15 AD and has an easier time last hitting. It's actually more about the fact that because Jin loses a lot of early lane matchups, getting the access to the extra potion and potentially the movement speed, being able to walk away from something like a Karma Mantra Q, is enough to justify dropping 10 or 8 AD, depending on if you're going for a longsword or a Doran's Blade. So Maha, he actually bought boots on everyone, but that's Maha for you. But it seems like the one agreed thing right now is that boots on Jin as a start, and the extra biscuit or potion is actually probably the way to go.
some things, changing up a bit. It was, always been the Doran's blade for so long. Now we're, seeing the long sword start, and now Boots start for Jin.
Boots 3 pots. We're back to Season 2, but you get a bonus pot now, so 4 pots. Punch is level 6, so Umti, he's got full health, so he's got that going for him, so it won't be instant burst, but...
Ixu's here. He has the explosive cask ready to go, so he can try to defend him, and now Punch trying to stick around for this red buff, getting pinched on very slightly, but again, Kuzan not able to roam up.
Edges, though.
Yep. Edge's going to have the fast track, and T not even going to try to challenge Punch over these Raptors, so he's just going to lose out on yet another camp. And since he's roaming down to the bottom lane, you have to expect the red buff will be taken by Punch in the end.
This was the scenario that prompted Jin Air to invade, or Umti in particular to invade and die level 1. For now, he's going to find Cougar walking up.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of damage. Won't have that bola to lock him in. The exhaust comes out immediately, so at least gets that summoner spell. And he'll pick up that ward there in the river. So gets a little bit of gold back, so good harass coming through from him.
Only got half of the Krug camp and topside jungle, no more. So, I mean, this was the worst nightmare for Umti in particular, only getting access to 1 quadrant of the jungle. Now he invades, or considers invading. We know the Raptors are down. Umti knows that his mid laner is in no position to respond first, even with the first recall coming through from Edge. Very, very awkward. And this is Rengar, a level 6-centric jungler who wants to rush that level 6. He's going to be lucky to find it pre-9 minutes.
So who had the rougher start? Is it Umti or was it Mowgli? That's the question.
It was definitely Mowgli,
Okay.
but Mowgli actually, his ability to turn it around and find ganks was what kept him in the game. This is what it looks like when you don't find these ganks, Achilles.
He might finally be able to have one. Level 6 still not quite there for Umti, but he is pretty close. But the package has been picked up by Kuzan. Like you said, we have to look for them to really make a play off the back end of this.
But, I mean, we always talked about Twisted Fate in particular and the first Destiny being so important. When you're this far behind and you have a very similar ability in the Thrill of the Hunt, this is kind of the ultimate feast or famine for the Rengar. If he gets the gank off, he gets a lot of experience, he helps push in a wave, gets to level 7, he's in a decent spot. Now he's just pinged 6, close to 7, but just pinged 6 against a level 8 Punch. Execution really hoped for on this next gank, and you look at which lane it's going to be. Boots 2 already finished on Edge. Double Doran's there. Maokai maybe in the top lane if you get a really nice explosive cask. I think explosive cask lane will be the choice here, but Punch is on that side of the map as well.
Could arrive to answer. Just saw on the screen. Has already gotten about an 800 gold lead over top of Umti in the jungle. And a lot of that has to do with his farm, almost doubling that of Umti at the moment. Has his warrior enchantment ready to go.
And Rochin really smart here, just backs off. He's like, well, I'm the one lane that Rengar can gank. Other lanes are backed, or Edge, who has both summoners, and is ahead in the mid lane, so smart to back away. Rengar slowly farming is exactly what Kongdu Monster want in this game.
Yep, and Punch, he's got the timer. Doesn't have to worry about anything, just takes away the Raptors for a 3rd time.
He's level 9 also. He's
2 levels
joint
up.
highest level in the game. The unique thing about Graze, especially when you get to level 9, is you have insane clear of the Raptor camp in
we just
particular.
saw that right there.
Yes, and that was with only 4 points in queue. With 5, he basically instant clears it.
Indeed, jumping forward on the Edge. I'll be
Use
able
the
to land
Ghost.
that bola, and there's no package available here from Kuzan, but yes, does get the Ghost out. So every time Umti roams into that river, he's coming up with a summoner spell away from his enemies. So it's a step in the right direction. But now Punch is here.
Yeah, and the moment the Punch shows up, it's bad
Ward's
times
down.
for Umti.
Umti next to the wall, doesn't throw out the end of the line, but they go ahead, they force the Thrill of the Hunt.
And that's the awkward thing. I mean, if you think about what's being used, the first Thrill of the Hunt's used defensively. It's more consequential than Edge using Ghost, although he does get something out of it.
That's going to be the Abyssal Voyage coming through as Snowflower and Teddy both arrive inside the Dragon Pit, trying to get on top of Punch. Ash Arrow comes through, next on the Kuzan. That's going to be the Shockwave as he gets nommed up by the Tom Kench. Snowflower going low, pops a great health, but it looks like he is still going to fall in the end. He does. First call from Teddy on the backside, trying to find a target. If he can hit one more bullet on the Punch, it would take him out. Can't find it though as Cougar body blocks, but the deadly flourish from downtown. Teddy able to come up with a kill at the end of the fight. Equalizes the count. Nicely done by him.
Conga Line was there defensively, but did not respect the damage coming out from the deadly flourish. Mistake, you'd have to say, from Punch. It was a nice rotation from Jin Air. They actually rotate first, even though they didn't have the lane pushed up because they have the Abyssal Voyage. Very amusing to see. Hit the handoff on the Ash Arrow, like you said, but Punch does so much damage. Level 9, super powerful. Rengar actually does his job, so Umti's able to zone, stop nobody being able to walk up and interrupt the curtain call. And then Punch,
Oh, Cougar.
they respected everything except for that deadly flourish, and it was enough.
Yep. Oh, well. Still going to be a comfortable lead for Kongdu.
Look at the junglers.
2,000 up, and yeah, just a massive discrepancy. Almost 1,000 gold.
From camps. That's not from kills. It's 2 assists to 1. Oh, 2 assists to 0, sorry. So that's
A
at
bit of
least
it is, yeah.
600 gold from camps that Graves has been able to clear, that Umti has not had access to. That lead is a little bit inflated because he did get the Raptor camp many times, so will be some bigger camps that Umti was able to claim. He's hoping for his first red buff for the game.
And he gets it. All right. Golf claps for MT.
It's the little things, Kilios. Things very comfortable for Kongnu Monster. He wants another Raptor camp.
Can he get this 4 times in a row? Looks like the answer is yes.
But every time Edge is there, shows himself with just the command protect, able to push in Kuzan because he got that early second Doran's. This lane has been perennially pushed into Jin Air.
But he is also always there, sadly watching from the brush as he sees all of his Raptors die.
Only it gets better for Orianna in that mid lane matchup.
We get the Ghost Blade out of Teddy, trying to wrap around onto Cougar. Lose that ward immediately as well.
If they had seen any summoners blown from Kongnu Monster, bot lane would certainly be the place for Umti to go. Very quick Ghost Blade after the first kill means that Teddy does a lot of damage. Rengar's on the top side, so may have kept his blue buff up, his red buff up, but blue buff looks less likely.
The only thing that they've really lost in that bottom lane was the exhaust out from Cougar.
And you look at the cross-map answering of the players. Like, for example, Snowflower and Teddy saw exactly what steal was coming from Kongnu Monster on their blue buff, but because of the way the rest of the map is going, Ixu can't walk up and put down a ward next to the Gromp that we see so frequently from red side top laners. He doesn't have the map pressure or the backup to feel like that's even an objective worth contesting. And they're still giving up rather than trading blue buffs and red buffs on the third spawn, which lets you know that they know they're behind, and their play really complements that.
So they're trying to go for something here in the mid
No
lane.
flash on Edge.
Yep, no flash, does have the Ghost available. Package is there from Kuzan, but Edge is wisely playing back, and now they spot out Punch with a ward. That should just be it. There we go. Package gets burned by Kuzan to keep himself alive.
Feels like if anytime Punch wants to solo down this Mountain Drake, he should be able to. They have lane pressure in bot, lane pressure in mid. It's honestly surprising that he hasn't started the Drake.
Yeah, it's made it to 15 minutes here. Normally the Mountains we'll see go a bit faster than that.
I mean, he seems to be prioritizing just taking away camps from Umti rather than a Mountain Drake, and specifically because it's Mountain, and they have a very good Baron taking team. I would like to see some attention to Mountain, but... And that's the question, is because they're pushing in bot, so they're trading farm. It's not like Jin is falling behind to this Ashe Karma lane. He's basically even in CS. You would think the silver lining of the fact that they're trading farm would be something like the monopolization of the early Drakes. So that seems to be the one small area where Kongdu is tripping up. Maybe this will be the start of it.
There we go.
He's going to take no damage from Drake.
Roam down from Edge just to keep the shields up. Saw that Kuzan was good at backing as well, so it's the perfect opportunity for Kong to go ahead and start this.
Say it's safe is an understatement. This is the freest Drake you could ever hope for. Second spawn will be Cloud, which with a Maokai can sometimes be very consequential, but isn't the Mountain or Infernal that everyone prays for.
Could just be another stack for that Elder Dragon. Because while Kongdu still do have quite the lead, the turrets haven't been broken yet, so it seems like we might not have as fast of a game as the beginning of this might have alluded to.
Well, then you get to the amusing territory where you're like, okay, Kongdu, like the comp in the late game, things should be fine, but it's Jin Air, who almost exclusively play in terms of late games, and Kongdu have had pretty large decision-making mistakes so far this season. You make a mistake late enough in the game, and you're one mistake away from losing. Sure, the first one might not be enough, but 2 in the late game often is enough for the enemy team to turn it around, whatever the lead is for Kongdu Monster. So Jin Air obviously would prefer to be in a much more comfortable position, but they're still in touching distance after what was a horror of a level 1 for Umti.
We saw how capable they are of dragging that gold lead down for their enemies. Saw that against Longzhu earlier on in the split. Weren't able to close it out, but you know, they did a good job of trying to get themselves back in.
Roam forward by the Jin Air bot lane. Only for Vision. There is, of course, no Drake available right now. Kongdu have been really good at contesting objectives. We've talked about all the invasion missions of Punch in particular, but the next step to me is rotating and starting to break these turrets. The longer their trading farm, the more free gold they're giving over to Jin Air. Taking turrets and then pushing up your wards makes it a lot more difficult for Jin Air to claim farm that is very safe right now because the map is so narrow, but with all the outer turrets up. So I'd like to see them increase the pace of the game, and to me, that's Punch walking up, pink warding a brush, looking for some trade damage, and then he's a level 11 Graves. He's in a great spot to be a turret destroyer, whichever lane he's in.
Yeah. Seems like bot lane might be the turret of choice. It's already been chunked down considerably. Soul is constantly pushing the waves in, has whittled this down. So it would be a very easy take if they could just get a pick.
Package is
or
down.
shove Umti back.
If package is down, then they're not worried about Corki rotating first. As you know, there's not much wave clear between Jin and the Tahm Kench, so I agree. That would be the ideal place.
Poking his head down around here. Blue buff also getting ready to come back up, so they might just go ahead and move to contest that and hand another one over to Edge.
They look for an arrow onto Kuzan. Mid lane's low as well.
They're spotted up by that ward. The roam is coming through from Teddy and Snowflower, also spotted.
There's nothing Corki can do here.
Yeah, they just have to back off, so there we go. That's going to be first break going over to Kongdu.
Not often you see straight up Orianna taking Corki's turret. She had it down to 20% health against a Corki, of all things, who has multiple different ways for AoE wave clear, but he's never had blue buff, he's never had lane pressure. There has been no ganks from Umti because there never really was a scenario to do so. All Umti's really been able to do is bring back the experience lead. He's level 11, so he's matched his opposing jungler, but no impact whatsoever so far from Umti.
Yeah. And this time bomb that is Ixu's impact on the game is just ticking away ever so steadily. Right now, still able to win out some of these trades against Roach, but he's a Maokai. He's got a Corrupting Potion as well as that Sap Magic passive, so he's still going to be quite healthy.
No one's dying. Happy Hour was buffed on this patch, 6%, plus, of course, the Spirit Visage, amping it up to over 7%.
Yeah. Any cask thrown on a Maokai is a party cask.
Fair point. A defensive one in the late game may be accepted.
Sure.
But in the laning phase 1v1, certainly. The late game, forcing things for Kongdu Monster won't be trivial. Basically, Ash Arrow itself won't be enough, neither will be the Maokai Twisted Advance, but while Tahm Kench seems like the perfect answer to Kongdu Monster, the Orianna Shockwave on top of what could be multiple clumped members is really what's going to carry the fights for Kongdu, and it's been free farm for Edge, as we saw.
You can only save one of them.
Or you can only look for a Devour and then end up being ulted yourself. So it's pretty difficult to pull off the saves here for the Tahm Kench.
Kuzan yet again, that package will expire. Uses the Valkyrie, just to create some distance between he and Punch. But this is just Kongdu, you know, slowly pressing forward. We'll look for their next move, because it certainly won't be in that top lane. If they can get a couple picks down around the bottom lane, tier 1 certainly could go over. Another dragon, that cloud getting ready to spawn now in 40 seconds. So we could just see them poke out, get this, and wait to pick up a second Drake for themselves.
Sort of clean play I was hoping for all season from Kongdu. Everything so far has made sense. They've been good about invading. Been pretty decisive, sure. I can always split hairs and say, what about 2 minion waves ago? But in the context of how this game goes and their scaling, it's not a massive thing to say. Speaking of massive, casual 2,500 gold in the inventory from Edge, who... I wonder if he's gone for Leandries here. He has. All right, they're trying something in top. This is a big map rotation.
Yep, there we go. It's going to be the jump forward on Orochi. Flashes away. Explosive cast not there. MT still the hunt. Jumps forward, but Cougar is there to arrive. Turns this around with the tether. Ash Arrow comes through. He cleanses that off with the W, so he won't get locked up underneath the turret. Snowflower picks him up, spits him out. And we'll keep the Rengar safe, but they're unable to come up with a kill.
I like the play from Jin Air, sack bot lane and end up top trying to get a turret of their own, but Karma in particular was the lifesaver.
Very fast on the roam.
Yeah, I was trying to work out where the exhaust came from, and I realized that Cougar had already roamed up and was in position to stop the dive. Clean stuff there. Punch thought about flashing in and trying to kill Jin, but both summoners up for Teddy.
Yeah.
If he got into melee range, that would have been a dead Jin.
Yep, likely would have just been an exchange of summoner spells to start things off. He's going to go over the wall, though. Finds empty. Big burst of damage as the collateral comes out.
He wants
Flash forwards
it.
on the Teddy this time around, but the shockwave is not there to catch up. But Edge, he's already roamed up with that
baby.
ghost. He gets a double kill. Can he make it a triple? The answer is hell yes. Edge taking him out in the top lane. That should lead to the tier 1 falling. And Kongdu Monster, what was a slow and steady game, they just absolutely exploded onto the Rift. They're going to be looking for Baron at 23.5 minutes.
And there's just no way they can realistically answer. No smite open for Jin Air. I don't know if Ixu and Kuzan will be able to do anything to answer it.
Right, here you go,
Cask
Kuzan.
is available.
Show me the big one. Yeah, he can't get it. The smite comes through. Punch picking up the Baron. The gold lead has just spilled forth for Kongdu. And it looks like this might be a very swift one. Kuzan, ooh!
Especially with how misleading the hitbox is for the Ash Arrow. But I thought that would be picked up. And this is what happens, you guys. I talked about if you could find melee range. Punch was feeling it, as you can see, flashing on top of Teddy. Nice cleanup from Edge, who just freshly shopped with the big needlessly large rod purchase. Jin Air a second to everything. They're behind in items, even though late game Orianna and Maokai are basically online. And Kongdu once again, they vindicate what looked like a questionable draft. You're like, okay, what's the first pick going to be? Where's the Rengar? They're not looking for the Rengar killers. They remembered that this Graves Karma core, with Ashe also, given that Varus was banned, guaranteeing wave push in bottom. They played around it. It was super clean. Should be another victory.
Yep.
I think I misspoke on L words. Had Leandries on the mine. It was Ludens, of course, the this large rod item picked up.
And now he's got a Void Staff on top of it, so didn't have that in the
straight
last
up,
fight.
exactly.
Yeah, didn't have it in the last fight, now has it. Body slam, flash comes through from Ixu though with the curtain call. Onto Edge, one more shot, there we go. Well, actually, will not be handing that kill over to Teddy. Ixu takes it away for himself, but a good capitalize here for Jin Air on that forward roam by Edge. They come up with a kill, but they still just cannot contest this Cloud Drake. Wouldn't be worth it for them at all.
No, second Drake, as you say, is the Clouds. Not a big victory. Another Mountain, though, in what has been some pretty fast pushing from Kongdu. Suits them just fine. Game gets a lot more difficult for Kongdu when they're trying to push through the inhibitor turrets. Still have outer turrets to deal with first, but Gragas talked a lot about his scaling and the fact that hasn't really got the impact in the early game to justify what isn't one of the strongest late game top laners. He would be a tier behind Nautilus, for example, if you're looking at the Maokai, Poppy, Nautilus trio. Maokai usually considered the best scaling tank in the top lane. Poppy somewhere in the middle, good early and good late. And Nautilus, fantastic early. And really only an ult bot in the late game.
Yeah, it just becomes all about the utility.
Gragas just doesn't quite have the kit of Nautilus and then doesn't have as many steroids when it comes to defensive stats, so he falls the worst of the three. Or the four, I guess. And then Rengar's got nothing going, so the passive's been completely useless. No extra bonus AD ratios.
I'm curious if Gragas Top has picked up a win yet this split. I did see that he was played in NA. I believe it was Zig on Phoenix 1 had brought it out, but I'm pretty certain that they lost that game. I don't know if any other teams across the other regions have played it.
Oh,
but now
Soul's caught.
Yeah, he's going to get caught. Takes a lot of damage. The cast comes forward. He's going to flash out. Has that big shield from Cougar to keep himself alive. Last couple shots connect on a Roach. Redemption comes through. Does pop them back up to about half HP. Kongdu, they have to be careful. Roach goes forward. They find Ixu. Devour comes in. The Shockwave will pull back the Tahm Kench, but they can't come up with a kill. Ixu will be limping out with a sliver of HP, but he still does not go down. Kongdu How long do they want to stick around and try to break this turret?
Holds it down, so it's risky to stand up, even given how far ahead they are.
Yeah, Thrill the Hunt coming through the TP as well from Mixu straight into the middle of the lane.
They finally engage.
Yeah, Punch got jumped on. Umti goes for it, takes a huge burst of damage from the dissonance. Won't go down, jumping away as best as he can. The sapling chasing, but won't be able to get in range. And that just opens Kongdu up to go ahead and keep poking around in mid. They got the turret though, that's all they really wanted. Kills would have been a nice additional prize, but they'll be content with that. They go ahead and they'll all pop their recalls, go back and spend this gold that they earned.
I mean, the big turnaround is from Punch. QR just instantly burst down Umti's health bar. He's 2,500 gold ahead from the jungle with some massive, massive lead, despite not picking up any kills for himself.
Yeah, Mortal Reminder, Edge of Night already coming through. We'll see which way he wants to go. Death Stand certainly something that we've seen from Graves in the past, so that could come out as well, give him a bit of lifesteal.
Well, outside chance of a late Youmuu's. Usually that's the snowball choice from the jungle, but not to be this game. The Phantom Dancer of old has been skipped over for the new lethality buffed items. They're pushing up, putting down the pinks. The vision line from Jin Air is very shallow. It's weird. It's a weird thing to say about Kongdu. The only times we've seen them with an early lead, they threw away their second game of the season when they were ahead. I think that was against MVP, but I might be misspeaking there. That's Rux Tigers, actually, now that I think about it. And then they just never have been in a position to be ahead, but this was kind of the story from them.
Oh dear,
Ash Arrow hits.
Oh, he flashes and it still connects. He gets taken out very swiftly as Edge comes up with the killing blow. 100% kill contribution so far in this Orianna, 5, 1, and 2. And up in CS, so even with all of the roaming that Edge has been able to do, Kuzan just cannot match him.
Just when they get to the late game and they're ahead, that's the one scenario where Kongdu looks like the team that we hoped they would be last year. They haven't been able to get through early games. They've struggled so much on the Rift, getting snowballed on. So from behind, certainly they don't offer much resistance, but from ahead, they know how to win.
Curtain call going to be opened up here by Teddy, just trying to poke out Kongdu and dissuade them from going for this inner turret. He's got that last shot, just trying to find a juicy target. Won't get much done. The shields from Edge and Guger just proving too much to really chip them down. Soul does get rooted, but he'll still be safe and they get a heck of a lot of damage in onto that turret. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane,
Bottom lane
tank
things.
fight, you know.
Bottom lane things certainly happen in the bot lane. No kill pressure from the Gragas, even though he has the slightly more offensive itemization with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Short a curtain call, which is down right now. Don't really see what they can hope to make happen here. Redemption also brings them up healthy. Graves walks up. That'll be another turret.
Yep. See Umti, poking in from the side, but even if he pops the Thrill of the Hunt, we've already seen how much burst damage he can take. So he really is posing zero threat to Kongdu. They get that second inner turret, just the one in bottom lane, standing at the moment for Jin Air. And then after that, it's going to be the inhibitors. I don't know if Jin Air can drag this out to 60 minutes.
I mean, that last siege was even more safe than was immediately apparent. Ixu had no teleport, Roach did, so they would also have got 5 members there first. So the lead is massive, Achilles. Power spikes and gold leads are always relevant to different degrees depending on what comps are being seen. Siege comps, for example, can definitely lose to engage comps, even if they're 5,000 gold ahead if they can't break the base by a certain time. This game is just Kongdu having straight up the better teamfight comp in the late game in most ways, Maokai and Orianna especially, over their opponents. And Kongdu had the early game as well with the Ashe draft. Ashe first pick was, it seemed like a reach, but with Varus being banned, they got the wave clear advantage, they got Graves Karma in the second round, and business as usual for Kongdu with this specific draft. It's the only one they've actually looked convincing on all season.
Yep. Which just, really leads us into game number 2, because you have to expect that they won't be able to get their hands on this.
Yeah, Jin Air on blue, so banning Graves a lot more straightforward.
Dashes forward, gets caught up by that package, has to dash back with the collateral damage, gets a little bit in, but overall doesn't have that big burst that he would like. We'll trade back onto Snowflower. He's not needing to pop that gray health shield quite yet. We can see a lot of damage taken by the members of Kongdu. They can't come up with a pick, so they won't be able to go for that Baron, but they could just rotate down the river and maybe go for the Mountain Drake. And that would open up Jin Air to get some pressure in mid, so it looks like they're going to have to stick around and try to defend this tier 1 turret.
Looking for engage, redemption here.
Very needed.
Brings into half health. The poke is still very good from Jin Air. It's just getting more than poke, especially with explosive cast down, seems nigh on impossible.
And that's just looking like it's going to be a second Mountain Drake, third Drake overall. Roach hugging around that backside of the pit, making sure that no one can wrap around, try to go for a steal.
He's smart. He knows that it's too risky to walk straight into the oncoming enemy, but he can't also go all the way around because that would lead to Jin Air just bum rushing them from the front. So smart of him to just feign between both as his team takes the Drake.
Bum rushing from the front.
Yep, that's right. It's exactly what I said, Achilles. I'll say it again if you want.
Go for it.
They're bum rushing the Baron from the front, but looks like there will be a teleport in.
Yep, just going to try to stop Kongdu from moving forward. Iksu just going to body slam his way out the backside of the pit. Doesn't take any damage from the Baron. That will be a halt by Kongdu, but they have to be happy getting rid of that TP from Iksu. That can just lead to yet another split from Roach into bottom as he tries to whittle down that inner turret. And Iksu won't be able to collapse in onto a Baron if Kongdu starts it up. Ash Arrow coming through. Good juke back from Snowflower and Iksu, but it opens up Roach to go in for the Twisted Advance and get on top of the Gragas. Big explosive cast comes through, knocking all of Kongdu to different sides, so they won't be able to isolate one target and take them out.
Iksu's completely out of the fight. No flash, no ult. Doesn't really achieve anything. Once again, Kongdu have teleport advantage. They haven't put it to good use so far, but now that the pick tools are down, either Baron or sending Roach to bot lane is the best move for Kongdu.
Well, they clear out the vision, getting rid of that. Maybe forcing Jin Air to push forward and face check this, but they will go ahead and start this up.
Barons, double Mountain Drake, remember.
Yeah, double Mountain Drake, lots of items for both Punch and Soul, so they will absolutely destroy this. Deadly Flourish will not come up with the kill, so a second Baron goes over to Kongdu as they look to take a 10,000 gold lead just 33.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, consummate safety for the Baron. They had Maokai to tank it, the damage was there. Maokai now Guardian Angel and then some in the item build, and we're just waiting for, honestly, Kongdu to crack the base, look for a turret dive, the right Ash Arrow to hit. I mean, at this point, just Ash Arrow Snowflower when his QSS is down, which admittedly is only for another 30 seconds or so.
All right, well, Kongdu looking stronger than they have so far this split. Should have everything necessary to close out this game. Punch wrapping around. We'll go ahead and pick up this wave. You can see Iksu waiting in the brush. But even with just two members of Kongdu there, would very likely be a dead Gragas, or at least force the ultimate out of him. See, he's completely surrounded. Roach pushes forward, threatens that Twisted Advance, and he's just going to hightail it out of the brush. And now Kongdu with Baron-empowered minions will be looking to take out this third and final inner turret. Yep, Roach going in, into the back line. He's unable to find Teddy, but that opens up for the rest of the team to take down the turret. G desperately throwing out these bolas from the sidelines, trying to root somebody up. But even then, likely would not lead to a pick. Kongdu now just going to be playing around here, waiting for the wave to crash. It's still a ways away. See how long they can stick for. Baron just about to be halfway expired, so they have plenty of time to try to knock down these inhib turrets, but they need an opening.
This five-man push strategy does kind of fall away when the inhibitor turret is the place to go, just because explosive cast can really ruin a turret dive. If one member ends up tanking turrets solo and 5 members can turn onto them, the perfect explosive cast can turn around at 10,000 gold. It needs to be the perfect one. With flashes up, maybe it doesn't work, but let's say onto Punch right now, he gets DPS down instantly with no flash. Then suddenly Kongdu's pressure window with Baron goes away. This is a bit more tricky. It's the one time when Gragas can really come up trumps.
See Roach though with all these shields. Gonna be comfortable to take a couple of those turret shots and the poke damage from Jin Air.
Smart of Graves, to spit up, get some damage of his own.
Kuzan goes forward, still has some relevant damage to offer up on this Corki. Level 17 still has the items coming through, but they're just trying to fight this battle on two fronts as they poke out in mid, but without a wave. Punch just has to fall a bit back, and he's going to have to wait this one out. Roach pushes forward yet again, goes over the Twisted Advance, jumps down on it. Iksu. Devour comes through from Snowflower, keeping him alive, but that will be the turret getting broken. Ash Arrow comes through and goes straight past the members of Jin Air, so will not come up with a stun. Will not lead to a kill, but they get the inhibitor. They get the mid-inhib turret. And this is just going to be the base of Jin Air, completely shattered by Kongdu in one fell swoop. Just that top lane, eluding them for now, but with all the pressure that's going to be created from these super creeps, you have to think that Kongdu could just go ahead, push through the top lane with relative ease, take that out, and just snuff out the flame of Jin Air.
And this is the shot calling I was talking about. Even though there was what looked like a turret dive being started first under the inner turret and bot, then the inhibitor turret and bot, everyone on Kongdu knew exactly their role. DPS down the turret, take the objective, no overcommitment to a turret dive. They back away with double inhibitor down. Exactly what you were looking for from that Baron buff. They'll pick up minion waves, they're freshly shopped. We're so close to 6 items on both Edge and Soul. Clean as you could like from the bottom place team in LCK, and this is the sort of game that makes it that much harder to suss out a tournament like IEM Katowice. Kongdu Monster go over there. They'll probably be one of the teams that even I have to say, are they going to win the tournament? You can't really predict them to do so. They're right down the bottom. If G2, H2K, and Unicorns of Love have a good early game, I don't think Kongdu Monster will win. But if Kongdu Monster can tighten up their early game, if they see some flaws in the play, or there wasn't a lot of respect paid by their opponents for Kongdu, they get ahead. We've seen now multiple times. They can close games.
Yep, be some juicy memes to come out of it if the bottom LCK team can trump the top 3 EUs.
For the record, I think Unicorns of Love and G2 are the favorites for that tournament.
Sure, I completely agree with you. I'm very well surprised with
Flash Rolls also.
how strongly Unicorns are doing after the loss of their 3-80 carry.
They got better somehow.
Yeah, Roach pushing forward, finds Xixu yet again to get devoured by Snowflower to keep him alive. He's still rather weak though. Turn call opened up, unable to find really any targets.
Big shockwave!
That's not Roach. Big shockwave comes through. That's Xixu going down. Snowflower to follow. Turret will collapse. Inhibitor is going to go down. You have to think that this is going to be the final push from Kongdu. Still rather healthy on all members of Redemption just to really make it even more difficult. Edge goes low, but he's going to get popped right back up to half HP, and now Super Creep's coming in from 2 lanes. Umti on the backside, desperately trying to find an opening, but will be unable to do so. Nexus is exposed. That is going to be Kongdu Monster taking out Jin Air. Free 40 minutes. Jin Air not able to drag this out as long as they would want. They're finally able to get a 3rd kill on the board as Roach goes deep into the fountain, but Kongdu Monster right off the bat just stomp out Jin Air. Umti having one of the roughest games of his career so far.
And wipe those tears away, Kongdu Monster. Great performance from you guys in game 1.
I hope they have another one at the end that's them cheering. They can
You'd
just
hope
swap
so.
them out.
Or maybe we'll sub that in next time. I like the cheerfuls, but no tears shed in this game for Kongdu Monster. Not necessarily for Jin Air. Game was kind of done for them after those first 2 kills in a great degree. If executed perfectly by the opponent, those 2 first kills are enough for, say, a KT or an SKT on a good day to guarantee victory. But Kongdu's not a team you put in that sort of level of execution. But this time out, at least, execution super clean, ordered, took every objective they could, kept Umti down. Umti was, as you said, a complete non-factor on the Rengar and justified the first pick Ashe. So went for a crazy draft, justified it, played to the win conditions. Not what you'd expect for from the bottom team in the league. That's what Kongdu Monster are able to do on their day.
Yep. Nicely done from them, but still not over yet. Have to come up with another game win if they want to close this out with a 2-0. Jin Air now swapping over to the blue side. Certainly not going to be handing Kongdu over this same draft. So we'll see how they adapt as they shift over to red.
Banning Graves. It's my free advice for teams playing against Kongdu Monster.
Yep.
Look a different team when they get that pick.
So almost certainly not going to be in the hands of Punch this time around. And if you do, you have to think that maybe Jin Air are just signing their own death certificate. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 for you.
Sweet talk so sweet that I'm getting it too big, too good to be good, shouldn't eat it. You talk like you need me, like you never leave me until I begin to believe it. I was good on my own until you came along, waiting for me to fold. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why'd you take it? How come you bought it?
cops are coming fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Welcome back to LCK Spring. Kongnu Monster coming up with a very big win here in Game 1 over Jin Air. You can see that damage from Edge.
How often do you see an Orianna doing roughly 7,000 more damage? 6,000 more damage than a Corki. For once, the poke mid laner could not get it done. It was all about Orianna and Graves in particular this game. Not so much damage output, but certainly in terms of impact. I think it'll be between Punch and Edge for the MVP. Both of them very deserving. Punch got it on the Graves last time out. It's Punch on the Graves once again. So 3 Graves performance. One of them not enough to take them ahead, but the other 2 MVP performances for Punch.
Yeah, very nicely done here. 80% kill contribution, 117 at the end of the day. So second MVP win for him, and I mean, it all started right here, just Jin Air.
You guys missed most of this because it was during our sick intro, but
at least we had a replay.
we did.
But I mean, he's just setting up for Edge to just swap. You know,
And this is
clean
what
up his
happens
skills.
when you're ahead, and this is what Punch was always about in Challenger, the really aggressive Nidalee invades, the really aggressive, in general, invading style that he liked to play, and Graves certainly went ahead, and as far ahead as Punch was in this game, able to position very, very aggressively. Nothing Jin Air could do. 2 times we've seen the Gragas top, and 2 times hijinks at level 1 have kind of undone a lot of it. So, not much to say there about Jin Air's top laner. Happy times for Punch, happy times for Kongdu. This would be a big one for them. We talked about the potential for Mad Play and Achilles. Kongdu are up 1-0, and if they can get that sort of draft again, who's to say it won't be 2 as up? I know that music. I guess we're going to be a substitution.
Yeah, it's definitely looking that way. We'll see if it's going to be in the support role or if it's going to be top, but I think you and I both know it's going to be Ixu stepping out, Soan coming in. You mentioned that Ixu wasn't able to do a whole lot of anything in that game. The Gragas just kind of falling to the wayside, but now they're going to try their hand with Soan yet again.
Yeah, this guy has been on the roster for so long, came on as a one-trick Riven player, didn't impress very much, went over to IM San Jose, not Oakland last year, but San Jose 2015. That was, of course, Jin Air struggling on the international stage, so Soan has never really given us a reason to prefer him or consider him a real rival for first Trace, now Ixu. Let's see if he can show us and have a career-defining game, because if you're on a roster this long, you got to put up or shut up eventually, and this might be the last split for Soan to make an impression.
Yeah. I mean, the most that we've seen Soan play was in the Kespa Cup. You know, in that in-between phase where Trace was leaving the team, they hadn't yet acquired Ixu. So now they're going to bring him back in yet again. Only played that second game versus KT Rolster, played Maokai in the top lane, so we can likely expect to see that from him again if it makes it through the draft. But Graves will be the first ban away by Jin Air, so already getting the train back on the rails.
I mean, there's no reason not to ban Graves against Kongdu, and given they don't necessarily have that much mastery over some of the meta picks, maybe we'll start seeing blue and red side bans of Graves in the future. On the blue side, you have that bigger freedom. When red side teams start to digress from Rengar, LeBlanc, and Camille, it's usually at second ban, and they so deftly dealt with Rengar in the first game that we might see another movement away from the must bans on red side. See MC in the coach's booth, considering his options. I'll go with Camille for now.
Okay, so Rengar could still be left open, but with the Varus ban by Jin Air on the blue side, they very well might just take the Rengar off the board yet again.
Another frequent ban against Jin Air has been Malzahar, so maybe that will be the third ban for Kongdu if they're not going to be banning Rengar. Okay, so we saw a first pick Ashe from Kongdu Monster in game 1 when Jin was banned. Now Jin, so when just Varus was banned, actually, Jin was available, but they wanted the pushing advantage. Jin Air basically saying, we want to get pushing. So maybe an Ashe ban even will be considered here if Kongdu wants to return to the only strategy that's been really a consistent one for them, which has been winning in the pushing war. We'll just ban Rengar, so no excitement there. And maybe they'll still get their hands on the Ashe, because Jin Air will first pick the Jace, which ostensibly could be for either Soan or Kuzan, given that Soan, especially when he came into the team, was picked for specifically his laning on aggressive champions.
Still just interesting to see the Jace snatched up here.
Ashe will be taken, as you'd expect from Sol. Looked very good on it in game 1. Not all the Ashe arrows registered, but they're big on the pushing power. Could be Ashe Karma again.
Yeah, could just go ahead and get that comfortable bot lane.
Could be Ashe Malzahar as well.
That is true. Malzahar has made it through the draft phase.
Ash Zyra, another opportunity. Ash Zyra is the strongest of all the laning options available to them. But I guess they don't necessarily have to. If they want Zyra, you'd probably consider it in this round of the draft. They're at the moment considering a big digression. Okay, so Graves gone. Could have taken Kha'Zix, but do choose the Rek'Sai over the Kha'Zix. In our second set, we have Bless on the BBQ Oliver's. Who's been a big Kha'Zix player, so a big player of the Rek'Sai so far this season. Does give the Kha'Zix over to Umti.
Now, this is something that Punch has played, but his big two picks, you know, away from the Graves was always going to be the Elise and that Lee Sin. So we're not seeing either of those snatched up for him. So the Rek'Sai is a bit interesting, but you can see the Zyra has been picked up here for Jin Air.
If they passed over it, Zyra would always be taken by Jin Air, such as the power. And okay, maybe Teddy's ready to fight dirty in the bot lane. No more of these attack damage carries if they do lock in the bot lane Ziggs. And there it is. So,
all right.
we've seen a return to bot lane Ziggs more and more this week. Thought maybe it was gone after the follow-ups to Bang on the second day of the season were a lot less strong. Deft predictably looked great on it in the series last week. Now we'll see Jin Air and Teddy have a go at it.
All right, so Poppy, so thinking that this will be a Jace in the top lane. Kuzan has not played this season in mid. So
also a Poppy very early in the draft, given that the only top laner banned was Camille. So Maokai, for example, could have been taken. Support also could have been taken. So maybe this means that a more risky support choice will be coming out of Kongdu Monster, because not often that you see a Poppy taken this early. If you remember, we did see the debut of Leona from Wraith on Samsung. Leona's the sort of champion that certainly could be considered for another engaged tour against what is already a poke and siege setup from Jin Air, but is risky to take it early. So again, could just be something standard like a misfortune, but you do kind of turn your head 45 degrees when you see Poppy taken with a litany of other options available in the top lane for Kongdu Monster.
yeah, so Misfortune was banned away there by Jin Air, and Kha'Zix will be the follow-up final ban from the side of Kongdu.
Will they just ban the Malzahar? If you're going to ban support as an option. They do respect Syndra. This leaves Ryze open. Edge had a really good Ryze game. That was their one victory. We mentioned so many times the Graves Karma, but Edge on the Ryze looked good, and that does loom to be the very likely
But
draft.
taking this blind, the Cassiopeia is available for Kuzan.
Interesting. And also, you know, while we were speaking about it being the only top laner, Jace being locked in could be a top lane pick for So-Won. Remains to be seen whether they'll flex the Jace into mid lane as Faker was playing it with so much aplomb in the last game against Longzhu yesterday. So Poppy against Jace. Let's see if that's the theory, because still is risky given there were still 2 picks available for Jin Air.
Lee Sin here for Umti. So going back over to this one. See if you can get another win on the board for Lee Sin, who still just doesn't have that great of a record here in LCK. But final pick, where do they want to go for this? Will it be a mid laner? It's going to be Malzahar picked up for Kuzan.
So will be a mid laner. Does cement the Poppy Jace matchup that we haven't seen so much this season, but it's actually pretty common by the end of last season. So it wasn't so much about the risky support choice, but more wanting to deal with the flex picks on the side of Jin Air. So Kongdu went on an information gathering mission, finally got the confirmation that it would be a top lane Jace, and thus they can pretty comfortably take something like a Karma. Another game on the Karma for Guger. Has looked his most comfortable support this season. And speaking of comfort, you have a very, very traditional comp coming through from Kongdu Monster once again. It's not quite the invading Graves, but certainly Rek'Sai went ahead. She can do that as well. They get the Ryze this time that was banned away in game 1. But Jin Air, they're the ones that are kind of playing the comp that needs to be executed in specific windows. This is sort of comp that can snowball out of control if you can roam the Ziggs around. A lot of action in the 2v2 lane. In bot lane, Ziggs Zyra versus Karma and Ashe. To me, it seems like the jungler's going to try and swing that one the most, because the other lanes are pretty predictable in terms of playstyle.
Yeah. Be interesting to see So-Won coming through on the Jace. Has played a couple carry-style tops in the Kespa Cup, Rumble and Kennen both in that mix. Makes sense for the Kennen ban coming through from the side of Kongdu Monster. But the Malzahar for Kuzan, something he's only played, I believe, twice so far this split played it against BBQ and against Longzhu.
Has good lane control over the Ryze, also level 6. Lee Sin ult and the Malzahar might be enough to take down the Ryze. Pushing is guaranteed in the Jace and to some degree the Malzahar lanes. The big question is bot lane though. We've seen these Ziggs comps have their way, take 4-minute turrets, and we've also seen them really struggle if there's any early jungle attention. So I'm going to be watching specifically the pathing from Punch. Very consistent pathing on the Graves, but the other champions leave a bit more to be desired. So let's see if you can generalize that playstyle onto the Rek'Sai this time out.
Yep, I want to see if Sohan's going to bring out the Smep build on the Jace. Go for that Lord Dominic's regard, but let's go ahead and get onto the Rift, see if Kongdu can close this out with a 2-0. All right, here we go. Loaded up nice and early so we can catch any hijinks were they to occur, but seems like we're going to have a much more standard start from both teams. No one going for the gank brush.
Teddy representing the Oceanic Release skin. Was, in fact, Pool Party Ziggs given out to all Oceanic players. As we have everyone here. More Jin Air fans than Kongdu fans, predictably, especially in League of Legends. Pretty good crowd here, about 250, 300 fans, which for, you know, two struggling orgs.
Wednesday at 5 p.m.
True.
Well, not 6 p.m., but, you know.
Hard to expect to sell out for two of the lower placed teams. Punch with that Keystone. When you see Fervor, you know to expect that plenty of aggression is going to be planned by this Rek'Sai.
Now, speaking of which, Jin Air aggressing forward into the jungle of Kongdu. And looks like we'll just have a trade of the red buffs coming through.
The most Thunderlords. Predictably, when you see the Ziggs bottom, it's 4-5.
The word expired from Roach, so we'll see which path Sohan takes. They won't get spotted as he goes back up towards the top lane, but you have to expect that Kongdu has an idea that this is going on.
Invested a lot also. Control Ward was placed in the jungle. Trying to work out where that came from now that I think about it. But it looks like it was from Snowflower, who started with a potion less. Doran's Blade start is really interesting from Soul. He's against a poke support, but you're kind of serving multiple masters when you're against Ziggs Zyra. The theory behind Longsword and also the boots was that against poke lanes you need to stain up, but you need health against the all-ins that Zyra and Ziggs can put out as early as level 3, but certainly at level 6 we often see a lot of kill pressure from those Ziggs lanes.
Punch is taking out these Krugs. He's going low, and he's wrapping around from below. Flashes over the wall. Here comes the Lee Sin. Spots him out. Can he make it out of here alive? Cougar with the wrap around will offer him up a shield, but that's going to be the Sonic Wave with a Resonating Strike going forward. Umti trying to come with the kill. Flash forward. Snowflower. He's able to find the first blood as he takes out the Rek'Sai. Cougar going low, trying to count back as best as he can, but Soul, he flashes forward.
Double
gets
buffs.
the kill. The double buff now over onto the Ashe. Going to be looking for Snowflower, who has no flash to get out of here. Slowing him up with the red, with those frost arrows, but still will not be able to kill that Zyra. They'll trade 1-for-1. First blood still goes over to Jin Air.
I don't think we've ever had 3 buffs in the bot lane at 3 minutes, but double buffs for Soul and red buff on Snowflower is just an insane start. To really spice things up in the bot, Teddy will be watching over to Soul, who can't really make the best use of blue buff early because it's such a high flat cooldown on the volley in early levels. His kingdom for a blue buff is basically where he's at right now.
Oh, well, bit of a rocky start here for both sides. It's going to give a slight little lead over to Jin Air.
And the invade was really greedy from Punch. Sure, take the enemy red buff, but taking specifically the Krugs, such a slow camp to clear, basically in the front of the eyes of the enemy duo lane, was an unnecessary risk. He wasn't level 4 Graves yet, so that's why perhaps he was not used to that scenario.
No Tiamat.
Yeah.
So, does slow you down considerably. So Punch does pay for that. Invade. But the trade back onto the double buffs here for Soul. It's going to be still quite nice for him. Now Umti doing something that punched into him very much so in that first game, but won't be able to get the big Raptor in the end.
Umti has been favoring the Lee Sin. His Lee Sin mechanics have been good, but translate that into game victories, few and far between for Jin Air and Lee Sin, and for the LCK in general, although it has picked up a bit more recently. It's not the death sentence that it once was.
It was a very rocky start, though. Now we go back to this Poppy in the top lane for Roach.
Really like the first purchase, though, as I digress from top lane, because I don't really want to talk about Poppy first. So I want to talk about Berserker Greaves as the rush from Seoul.
Oh, yeah.
Boot start, as I mentioned, was starting to become a thing, but rushing boots too, there's two ways to go against something like the Ziggs Zyra. You will remember Ruler having no itemization choices on the Caitlyn against this lane, not being able to buy a Hex Drinker for fear of falling too far behind in terms of itemization, just dying all the time. Rushing boots too, more likely to be able to step away from the Grasping Roots. No CCs hit, then the burst damage less likely to hit, as thing happens in top.
Bit of trade damage back to the air from So On, doesn't take anything, and a Shock Blast connects, so he chunks out Punch, so keeping himself safe, but that's going to be the flash burned out from him.
You have all the early purchases to deal with this lane. Short of a Hex Drinker, Boots 2 I think is the best one, so I do like that pickup from Soul. We'll get Essence Reaver Hurricane at some point, no need to have them early in the laning phase.
Yeah, and it's a good adaptation. I mean, he's going to be relatively safe as far as the items goes as the tier comes through from Teddy. Who's on, good deny on the back.
You still have to hit the same timings on Ashe compared to someone like Caitlyn. Essence Reaver by itself isn't much of a spike. It's all about the two items, and that will come pretty much on time. In bot lane.
Yeah, Cougar goes in with a tether. Snowflower going to get exhausted.
No flash.
Good amount of damage. Here comes Punch. Has no flash available, but still is able to snipe it out with the Prey Seeker to come up with an answering kill in the bottom lane. So Kongdu will go 2-1, still slightly down in gold as that CS discrepancy in top is opening things up for Jin Air, but good rotation down to the bottom lane.
The thing about Ziggs Zyra, it looked so oppressive when we saw it early in the split, certainly in solo queue.
So damn squishy.
It can run away with the game. That's one thing. The squishiness is certainly there, but the squishiness is more apparent at Kilios because it can only really push. It can't really control the wave. Last hitting when you don't have short fuse up is actually super difficult to do as Ziggs because of your low base AD. If you queue a minion wave, then you push it, and then the squishiness becomes relevant. You come in, you collapse. Nice pathing from Punch to get him while Flash was down.
Oh yeah, Roach started rotating down, Sonic Wave connects, but Umti not level 6, can't go in with the Resonating Strike, try to get that Dragon's Rage off, so just goes ahead and peels back, but still a good amount of pressure applied onto the Poppy. Recalls coming through yet again, no TP, so she's going to have to mosey on her way on back towards that turret.
Looking at the schedule for Kongdu, who will of course be traveling over to IEM Katowice at the end of the week. Match against Jin Air today, and their last match will be against KT Rolster later this week. That'll be their last match before they head off. That one's certainly penciled in for a loss, but picking up a match victory before they go international will be a big boon for this organization. They had today circled, and things like returning to bot while that flash was down shows they still do have good shot calling. They still can play some ordered League of Legends. Still a lot to do here behind in gold at 8 minutes, but already the best series of play so far from Kongdu that they had so far this season.
Yeah, for sure, and that's exactly what they need. I mean, at the moment, having that -10 score line, they're 4 points behind Rocks Tigers, so we need 2-0 wins to really even try to even out the score and get themselves out of that 10th place spot.
And that's definitely a second round robin thing. The first
Sure.
round robin, will they go in last? Almost certainly, but second round robin, we've seen teams like Afrika go 7-2 and push their way up. Admittedly from slightly less depths in this current lineup of Kongdu, but hey, go 7-2 and you're certainly very comfortably staying in the LCK for summer.
A bit more questionable here for Kongdu. As at the end of things, they might find themselves facing off against CJ Entus.
I mean, all they can do is realize the past is the past. They'll be frustrated about some of their losses so far this season, but all they can do is start to find match victories, find confidence that certainly was not there for this team, who did roll over and die for a couple of best-of-3s in a row that we cast Kilios. And you're right, CJ Entus certainly in the challengers have been burning up the charts. You look at their roster, they have players that, I'm pretty disappointed aren't playing in the LCK. Winged, especially from the jungle, is better to me than a challenger jungler.
I mean, Veritas, as we were talking about unicorns earlier on, came back to Korea to play for that squad.
Pure in the support role also. Very adequate support, so their lineup is better than challenger.
Oh, flash forward here from Roach. Set Keeper's verdict here onto So-On. Flash forward again by Punch. They're investing a lot to get this kill onto the Jace, but
They have the damage.
yeah,
Doesn't
he's
look
got
like
that
it.
Excel Gate to get himself back behind the turret. Team
He's
roaming
ulti.
his way up. Don't think he's going to have the damage to take anybody out. The Sonic Wave won't connect anyway, but a big investment from Roach and Punch, and they can't come up with a kill onto a Jace who didn't even have flash.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is their flash is down. Itemization points not really there for Roach. Usually when you get the Ninja Tabi, that's when the lane starts to really go towards Poppy, who probably will have it on next back. 20 CS down, although we'll push in this lane and get a bit more closer to 15 CS. Lane going as expected for Poppy. We saw it so many times at Worlds in the Casper Cup. Poppy eventually does get control of Jace. Unless Jace can really hit his item timings accelerated, and given that he's 0-0-0 at 10 minutes, probably not going to be an accelerated item build for this Jace.
Yeah. He's farming well, as he's about to breach 100 CS at about 11 minutes. Has that Phage ready to go.
It's funny how item timings will be very relevant this game. We were just talking about Poppy mid lane. Item timings delayed for Ryze. We'll be going for QSS before Catalyst and even the Rod of Ages. Big story there is that we talked about the potential lockup of Malzahar into Lee Sin. No reaction possible. Speaking of reactions,
Yep, up top, they come flash forward from Kuzan, gets that Nethergrass coming through, and Roach just nothing else he can do. He gets made quick work of, and he will go down. A second kill put on the board here for Jin Air. Can they convert this into a turret? Looks like the answer will be yes. Meanwhile, Kongdu Monster will be trading that first brick gold for an Infernal Drake.
so easy to roam on Ryze. Even if we go on Catalyst, no ability power yet in the build. Certainly no Jace when it comes to turret taking, so we'll only get a modicum of damage into the mid lane turret. Ryze will roam over. They do claim the Infernal Drake. Do they want more? The answer seems no, because there was in fact a control ward to spot out the Ryze.
Mega Infernal Bomb, not going to come up with the steal. So Kongdu will just be trading objectives. So for now, that's going to put them at a pretty significant deficit. Just almost 2,000 gold down now at this point.
Big item timing for Jace. Straight up Black Cleaver with double Doran Blade. And Jace actually in the bot side jungle. Accelerating the game is exactly what Jin Air wants. Infernal Drake, scaling Drake. The Ryze and Poppy will outscale their opponents as well. We already saw a very nice accelerated game played by Kongdu Monster in game 1. You knew it from the Ziggs, the time that Ziggs was drafted. Same style would suit Jin Air, but So-On doesn't find anything for his timing this time.
Teddy, though, not really able to utilize that Ziggs, get him into a position where he can start knocking down those turrets. So first brick just comes out of the top jungle and mid laners of Jin Air.
It was probably a response to the QSS being completed. Suddenly you can't play through the Malzahar lane because Ryze had double summoner and the answer to the Nethergrass. So good roam, good timing. No way for Kongdu to punish it with a turret take at least. Now we do see Umti trying to play around mid lane as much as possible despite the QSS there from the Ryze.
Shoves forward, finds that control ward. Clear that out.
More turret damage.
A lot of turret damage coming through. Punch is roaming his way over, but Edge is right behind him, so he'll hand off these minions. Arrives in time to go ahead and pick up the cannon. Blue buff still a little ways off, so Jin Air won't be able to stick around and try to take that one away from Edge. So that'll help him just keep up the wave clear, stack up that tier even faster, because he needs to get to a Catalyst pretty soon. You can see he already has the makings of that coming through.
Yeah, item timings and scaling definitely works for Kongdu. The only champions that outscale on the side of Jin Air, you could argue that Lee Sin outscales Rek'Sai specifically because the kick is something that really is difficult to itemize or counterplay against in the late game. And Zyra probably outscales Karma a little bit, but certainly not in a sheer way. Every other champion confidently outscales from Kongdu, so keep up the speed. That's why it's good to see So-On in mid to get the turret low.
Oh, Asher thrown out from bottom lane. Won't come up with a connection though. Soan will be safe, but they do get a lot of damage in onto that turret. Also, a bit of a close call on that blue buff. Ooh, Cougar comes up with the Scuttle Crab. Nicely done with that Mantra Q. Take that one away.
They are forcing Roach to come mid lane. Wants to pick up some CS. Close the gap, but game being accelerated.
There you have it.
Does it? Yep, very nice. From the Ziggs with the satchel charge.
Yep, just can't punish him for walking up quickly enough, so he's able to toss out the W.
So far, so good from Jin Air. They've certainly made some mistakes, but at least they have 2 charts for show. This is exactly how they need to play the early game. Now let's see if they can complete the setup and take the bottom outer turret as well.
That blue buff went over to MT.
That's not ideal.
I guess maybe the red buff taking that one away, because the only thing that was nearby otherwise was
Voidling.
the Voidlings from Kuzan, so I guess red buff had ticked it down.
When you support Malzahar, you can certainly steal buffs with the Voidlings at level 1, so
That's tilt-worthy.
it does happen more often than you'd expect.
Or maybe not tilt-worthy, it's a very big annoyance.
Malzahar, a very big annoyance.
Yep. My solo queue agrees.
How are your solo queue adventures going these days, Kilios?
I haven't been playing too much lately. You know, just been having fun, relaxing with some other games. Lost my most recent series, but otherwise, decently okay. Climbing has been easier the last couple times that I've played.
Fruitful climbs. We always wish you the best on those climbs. My climbs are up and down.
I'll make gold one day.
Gold and KR, huh?
Yeah, the dream. I can play in the LCS now.
I don't know if they have exchange rates between gold and the Diamond 3 requirement for LCS.
It's close enough, right?
Not
I mean,
for
I
me to
just
say.
sit back and I let the rest of my teammates carry me. I could be on Echo Fox.
Hey.
I'm kidding. They've been doing really well, Cadian. Putting in the work as of late. So a lot of, I mean, we have promising jungle talent here in Korea as well as North America, what with Contracts and Acadian coming out.
It's definitely a jungle renaissance. It was always something that was bemoaned was NA jungle talent. And then Dardoch came through and everyone was like, all right, something to be excited about. And then, as you say, a bounty in North America and Korea of young jungle talent.
Been a rather good time for them. Still waiting for those star ADCs to pop up. But there's still potential for a lot of these new ones that have come out. Cody-san on the side of Immortals.
P word. Potential word's always a risky one to throw out.
I think it's a safe word.
I didn't ask for a safe word, Achilles.
All right. Well, Cody-san is not my safe word. But MT gets popped up, takes a lot of damage, and neither is potential. Punch goes low. They'll back out. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out. Soul takes a big burst of damage. Flash forward onto the Nether Grasp, and they will erase that Ashe. Jin Air coming up with yet another kill. This game looking much better for them. And you can see Soan just has so much pressure on the Poppy up in that top lane, whittling away at that tier 2 turret, and Punch just hasn't been in a position to roam up there to counteract.
Yeah, when they have to rotate second because of a draft, Kongdo always look a bit more questionable. Trying to turn on to Teddy.
Yeah, Realm Warp comes through, Rutsu lock up Punch, and you can see they take quite a bit of damage still. Good minefield thrown down by Teddy to slow them up, force them to push through that damage. It's going to be an Ocean Drake picked up by Jin Air, if not the tier 2 on top of it. And Soan just continues to wail away on it. Another Infernal Drake will be following up.
Now wait for Edge to flash forward there into a lack of vision and most likely an oncoming Lee Sin, meant no snare and thus no kill onto the Ziggs. Jin Air continue to play to their draft, continue to play ordered League of Legends, and Kongdo just looking for time. Rod of Age is only now completed, about 5 to 6 minutes later than the average par time, means that 28, 29 minutes before that's fully stacked.
Yep. So Kongdo going to be looking to play the Jin Air side of things and stretch this game out as long as possible. But for now, Jin Air, they have the heat turned up quite adequately.
And Jin Air in game 1 against MVP actually were able to really accelerate a game. Wasn't quite the Ziggs draft, but it was very similar. But way ahead, took an early bound and finished the game at 28 minutes in the most un-Jin Air-like thing I've ever seen. So they'll be looking to recreate that here. There's no way for Kongdu to dictate anything. They haven't been able to put down any deep vision. In fact, they don't have good defensive coverage either. They really need to get down control wards around their jungle camps. As you can see, Ashe mousing over one of the control wards. They need a line of control wards to have a line of scrimmage to defend, because if they walk out to the river, plenty of ways to be picked by Malzahar, Lee Sin, and Zyra in particular. To defend vision as well, and that means that Jin Air continues to push it up, and there's just few safe places for Kongdu to farm.
We'll have to see when Seoul wants to opt into that QSS. As for now, we'll be building up towards that Hurricane, so you probably expect it to come in as a third item or a 2.5 item, I guess.
I mean, the Hurricane gives that 30% CDR with the Essence Reaver and the utility core. And then from there, you're kind of free to go wherever you want. Infinity Edge if you're snowballing, and something like a Mercurial Scimitar, which desperately needed for Seoul. I think it's going a bit better.
Trying to defend this one. Sticking on top of So-On. Take a couple turret shots, but still has a lot of damage to trade back. What with that last Whisper in the Black Cleaver. So, all things considered, comes out pretty even. And gets that Keeper's Verdict away from Roach.
Got an Iceborne Gauntlet short of actually being able to take down the Jace. And will he actually have the liberty to build Iceborne Gauntlet against Ziggs from the bot lane? Probably no.
I mean, there's 3 AP damage sources on the side of Jin Air, and then 2 very strong ADs here in the Lee Sin and the Jace. So Roach is in a bit of a pickle when it comes down to his itemization.
I guess the one thing you could say is that he's going to spend a lot of the game matching Jace.
Trying to.
Couldn't really fault him for going for a lane-focused build, which would be picking up something like the Iceborne Gauntlet. Then he shows up in the team fight.
Oh.
Will get exploded by things like that Mega Infernal Bomb.
You can see Soul, not even caught in the inner circle of that, still takes about 30% of his HP and damage. Punch clearing out that ward over Baron, takes a little bit damage, and the answer is the Tiamat triggers him. But So-On, surprisingly, looking very good on this Jace, who weren't sure how he was going to manage.
I think surprising, given his reputation as a solo queue aggressive laning focused player like Riven, I wouldn't say I'm surprised about the Jace. I just think the setups and kind of how safe he's been with his aggression. You know, we saw someone like Huni who struggled to make the Jace work against Afrika. Ended up being too safe and not aggressive enough. Feels like So-On has drawn the right balance in this game and got more objectives as a result. Things are a bit quiet now.
They are 4.7 thousand gold in the lead is Jin Air. 3 turrets to 0. The only thing Kongdu really has going for them at this point is that Infernal Drake that they're able to pick up at the start of the game. There is a second one spawning in about 1.5 minutes. Could be a very big pickup for them if they're able to find it, because as you go into the late game, again, the scaling on that Rise is going to be immense, as well as the Ashe.
CS value is also pretty good, apart from predictably the Poppy still struggling in bot lane. Starting to play around the Infernal Drake, as you say, want to pick that up. Look like they're just going to give up the inner turret. Could be exploded at any point. But that does mean that Jace can't really walk up to the Poppy for now. Kind of knew that Rek'Sai was playing around that side of the jungle.
He's going to start roaming his way back down here, so good to see Punch come in, try to net themselves a kill. Roach got the turret down to about half. Punch comes over the wall, Edge, looking for maybe the Realm Warp in. Here it comes, So-On, going to flash away, won't be able to get that on Burrow. Edge still ghosting forward, he's able to get the Rune Prison, should have the damage to go ahead and take him out. There we go, the wall stun from Roach, really sealing the deal on him. But now, Oopsie arrives with a big kick onto Edge, straight into the Nethergrass. He's going to get cleansed out of that one with the QSS, but gets popped up by the Strangledorns in the end. And now the arrival from the rest of the members of Jin Air will be able to clean house as they take out Kongdu Monster. Umti not going to go down in the end, gets the W back up to pick up the double kill. That's a 3-for-1 in favor of Jin Air. And hope starting to look lost for Kongdu Monster here in game 2.
Really sick kick coming out of Umti at the start. And Punch doesn't get the knock up and then unburrows, so actually he's providing nothing, just walking to melee range as the Rek'Sai. Sure, they take him down, but the big hero here is Umti. Already had Deadman's Plate for the mobility. Knocked up the Rise. Good target selection. Sure, they eject the Malzahar, but the damage has been done. Nice cleanup from the bot lane as well. About as good a turn as you could ask for from Jin Air, and it was fine for Jace. Jace in general played very respectful until his team was on the right side of the map, and even though he gave up his life, the resulting trade for Jin Air was ideal.
And just look at all the objectives that they are just collecting right now. The Infernal Drake going to go over to them, so the matching Kongdu in that regard. There's going to be a third one spawning that could be second for either team that's able to snatch it up, but they got the tier 2 in top. They got the tier 2 in mid.
Thought about it.
Yeah, this would be insanely risky by Kongdu. Don't think they can really commit to this objective. Soul throws out the Ash Arrow, does find So-On, but he takes no damage. Meanwhile, Cougar goes low. The plant's just ripping right through him. Mega Inferno Bomb comes up with the kill. Teddy showing off his accuracy with these so far. Picks up yet another one. And now Jin Air. Do they want to just go ahead and try to hound down these members of Kongdu, or do they themselves want to turn onto the Baron?
They don't really have too many other initiation options, barring another insane kick from Umti, so they back away. As you say, they could turn on to Baron. Because Umti's gone, pretty damage focus. Only really the Dead Man's Plate for tanking is on the entire team. Would have to be a group effort tanking Baron, and Rise and Ash could potentially clean that up. So probably smart to back away for now. 2 picks and a Baron, but just the one is probably not enough.
Things really unraveling now here for Kongdu. Down over 7,000 gold. Jin Air have just kept up the pressure. And I mean, that big sweep going, able to go from the tier 2 and top, take that one out, rotate all the way down to the bottom, pick up 3 kills into mid, into Dragon. It's just been looking really good for Jin Air so far here in Game 2, something that was severely lacking in Game 1, but mostly due to Umti having such a better game.
Yeah, as you can say, Umti struggled a bit in the MVP series, struggled extensively in Game 1, but with the Graves banned away, Punch can't get that same playmaking on the Rek'Sai, even though he has 100% kill participation himself. And Jin Air have really started this draft well, and now they're turning on to Baron.
Yep, Cougar comes around, throws that control ward in. They're going to go ahead and force the TP, so Jin Air could be happy with that pickup. Do they disengage? Looks like the answer will be yes. They'll just take a little bit of damage on the back end, so they'll still maintain vision control for the most part inside the pit. But now, where do they want to pressure up? Bot turret not really in a great spot. Mid tier 2 already taken. Breaking the inhibitor would still be a bit difficult for them.
If Jin Air was able to draw out the teleport from Roach but keep Jace's teleport, this would have been a lot more options for them. Now the game is a bit narrower because it was the trade of teleports.
Yeah, could see things stagnate from here and really start shifting back into the Jin Air mode. They've been pressing their advantages quite well in these last few minutes, so maybe they realize, you know what, we've been doing really well. We've been keeping up the pressure. Let's go ahead and take a step back and really drag this one out.
Well, I think that kind of has to be the way, though, Achilles. I know it's a meme that Jin Air really have to pull out games. They like to play in the super late game. It's just every objective for Jin Air is free before inhibitor turrets, because when you get to an inhibitor turret, you start to funnel up. If Poppy gets a 3-man ultimate, it doesn't matter how many damage items are put together. They're very squishy members of Jin Air. And Rise and Ash's item builds are starting to hit high gear.
Yeah, Seraphs has been completed here from Edge as he stacks up.
Rite of Ages will come through before 29 minutes, as we noted at 18 minutes. So the item builds are starting to come together. If they're poking on an outer turret and can threaten to dive, sure. But they cannot dive an inhibitor turret with this lineup, barring the most insane of all kicks from Umti. So this could be where the game does stalemate unless Jin Air can get a play around Baron to find a way to close the game.
Interestingly, Soul, I believe he's had that Null Magic Mantle for a while, but opted to go for a BF Sword. Wants to get more damage in for these extended skirmishes rather than prioritizing the QSS. That does make him susceptible to those Nether Grasps for quite some time. Haven't seen how much cash he's got in the bank at the moment, so could be a ways away from having that very crucial item completed. Vision Wars in full effect around this Baron pit. They're going to have to shift their attention more than likely, though, rather soon, as the minute and 45, that third Infernal Drake will be spawning. Final Drake of the game before we see the Elder poke his head out on the Rift.
A pretty free objective, it seems, for Jin Air. Kongdu can only put all their resources in defending one of Baron and Dragon, and even though it's Infernal, Baron will always win that war. Yeah, the easy objectives are gone. Only the inner and bot, but no point playing around that. So for now, game stalls out. Kongdu's builds start to get there. They can find themselves less than an item behind their opponents. They have initiation on both range and a flank teleport from the Poppy. So all is not lost yet for Kongdu, even though so far so good from Jin Air Green Wings.
Yeah. And I like that. You can see Kuzan was actually fishing up towards the backside of the pit, waiting for Guga to wrap around and try to clear this vision so he can just hit him with another grasp. He's feeling safe. He's going to walk forward. Oh, but he gets the ward in time. Kuzan not able to lock him down with the ultimate, which would have certainly led to a kill onto the Karma.
It's a really good control ward spot just because a ranged auto attacker can't take it from outside the pit. Only a Caitlyn, for example, at that range. Will be cleared, but it's more and more time for Poppy to trade farm with Jace, the game to slow down. This suits Kongdu.
I was going to say you could get it with a rapid fire cannon, but the ward would just regain its health before you get your charges back
Good
up.
point. No bursting down wards. Only Shyvana can do that, I believe, with the Q.
Dragon 5 seconds out, though. Still zero vision for either team. You can see Jin Air will have the upper hand. The ping's already coming out. They're going to start roaming down that way.
Triple QSS now, so suddenly more and more people can look to put down control wards. They haven't got any setup. Setup around Baron has been perfect, but the cost is any hope of taking down the Infernal Drake.
So now not only is that double Infernal Drake, but that's triple Dragon here for Jin Air for when that Elder spawns. So that'll definitely be a very juicy target for them. That's when you start, having to wonder, should we go for the Baron? Should we trade that for the Elder Dragon? Or should we just go ahead, pick that up and give the Elder over to Kongdu? Because it wouldn't profit them that much. Give them 12% increase on the stats.
Kongdu being very respectful. Pushing a minion wave, but don't have any vision to be able to walk up even onto the outer top lane turret.
And even if they tried to take it, they could just be a Mega Infernal Bomb out from Teddy.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, at best, I'm getting 2 autos and an Infernal Bomb, or just killed from a gank that I couldn't spot out. So you do the math there, and smart just to back away.
Yep. Lose-lose scenario for the most part. Soul, you can see them. They're waiting, just trying to see if somebody wants to come shove this wave. But Jin Air, they want to focus their attention down around mid. Even after spotting all of them, it's just going to be Soul backing off yet again, just trying to keep the waves crashing and let the minions do the work, take down the turret.
If you remember the Siege comp that KT ran, that I've referenced a couple of times, the big difference between that comp and this comp is this is a burst comp. They don't have Azir for consistent damage. Sure, you could argue Hyper or the W, the Hyperdrive from Jace is something similar, but it's certainly not Azir in the big range on the Sand Soldiers. So that's why Guardian Angels are being purchased here. Big item, will negate burst. Siege is oppressive, but as you can see, they can't walk up and auto-attack the turret just yet.
Yep. Roach, though, still getting whittled down. Snowflower with his plants, doing quite a bit of work there onto that Poppy.
No real teleport ward means not an angle for the Poppy to punish just yet. Realm Warp would help, though.
Realm Warp's
Here we
come
go!
through. He gets locked up by the Ash Arrow. He's going to flash away immediately. If he can stop mid-air by Roach. Goes in with the stun, locks up Kuzan. He's going low, but they still can't finalize the kill. Edge not able to get into auto-attack range, and the Malzahar will live to tell another tale. See Kongdu still getting chunked out. Several members going low. They will have to peel back. Roach gets hit by that Sonic Wave. He does not want to go in with the Resonating Strike. Big Shock Blast onto Soul and Punch. That they're going to have to peel back. One bouncing bomb from Teddy would kill the Ash. They have to peel back, so big engagement from Kongdu, but they're still unable to come up with a kill.
But still, it's so close with 7,000 gold disadvantage, Achilles, and that lets you know that taking that turret will prove frustrating for Jin Air. Their setups around Elder Dragon and Baron are what are going to win this game. Lucky thing for them is because they have a couple or 3 Dragon stacks, Elder Dragon is almost as much of a must-contest objective as Baron is, so having multiple places to fight around the map is so important. If you only have one, then red side, especially for the Baron, can just stall over the wall, can't take the Baron, but red side will be considerably out of position for an Elder Dragon take. It might just have to be a free objective given over to the Jin Air Green Wings, so having those stacks do give a backup win condition, which is desperately needed for Jin Air.
Yep. And you can see there, about 34 minutes. First tower finally going down in favor of Kongdu Monsters. The minions knock down that tier 1 bot. Top still going to prove elusive. Kuzan pushing in for some vision control. Takes a little bit of damage from the Baron, but he is still very healthy to stick around. Has to be cautious, though. Doesn't have the Ghost or the Flash available.
It's such a weird scenario for Jin Air because if they just continue to play calculated, the gold lead becomes more and more irrelevant and they may just lose a fight straight up. Do they take a 50-50 Baron? Sure, they can DPS it down quickly, but if they lose the Baron, they also probably lose. So how they problem solve here, it's a tricky one, Achilles.
Yeah. Both these teams have struggled immensely when it comes to closing out games, and Jin Air still showing that hesitation, wanting to play things very safely. They're starting to rotate back over towards this Baron, likely to clear out some wards. The Hawk Shot comes through, so they do identify that it's not being taken yet. Cougar just desperately trying to keep a hold of that control ward. And looks like the tanks will just go ahead and return down to the bottom lane, so on. Gonna try to keep up that pressure. Both he and the Poppy have TPs up, so they could join at a moment's notice.
This is about as good a vision line as Jin Air has been able to create, so that's why they've started the Baron, as we can tell.
Yep, see going in on the backside of the pit. Edge, he uses the Realm Orb to come down on top of So On and try to take him out, but you can see he's got plenty of damage to trade back. We'll try to sprint his way out of here. Pops the Flash. Baron now down below half HP. Punch waiting in the wings, looking for a smite opportunity. Soul gets chunked up with a Mega Inferno Bomb. Baron down below 3K. Snowflower goes low, pops out the Strangle Thorns. Will not catch the Rek'Sai.
Oh boy!
They're trying to delay. That's going to be the Nethergrass coming through, and the Baron is picked up by Teddy with the last hit, but now Kuzan gets jumped on. Ash Arrow from Soul not going to connect. They are able to take out the Malzahar. So far, 2 members of Jin Air dead. Edge not able to pinch in time to really lock down any of these 3 remaining members of Jin Air. But now Kongdu, they're going to try to counter push in onto these turrets. They'll at least come up with a tier 1. Can they get more? Punch and Cougar both very low.
And no front line means that they were able to take the first turret. Snowflower's backing. I don't know if it was quite envisioned. They're trying to brute force this, but so much damage from the Ziggs.
Big shield comes out, though, from Cougar using the Mantra to try to empower that, but you can see they still just aren't able to do it. Now with these Baron-empowered minions arriving, they will go ahead and have to kite back, and now it's time for concern, truly for Kongdu Monster, as the Elder is going to be spawning in 25 seconds, and Jin Air have the Baron.
Yeah, they have the Baron, as you say. They will also get in position very soon. Big investment here from Kongdu. It meant that there would never be a true fight around Baron. So eventually, very slowly, taking down So On, who flashed away. We'll see how many summons had to be used. That was 1 first from the Poppy. Let's see if Kongdu, if Edge also had to use summoners. He did not, so that's at least something. Didn't have flash up anyway.
And here we go.
Edge is only now backing, so this should be pretty free for the side of Jin Air.
Yep, I mean, he does have a Realm Orb, but you can see they're just shredding through this Elder Dragon at the moment. Punch wrapping around from the back, does have the GA. You have to think he's going to have to go for the Hail Mary play. Gets Nethergrass immediately. Elder Dragon not quite low enough. They're going to go ahead and peel off. So On will be tanking this up as they just try to kill off this Rek'Sai in the back lines. Gets kicked away. Sonic Wave comes through. Teddy comes up with the killing blow. Kongdu Monster, can they find the Miracle Seal? They eject Umte. Can they get it? They do. That's going to be Edge coming up with the pickup. Realm Warp comes down. They're all going to exit together. Massive pickup for Kongdu Monster. That might just keep their dreams alive.
Look at Roach. Actually made a massive play. As you say, ejecting out the Lee Sin. There would have been no smite contest. Lee Sin used his smite, but not enough to take it down. And they're trying to fast rotate into mid. They realize they gaffed. It was a big mistake, but they want to answer here and force something.
Soul goes low. That bouncing bomb certainly would have killed him, and now the turret just absolutely being shredded down by Jin Air. This should be the inhibitor going over to them, just unable to defend it. Soul still being chased on by Kuzan. Doesn't want to flash in to try to go for the steal.
Dead.
But yeah, that's actually going to be Teddy going down Edge, able to come up with the kill. Looks like he flashed in, got the root, and was able to burst him
They
with a
want
combo.
more.
Cougar's coming in, flashes the wall. The tether comes down, but Snowflower will flash in response and take him out to safety. Now Kuzan going over the wall, still has his flash available, but Punch has arrived. Umburo won't connect. They're still trying to kill him. Meanwhile, Soul duking it out with Snowflower, comes up with the kill, won't go down, and that is 4 kills picked up for Kongdu Monster on Jin Air.
This game exploded to life. First with the really nice steal from Kongdu Monster onto the Drake, and then Jin Air realized, okay, when this Baron buff wears out, we can't teamfight against this enemy team. We need all the objectives now, because we may never get a better time. But the big story was specifically Edge and the AoE taking down Ziggs with Ziggs dead. Everyone runs in different directions. The siege comp from Jin Air, no way for them to step up. And now against the run of play, Kongdu might have been able to weather the storm, because with these death timers being so long, they're actually finally getting a lot of the standing gold they were unable to get earlier in the game.
I mean, the tier 1 going down, they get the tier 2 in mid, just about there, yeah.
It's
Was able to take
1,500
it out.
gold, Achilles, and this red side team outscales Jin Air hardcore.
Kongnu Monster have to position perfectly from here on out so that they don't get popped. There is an innate summoner spell advantage right now on the side of Jin Air for the key carries. Edge and Soul both without their flashes. Teddy has both of his summoners available. So if he finds Soul, gets that Mega Inferno Bomb down, that should be the Ashe falling.
But I think quite simply, Jin Air can't 5-man group around either top lane or bot lane. They need to play the map. They need Jace to be the ultimate equalizer for Kongdu, because Kongdu is just going to use the ultimate here from the Rise, Realm Warp into the backline, and then Poppy and Rek'Sai will wreck the backline alongside the Rise, who is now getting to basically unkillable status. If they can play the map specifically, Jace in the bot lane, the other 4 in the top lane, and avoid a hard engage, they have a chance, but the setups here are so difficult that Jin Air will have to be precise, otherwise brute force Kongnu Monster have enough ways to initiate to force another fight and win the game.
I mean, I gotta say, the way that Kongnu is playing this latter half of the game, even if they lose, I am very excited to see Game 3, because this has turned into quite the competitive series, even for the bottom 2 squads right now, or well, tied for 8th place currently is Jin Air.
Well, the excitement is it's not a fiesta. This is not poor play. Kongdu played a very ordered Game 1, took that down in good fashion. Jin Air were ahead, but ahead with a poke comp is always such a slippery slope. And the game is starting to swing slowly back to Kongdu. But certainly not decided just yet.
See, Soul still very susceptible to those shock blasts. Mega Inferno Bomb does come out, blindly thrown by Teddy, so won't hit onto Soul and chunk out the Ashe even further. He's got that Mercurial Scimitar, so he's got enough lifesteal to go ahead, just soak up the waves in the top lane, keep himself healthy.
1,300 gold now the difference between the 2 teams. You asked me which team is stronger, Double Infernal, 1,000 gold odd lead, Jin Air or Kongdu. I'd still say Kongdu, specifically with the scalings. But the gold lead doesn't really count for much.
Ashe fishing for it. Ashe Arrow comes through onto Snowflower. He'll be all right as Roach goes very far forward, taking a lot of damage in the exchange. Othergrass comes down, but that's going to be a very big redemption to pop him back up around half HP. Has a Guardian Angel still to rely on. So can play recklessly like that, but they get a lot of summoner spells for it. Kuzan popping the Ghost, popping the Flash. So-ons as well.
How do Malzahar and Jace position now with no summoners? Very difficult for that duo to get much done in the next 4 to 5 minutes. That gives Kongdu control over the map for perhaps the first time all game. And finally they can put down Vision. Suddenly the tunnel network is on the Jin Air side of things. They can push up Vision. They haven't been able to stick Vision more optimistically or more aggressively than their own Raptors for 40 minutes. Suddenly the map is free here for Kongdu. Double Guardian Angel available. 6-item Rise, including a Luden's Echo, interestingly. The reason here is that, you know, Malzahar's not going to build any magic resist. Sure, there's QSS onto Snowflower, but no more than that. Everyone is squishy on the side of on the side of Jin Air. Why not go for the earlier game spike, the extra movement speed, acquire a target, and 1 round of spells will easily delete basically anyone on the side of Jin Air if you Rise.
Baron has respawned. Rise control coming through from both sides.
374 move speed now without any other items.
Quite a bit. You can see they want to go for a TP play here. Roach has a couple different options that he could approach with this. Going to go ahead, pop this one right in front of Jin Air as they start up the Baron. It's down to half HP already. Pitching in from the side. Keeper's Guardian comes through. Clear target onto Umpty. Actually just going to go ahead and turn, stuns him into the wall. He flashes over, has that Guardian Angel still keeping him alive and in the fight. Got an ejection onto Teddy, but not the most relevant. He's got so much long-range power. Realm Warp coming through. They're going to go right in on top of Jin Air yet again. Strangledorns comes through, pops up Roach, pops up Punch, but they're jumping straight in onto Kuzan, and he's going to go down. They answer a kill with Guger. Dragon's Rage comes through, big kick as Edge goes down. That's going to be a massive opening for Jin Air as they flash forward. Soul desperately trying to kite back, but he just can't do it. A double kill, a triple kill will be picked up by Umpty as the Sonic Wave connects in onto the face of Soul. Now Roach all on his lonesome. GA the only thing keeping him alive. He will go down, and you have to think that is going to be the game. The death timers are just so long. They can burst down this inhib, and Jin Air, they're going to keep this series going. They're going to take us to game 3.
One setup mistake from Kongdu is what really cost them. They were too quick on the teleport from Roach. Then they turned in a position where they weren't really going to get much value. Once they channeled up that ultimate from Roach, he was the hero around Elder Dragon, bit of a villain around Baron, you'd have to say. No pressure onto Teddy, no pressure onto the damage. It means that Jin Air turned the fight, turned the game they had the lead for so long. Looked like perhaps it was going to get away from them. It doesn't. They stick the landing, do the Jin Air Green Wings. And now we're on to Game 3 in what has been a very competitive series.
Really back and forth there. Kongdu Monster almost able to bring out the 2-0 for their first match win, but now Jin Air able to fight back. They collected themselves by the end of that game, and they come out on top, and they will force us into a Game 3. Kongdu Monster go back over to the blue side, which does increase their chances of getting Graves for punch.
As you say, let's see if the blue side does take the victory. It's been the higher win rate around the world. It's gone blue side so far this series. Honda was so close. It looked like, in my estimation, they would win this game, but dramatic misfire on a single fight. Carries go down. No way for them to turn the fight. Good stuff from Jin Air, but could have been a different result for Kongdu. They'll certainly be kicking themselves if they can't pick up the win in the last one, because this was their series to finally get one on the board.
Yeah, 2-0 victory would have been so much for these guys to try to start clawing their way back up the rankings to get prepped for round 2, but for now, that will be evading them. Have to look for this Game 3 as they move back over to the blue side. Jin Air looked out of sorts when we saw them in Game 1, so let's see if Kongdu can replicate their performance. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will have this third and final game between Kongdu and Jin Air. We'll see who will be the victor, because both of these teams desperately needing a win.
Specifically Kongdu coming into IEM very soon, needing every bit of confidence they can get. A lot of good things to take from the first 2 games, but not a 2-0 like you said, and who knows what's going to happen in the last match.
Yep, MT looking much better on that Lee Sin, so certainly something that he could bring out on the red side here in Game 3. This one's for all the marbles. Both sides desperately wanting that win. Jin Air need to get themselves out of that 8th place spot, move up to 7th. So we'll go ahead, get ready to jump into that break, and then when we come back, we will have that third and final game, so don't go anywhere, guys. It's been a bit of an explosive series, not one that we necessarily predicted, but explosive all the same. We'll be back in just a few.
Sweet talk so sweet that I'm getting it too big, too good to be good, shouldn't eat it. You talk like you need me, like you never leave me, until I begin to believe it. I was good on my own until you came along, waiting for me to fold. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why do you take it? How come you bought it just to break it? If you don't love me, then don't say you do. Days pass since I'd seen a trace of your face, heard some new young things.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a look at the damage charts here from Game 1. So-On apparently did a lot of damage on that Chase, as well as Teddy there on the Ziggs.
It's actually So-On's first ever LCK game victory. So congratulations to So-On. Played a game in summer 2015, a couple of games spread over the course since then, but never registered a victory. Got some wins in Casper Cup, but not in the LCK. So congratulations to him. He would have been considered also for the MVP, you'd have to think, but let's see who it fell to. Certainly has been racking them up when Jinair have been winning, and he picks up another one here.
And he will, 92% kill contribution there on that Lee Sin. Lined up some pretty crazy Dragon's Rage kicks that I'm sure we're going to see in the highlight reel in a minute. But third MVP win for him, so just inching behind the leaders who currently have about 500 points at the top.
Doing his best flawless impression, where even if Lee Sin's on the meta, you're like, do we ban Lee Sin against And that's just a sign of how good his Lee Sin games have been. Some of his other performances, Rengar, for example, left a bit to be desired, but this kick especially was the icing on the cake. Just beautiful. Good cleanup here from Jinair, who profited on So-On being safe with his positioning, and sure, dying, but the amount of investment in terms of positioning on the map meant that the cleanup was very easy for Jinair. And even though it started off pretty quietly, and you're like, okay, Scaling Comp might get there. Scaling Comp almost got there, except this fight was a botched one from Kongdu. Roach gives up his health bar, Punch also. No pressure onto either So-On or Teddy. Meant that Jinair could put out damage, didn't have to worry about their squishy members being DPS down, and a lot of that space was created by so well-deserving MVP for him.
Yep. And I mean, we talk about how sometimes, or a lot of time rather, the damage charts don't really tell the story of the game. This time especially, definitely did not. I mean, Kongdu, you would think that they got completely stomped out looking at those damage charts, but all of that damage was basically backloaded into the last 15 minutes or so of the game, where they really started to come online and look like contenders against Jinair in Game 2. Unfortunately for them, that first win still going to be just outside of their grasp, because now they have to beat Jinair yet again in Game 3 if they want to come out on top. So Malzahar will be the first thing banned away, and likely from Kongdu we'll see bans similar to that of Game 1. The Malzahar, Zyra, and Jace we could see taken away. Picks, all three picks that Jinair utilized very well in Game 2.
Ziggs is another interesting one. Warps the bot lane a little bit, so blue side ban on Ziggs is possible as well, but it will lead off with So-On's Jace, so at least one top lane pressure strategy off the board.
They're banning Varus first, not the Graves. Do you think that we're going to be seeing, Camille and Rengar perhaps left available?
It's a very interesting question. The Varus ban definitely doesn't show a hand. LeBlanc must be banned. The third ban will be the complete bit of information. I think there is definitely a strategy from Jinair where they leave a lot up and just see how highly Kongdu will prioritize things like the Graves, for example, over other junglers, AD carries as well. They have consistently been taking the Graves, but not necessarily as high as first pick. And with Rengar banned on blue, it seemed like Kongdu wanted to thin out the high-level champion, because now the top 4 picks are all gone, and you could understand Kongdu just first picking Graves.
Yeah. Last time we saw them play was the Ashe that they really heavily prioritized for that massive wave clear composition in bottom Ashe Karma, but it will be Graves for Punch. He's looked the most comfortable on this, so they will snatch it up, but Jinair could very well answer with an Ashe.
And Ashe Zyra certainly could be taken. Perhaps the strongest laning duo lane. That's what I'd like to see Jinair respond with. Is an argument to not pick up the Zyra, but I think Zyra's reliability, even in the face of soft counters like Misfortune, makes her by far the highest priority. But with Lee Sin taken first, it seems it's more about hiding picks than it is necessarily about picking power. I feel like if you leave up Ashe and Zyra, then it'll either be the Ashe Karma draft or the Ashe Zyra draft from Kongdu, because why not? It's worked every time they've had access to it. So that's why I do like the Ashe takeaway, so at least push priority in terms of both members of bot lane will not necessarily be observed. Soul mousing over the Kalista. Been waiting for the reword Kalista, or buffed Kalista, I guess is a better way to put it, to make it onto the Rift. Jinair have been relying more on squishy lineups because So-On isn't as adept as tanks as he is at carries, but we'll see the Kalista one day, Achilles, but maybe not today.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to just keep being pushed off for another time, as Jin will be the lock-in here for Soul, so very big comfort for him
Now do you kind of have to go for Zyra? If you go for Jhin and Karma, which makes sense, Karma helps with the pushing, Ashe Misfortune is a great answer to that lane. It's exactly what Rox Tigers were doing to SKT back at the semifinals of Worlds. With a potential deletion on one member, but the movement speed has really come up trumps. And if the Ashe arrow misses, Jhin Karma have a very happy time in lane against Misfortune, so may not even see the Misfortune draft from Jhin. Kongru sticks with what works. You know, that duo we've talked about so often has been Graves and the support Karma. And they pair it together again, and looks like it will be the return of the support that's kind of been making up the tier list recently in the Nami.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf kind of, you know, bringing that back in a decent way. Lost with it, but still looked like one of the best performing members on SKT at the time. So Nami will be the lock-in for Snowflower. So not going to see that Zyra snatched up in the end.
Ryze, Maokai, and Corki are the big picks to be considered for the second round of draft. Looks like Jhin aren't willing to first pick it on red, even with Cassiopeia potentially around as an answer. Maybe angling towards the Maokai pick. Maokai looks even stronger with Shen now being banned from Kongdu. So Maokai and Corki, those are the two first pick on red side champions that for now are not accounted for. And with Maokai banned, looks like Jhin heavily setting up for that Corki.
We'll see where they're going to go with that top lane pool. The Jason not available for So-On hasn't been performing on the Maokai. Now that it's banned away, would have to go for perhaps another tank unless he wants to run something a bit more aggressive in top lane. Rumble was something that he showed in the Kesper Cup.
Nautilus is probably one that is in his wheelhouse. Poppy versus Nautilus is very much shaping to be a top lane matchup. We saw Roach attempt the Rumble. That will be an answer to both those champions, but didn't look too pretty.
Attempt was
How
generous.
about So-One's Rumble? Rumble is definitely the power pick in this scenario, but
They're
it's
going to
always
take it
been
blind.
execution heavy. Smeb and Marin, two of the best Rumble players, are very happy to play it, but when you fall down the tier list of Rumble players, as we said, we already saw Roach struggling on it. Would be So-One's first professional game on Rumble, I believe, although I can check that in a moment. Nautilus, an understandable counter, and the Syndra's been banned a lot tonight.
And he played it as a loss into the Rox Tigers, old Rox Tigers during the Kesper Cup.
Okay, so Kesper Cup exclusive for him. So Syndra versus Corki could certainly be the mid lane matchup, but what about something different? Uzad has been mousing over the Katarina a few times. Or will it be the Vladimir? I don't believe the Vladimir buffs are online in 7.2. I'd have to check. I did have some buffs in 7.3, I believe.
I think you're correct in that regard, but looks like we might not see it yet.
And the Corki is
They realize what patch we're on, so Corki does come through in the end.
The Corki is the obvious pick, so no surprise about that one. Can often have a happy time laning against Syndra, can also very comfortably take exhaust for a double exhaust team comp to deal with that Syndra in fights. But can certainly be a skill matchup. If you get an early kill on the Syndra, then there's that potential that Squishy AD carry walks into lane, there's kill pressure consistently, or you delay the Trinity Force so much, forcing the Corki to go into an emergency mode Malmortius. So skill matchup in mid between these two, and another balanced draft. To me, the big game breaker is So-One. How is his Rumble looking? Because Rumble can certainly run away with this game in multiple different ways.
Yeah. I mean, we weren't sure how he was going to look on the Jace. Looks quite good on that one, but Rumble, very mechanically heavy. Have to be managing that heat.
7.3 is when those Vladimir buffs come through, so maybe a future pick to return to the world's meta of Vladimir versus Syndra.
Can't wait. But yeah, I mean, the Syndra here for Edge is going to be such a big question mark on the side of Kongdu. We saw how much power, or how much pressure, rather, he was able to lay down on Kuzan, who was playing on the Corki. He was on Orianna that time around. So if Edge can have a similar performance on Syndra, that could give him the lead, or at least force that early Hex Drinker out from Kuzan and delay that Trinity Force quite heavily. Soul back over onto this Jhin, something that's historically been quite strong for him. It's been a little bit lackluster as of late.
Graves Karma, fourth time out. So far, 2 victories, 1 loss for that duo on the side of Kongdu. Punches the game breaker in game 1. Can he get it done again?
We'll have to find out, see if he can get himself an MVP win. But let's go ahead, get on to Summoner's Rift for this third and final game of our first match of the night. It's Kongdu Monster versus Jhin Air Green Wings. All right, here we are on Summoner's Rift. Things looking a bit similar to Game 1. Kongdu Monster going to be face checking in onto Jin Air. Roach leading the charge, already knocked down quite low. Gets the shield, has to flash out of the backside, but several members of Jin Air has been popped. Umti flashing over the wall, almost goes down. Orb from Edge not going to connect onto Snowflower. They'll whittle them away, but lots of Summoner spells blown on both sides. Soul coming over the wall. That's going to be the first blood as he picks up one onto Kuzan. Another devastating start for Jin Air.
And the level 1s for Kongdu have really been working out. First blood going on to Soul means double longsword start is possible. Could even pick up boots to sidestep, but I think the longsword is likely. This was the right order. Conga line with Roach in the front. He hadn't skilled, so he was able to take W and had both his W shield and also having up the Keystone Mastery as well.
Yeah, heal
Courage
from
of the Colossus
Soul keeps
and the
him
heal.
alive.
Yeah, so a lot was invested to keep him up, but Soul and Guger, man, had the big balls. They went for the very aggressive flash to cut the most distance between the enemies. Knew that there was no W or flash available for Kuzan. Nice stuff for them, and it's chaos in terms of summoner spells. Teddy has flash, and so does Edge.
Everything else has been used other than the teleports. Absolutely insane, so 8 summoner spells blown on both sides.
And the happiest people are going to be Soul, of course, but gotta say, Jungler's Paradise also for Punch and Umti. Almost no summoners up. Strong CC in the lanes for both Edge and Roach means that if Punch keeps up his breakneck pace on the Graves, might actually be a ganking rather than battle ward performance for him, because a lot of good lanes for Graves to enter.
Yeah. Poor Roach, the only one that didn't get that assist coming through. He had to hightail it out of there from the get-go. Umti, of course, off the backside of that first blood, not going to be having as rough of a start as we saw, where he wasn't able to pick up any of his camps.
Had to come back to So-Wan for a moment. You look at his solo queue. 29 games on Rumble so far this season. He's actually ranked 65 on Challenger. We do have a rank 1 Challenger in this game on his team in Snowflower, who still is beating out Peanut by about 80 points. But highest win rate on that Rumble of the champions he's played over 25 games. So clearly, at least in solo queue, the Rumble mechanics are coming together.
See if he's able to transition that here into LCK.
Such an important pick. You need those champions that will have lane control, and Rumble has lane control on all of the tank champions in the meta right now. Why you see it so frequently from a Freaker and KT.
Well, for now, this gives a nice upper hand to Kongdu pretty much across the board. That double longsword, especially for Soul, is just going to be so crucial since he can get that Serrated Dirk out very early. Kuzan for now, having decent presence in the mid lane, has that Corrupting Potion to keep himself healthy. And Punch is going to see our first visitation for him up into this top lane, but Umti is here to match. Electro Harpoon will not connect. Sonic Wave comes out, but doesn't want to follow that one forward. So just going to be a stalemate.
The sort of good positioning from Umti, the sort of thing that you won't see Spirit doing so much in our second series. They kind of leave Marin on an island and swings wildly both ways. When it works, it definitely works, as the SKT series showed. But that's sort of coverage that Rumble needs if you don't want him to fall down to the pre-5-minute ganks. Kind of predictable with no summoner spells being up, though.
Yeah. Marin has built a home for himself on that island. He doesn't want to leave anymore.
Excited for that second series will be Freaker versus BBQ.
I'm excited to see who's going to win this one, because, I mean, this, you know, a loss for Jin Air, to reiterate what I said at the beginning of the broadcast, would spell out 9th place for them. And Kongdu Monster, while they wouldn't advance up the board, this certainly would be a very strong showing for them and would help them start inching up. They could try to climb up past Jin Air and Rocks Tigers, who are currently bottoming out at the 8th place tie.
Again, the only other match before IEM is the match against KT Rolster, who, okay, coming off a loss to MVP, but still going to be a very different animal than Jin Air Green Wings. So any hope to take some momentum into IEM would kind of need to be sealed today.
And their follow-up match to KT is Afrika, so still 2 very formidable opponents.
If you're not beating, you know, BBQ, Jin Air Green Wings, Rocks Tigers, you're not beating many teams in this league, Achilles. It's a very powerful list of teams we've assembled this year. People really trying to equate it to things like 2014 summer season especially. But I know that I think we've got the most talent so far this season.
T coming around the side.
Nice side steps from Edge.
Yeah, nice side step. Look at that damage coming through. He throws out the ultimate, and he just rips Umti apart.
It just reached level 6. Nice turnaround. Had all the spheres on the Rift. And, I mean, all Kuzan could have done to help there would have been a flash exhaust, I guess, which would have been a massive investment. Wouldn't have overkilled by very much, but we talked about Syndra getting the lead at this lane so frequently. We've seen Corkis really just survive through the laning phase. Didn't happen this time.
Yeah. I mean, just really great reaction from Edge. As soon as MT showed, just flashing away to safety. And just, man, that burst of damage coming out had to be unexpected if you're MT, because I did not see that one coming, and I don't think he did either.
Sticking around here. They can get some stuns. I was really hoping that Kuzan would use all of his mana. If he QE'd, he wouldn't have had mana for Valkyrie. Also gives jungle control over for Punch, and suddenly, see Graves in the red side jungle. Umti's having flashbacks to game 1.
Yep. So just how oppressive Punch was able to be on this Graves, and he's going to be looking to replicate that yet again as he starts up the red.
It's a really good team call. That's why Syndra stayed. It was an obvious time to back, but stayed because he wanted to allow Punch to invade onto the red buff. Good clean shot calling from Kongdu. Also had Nautilus rotating first from the top lane as well.
Yep. And Edge was hovering just by the Raptors. So all of Kongdu seemingly on the same page. That's going to cost MT that red buff, so a lot of gank pressure being alleviated, getting rid of that buff, and that's going to cause him to fall further behind in experience.
If Lee Sin doesn't fall down there, Kuzan picks up Hex Drinker. I don't think there would have ever been enough pressure between top and mid lane for those sort of invades to be safe. Corki usually will have the first reaction to ganks. But because the kill goes down, suddenly Edge has those extra items. Suddenly it might be risky to play around defending red side invades because it's Syndra ready to play.
No one pushing forward. Roach has the ultimate. It's going to go ahead and pop out the depth charge. He gets knocked up. They flash forward for the slow on the Riptide. Takes a big burst of damage. Holding on to the flash. Just is going to go ahead, give himself over, and Punch picks up another kill. Or his first kill, rather. An assist is what he had before. But 3-0 all the same for Kongdu Monster.
Yeah, that was also Edge roaming up to support. Would have been there for the turret dive if there was a flash defensively for So-One. Umti doesn't clear the ward. More interested about picking up a red buff, given that his was gone.
Doesn't want to waste the time
Big
to clear
collapse
that out.
coming here.
Cougar's wrapping around. He does kill that red in time, but he's got another ward to hop to over the wall. So he will get himself out safely. But yeah, not even able to come up with the Cloud Drake after Punch showing. Would have been a minute pickup, but the red buff seemingly more valuable here for MT.
Side has certainly been the way so far this season, this game as well. Those level 1 invades, sort of thing that Jin Air will have to really look at. Their defenses have been well answered in both games. They might have to vary their setups because it seems like they're predictable. Reed was very good from Kongdu in both Game 1 and Game 3.
It's been very nicely done by them. Edge opting in for his boots too early on. Kuzan, of course, going to be forced into that Hex Drinker. So we'll likely just see the Trinity Force start to come out very slowly. Dragon will get started up here for Jin Air. So still being proactive, still going to be getting themselves an objective, avoiding that perfect game from Kongdu Monster. Oh god, get perfect game by Kongdu Monster. That's really feels bad, man.
Time to consider other esports titles if that happens, I guess. Not that Overwatch is a more happy hunting ground against Kongdu.
Let's just reinvest fully into StarCraft at this point.
Hey, man. Gotta take your victories when you can get them. Hasn't been League of Legends for Kongdu so far this season.
Or Jin Air.
Hey, they got one. One's many more than 0. At least in percentage.
That's
in terms
true.
of true numbers, just 1.
They have twice as many game wins as Kongdu Monster.
That's not actually how math works at all. Oh, game wins.
Game
Okay, I thought you
wins.
meant match wins. I'm like, no, 1 and 0.
Yeah.
Yes, game wins, you're correct. Game wins may be big when it comes to working out who's going to be in the relegation tournament and who is not between these two teams, which, as of right now at least, both look likely to finish in the bottom 3 or 4.
Yeah. If you don't follow the Korean challenger, CJ Entus currently inching out ahead in first place over Ever 8 winners, who's in second. They've leveled up quite a bit. I think they were 4th or 5th place last season. They were down there, not really close to making it to the promote tournament.
They lost some key talent. I believe Knight was on Ever 8. I may be mistaken there, but I know that recently a couple of their mid laners have left and gone on to bigger and better things, or at least gone on to major leagues rather than staying in Challenger.
Now they have Helper.
That's right. Gone over there. Good old Helper. Man that tried to take Shy's position on CJ Entus back in 2015. Was on Samsung last year. Was on their world squad as well. Top lane. Bit of fighting here, but Vector's Cows suddenly is getting a lot better for the Nautilus.
Yep. So on a bit in between his items at the moment. Looks like he might just be going for Void Staff first after the boots too.
Most likely still going to be the Leandris. Builds out of the same items.
You are correct, sir. It's odd not seeing that first little bit come through. Going for the Blasting Wand.
And he went Blasting Wand into boots too, so...
Haunting Guys, there we go. I got to it eventually.
It's because of the order of items, he spent a lot of gold on the boots too, therefore didn't go for the Haunting Guys finish after the Blasting Wand start. Thrift shopping as he can. Predictably quiet. I mean, when it goes to game 3 between two teams desperate for a win, usually don't see too many decisive big plays.
I mean, you say that, but we had that Fiesta-ish start to this game. So still we're willing to go for some of those level 1 shenanigans.
Well, they pinched themselves now. They got over that excitement. Much more Jin Air League of Legends now. And then you start looking to the team comps in the late game. Feels like Kongdu have a slight lead, but certainly not a massive one. They only tank on the map. Speaking of tanks.
Yeah, Roach going for a very aggressive play onto Soon. Gonna have to flash the wall. If he comes in, flash. The Dragon's Rage coming through immediately. They lay out the red carpet for him, and that's gonna be one dead Nautilus. Killing blow goes over to Umti. And Roach just wrong place, wrong time, and he pays for that.
Yeah, clean stuff from Umti. Needed to hit the Q. Was willing to invest the flash as well. Nice kill onto the Nautilus. Rumble needs his help to be able to get any sort of lane control as they both kind of become teamfight beasts around this point unless you can get a significant item lead onto that Rumble. Looks
Very
like
nicely done, though.
first brick might be going over to Jin Air.
There they go, they got it. So that's going to go ahead and swing them into a very slight lead. So where it was about 800 down or so, now they're going to be up quite comfortably to start things off. Have that Dragon as well in their back pocket.
Haven't seen the spawn on the second one just yet. That information later. Actually, no, it's on the screen. Ocean Drake.
And now in 2 minutes.
Bot lane, after the double longsword start, predictably has been able to get the turret low. That's why Kongdu was spending so much time, around this bot side jungle, just to try and get that answering turret, but for now going to be slowed down.
Yeah, Punch shoved off that Gromp as well, so a bit of a time investment wasted. So they'll rotate over, pick up this red. Still in a very good spot. He's able to snatch up the blue. And there's another one coming up very shortly that he can hand over to Edge. So he can keep harassing out onto Kuzan. But for now, Kuzan gonna be a bit comfortable, safer now that the Hex Drinker is completed. You can see the key items. The Trinity Force coming through as the Phage is finished on top of the Sheen. So just gonna be about 630 some odd gold away from that completion.
A little bit more than that. From there, it's about
Oh, right, I'm not
gold.
Thinking, yeah, the finish on the
Zila's 1,000 from the dagger. Expensive nowadays, 1,300 gold. But it's all about completed items when the dragon spawns. First one, as you said, went over to Jin Air, but it seems like Kongdu have adjusted a lot of their setups more and more around the Ocean Drake.
Be the Stinger these days, isn't it?
Stinger, sorry, you're correct. It's still around 1,000 for the complete. Umti, he was in the enemy jungle, kind of reassesses that a lot of the vision line's been moved by Kongdu Monster, and now no longer wants to play as aggressively as he was, but that means he backs away. They're not in position now over the Drake, or indeed this very low outer turret in bot lane.
Snowflower holding onto that tidal wave, could pop it. Seems like it won't be needed quite yet. Edge starting to hover down around this bottom side of the map, but hasn't been able to really go for the firm push. Meanwhile, Sowan, he's running down from top, finds that control ward, so they will know exactly where the Rumble's at. Kongdu trying to play this one patiently, get a pick in river. If Jin Air pushes forward, but they're not taking the bait.
We haven't seen the Drake leashed either. Ward spotted out.
Check that out. Teddy gets a little bit of damage over the wall, but plenty of sustain to be offered up by Snowflower. So Kongdu just likely not going to be able to stick around and try to go for this Ocean. They'll just throw down a ward right in front of the pit so they can keep some vision over it, but immediately swept out. Scuttle Crab is there for Jin Air. So they'll be in a pretty good spot as far as maintaining dragon control, and Teddy just going to keep clearing out these waves, trying to keep that turret alive.
This is often where a lot of teams will go for a deep dive on bot, pick up the turret and a couple of kills with the Nautilus, but double control wards really nicely done by Jin Air. They canceled out the vision control that Kongdu had, and looks like Jin Air have kind of got themselves through what looked like it was going to be the ascendancy for Kongdu around this Drake. Sure, it's only an Ocean, so it's not a massive claim, with Corki especially. The extra mana regen will be helpful, and Kongdu, despite investing the last 3 or 4 minutes with Punch exclusively on the bot side, getting setups around Drake, end up with no objectives after all.
Yep. Turret's still low, so trying to keep waves pushing up. Likely we'll be able to get the turret right here. So an answering objective to get some gold back, push them into the lead yet again, but just inching back and forth over top of each other. But now that Jin Air have those 2 Drakes resting for themselves, Elder will be that much more deadly in the late game. Soul, good juke up, dodge away from that Ash Arrow.
Has the Boots 3 completed already with the swiftness and also the Youmuu's Ghostblade speed, so hard man to hit with the Ash ultimate for now. And a slight gold lead, but that's basically only first blood for Soul.
Now we just have to see who's going to be the next one to make a move. There's still going to be quite some time out on that next dragon. It's another Cloud Drake, which both of these teams likely would identify as not that worth fighting over. Other than, I guess if you're Jin Air, you might want that, have a 3rd dragon stack. Could get quite a few of those, as it's only 18.5 minutes into the game.
Picking up some turrets would be perfect for Jin Air. They actually have the inside track onto mid. Some wave clear, but only a bit of burst here for Edge.
He's also low on mana.
No one else
Drop the
reacting.
W.
This is a really good movement
Big
from Jin Air,
stun comes
although
through, jumps onto Umti. Throws out the ultimate, but won't come up with a kill. The shield was there from Umti to keep him alive, as well as a bit of sustain from Snowflower. But still some solid damage coming through onto the turret, and that's going to shove Edge out of the lane.
they won't quite get the turret, but a nice little chunk, about 55% HP remaining on this outer turret. Good clean move from Jin Air. Item timing is starting to come through. Leandro's complete before.
Cougar's roaming his way up, so on. Just going to go ahead and flash immediately away from that Mantra Q. Doesn't want to get locked up by the tether.
Safety first. Knew his team wasn't there to pick up the pieces.
He's coming around the back. Kuzan going forward with the Valkyrie. That's going to be the equalizer coming down, and Cougar's going to be the first one to fall as Umti picks up the kill. Curtain call opened by Soul. As Roach comes in trying to lock them up as best as possible. Flashes in, he gets the dredge line in onto Umti, but Roach is still going to go down. Kuzan comes up with the kill. There's no one from Kongdu Monster close enough to capitalize on that Lee Sin, who is dangerously low. So Umti will be able to back, and Jin Air pick up another 2 kills.
Yeah, even though the ultimate from Snowflower missed the Jin, usually you just use the tidal wave to disengage the Jin ultimate. Positioning was perfect from Jin Air. No clean shot onto Umti to take him down, so a 2-for-0 exchange is ideal. We're going to see a replay. Even though they were in a control ward, there was no ambiguity about the setup from Kongdu, so Cougar dies. The equalizer well placed, specifically from the Rumble. It was actually the Edge of Nights. There was no interrupt available to Soul, so it was kind of not an important interaction for the tidal wave to hit. Saw that increasingly, that Jin players would get Edge of Night. Obviously itemized very nicely now with the lethality buffs, but also can pop it, then ult to have that spell shield for things like the Tidal Wave. Yeah, basically Nautilus giving up his teleport and life for no gain, in fact for a loss on the Kongdu Monster side, and now it's Jin with the gold lead for the first time this game.
One that's comfortable for sure, almost 1,000 up over top of Kongdu Monster, who are just seeming to struggle when it comes to making plays around the map. Didn't have Edge available to them really in the top side. Definitely could have turned the tides of that battle. No pun intended with the Nami, but
What about the Nautilus?
that too. Neither of them.
I gotta admit, when you see champions, sometimes you just can't help but use the adjectives that are associated with the champion. I'm surprised I haven't talked about someone being the anchor of their team. There's another one that's Nautilus special.
Speaking of which, so on, he will go down. They hand the kill over to Punch nicely on the back end of that end of the line. So it does come up with something that'll give them a bit of pressure in that bottom lane as they're all alone, so they can push up towards that inner turret.
Also Graves with free time on a turret if they wanted to invest in it, but it's going to be a rotation instead.
Yeah, the wave is just too far. You can see TP, or the recall, rather. Sorry. Coming through from the members in the top lane. Salt is a big swirly. They're going to go back and answer that wave in bottom, make sure that no pressure can be gained by Kongdu.
Smaller swirly if it's the teleport.
I saw a swirly, I got excited, I was like, oh wait, so one's dead.
Speaking
I'm
of
just
death,
ready for some action as Kuzan gets jumped on. Leash power not going to come up with the kill. Crucially, that Hex Drinker is there for Kuzan to save his life.
It wasn't like he had 80 carries walking up to potentially take the outer turret during the enforced recall from that ult. So while it did poke Corki out of lane, doesn't end up being consequential.
I got his flash.
Something small at least.
Yeah, he can still sit back with the rockets, play safe.
That's the package right now as well.
Goes down to bottom lane, just making sure the minions won't be crashing up onto the tier 2 and chipping it down. We saw how important that was for Kongdu Monster in game 2. Helped them start swinging back into an advantageous position as that passive gold came through, I guess you could say.
Let's see if Jin tried to play and take the Drake with the 2 members or counter the aggression. Looks like it's going to be the latter.
Just walking forward. We'll find Umpty now as that Sonic Wave comes out. Roach will be walking up in the front, trying to body block as much as he can.
No point throwing out a hook to Umpty. Will just ward jump away. Much better for Jin to play in 3 lanes. Rumble still does well against the Nautilus. And specifically Corki. When you have a champion like Edge, Edge finds it very hard to play the side lanes of Syndra. So 3-lane play rather than the 2-lane is what Jin will prioritize with his Corki.
Snowflower took a bit of damage there, but you can see he's already back up to full, so the ebb and flow really working for him. Punch going to come over the wall, sitting in vision on top of that ward. Root will connect onto Kuzan, and the line comes out, but won't find the damage. So Kongdu, yet again, looking a bit scattered. They do have the inside track onto this dragon, but this is a fight that Jin very well could pick.
Good item timings for a lot of these champions. Start off the Drake. It's only a cloud. Jin don't have control over it, so won't pick it up. Clouds and oceans today, in this game at least.
Yep, just going to be back and forth on those. So, I mean, double ocean for Jin would be quite good. You already mentioned how strong it is for Kuzan and that mana sustain.
It's kind of an intriguing game, though, because it is still Corki Ash, so you think Siege. Nami great for disengage. Equalizer can be used for disengage, but...
Oh, God, that damage.
Nice bit of poke there.
Yeah, you can see those Electro Harpoons really wreaking havoc on this Graves health pool. Soul just sitting inside of that Equalizer. Knows it's not going to burn him from 100 to 0, but meanwhile, Roach comes in on the backside. No one else is there from Kongdu to capitalize on this, and he falls.
Yeah. Basically, the entire health bar used by Soul ostensibly because the teleport was going to come in, but no other frontliner with the Nautilus. It's only Graves, the pseudo frontliner. So, once again, second time Roach is teleported in to his death for a net loss, not even a draw or a gain, certainly. And Jin pick up a turret, get the extra kill. Teleport plays, letting down Kongdu Monster, and finally, Jin have some semblance of a pressure advantage now that they have 2 turrets down. Still feels like we might have a long way to go in this game, though, Achilles.
It definitely does. 25 minutes. Only 3 turrets have fallen across the entire map. So this one definitely will be slow and steady as she goes. Only 1,000 gold separating both these teams, but it just seems like, in all senses, Jin Air has the upper hand. As Kongdu Monster might be suffering a bit of a communication breakdown. Big example being that TP by Roach.
The way this game plays out for Jin Air, as I said, 1-3-1 is good for them, but as you can see, the Siege with Corki Ash is good too. So the way you kind of get the best of both those things is the age-old warding game. You can get control wards into the enemy jungle and then be able to push with Kuzan, especially when he has package in either the top or bot lane, and then cut through the enemy jungle to mid so that Syndra doesn't have enough time to wave clear or they can't draw in the Jhin, for example. You can get bonus objectives that Kongdu don't have really a good way to answer.
Oh boy.
Or you get scenarios like this where Soul's all alone.
He's getting jumped on here by Kuzan, but Cougar is able to walk up, offers him a shield, so he only gets taken down to half HP, and they trade a bit back onto Kuzan. now, very far forward, will dash his way out to safety. Kuzan not going to get hit by that 3rd or 4th final shot, and the Tsunami goes into the back line, interrupts Soul regardless.
Equalizer's pretty big
Thrown
here.
down, yeah, hits 3 members. See Edge and Punch chunk down to about half HP. The Leandri's doing some work on the back end as they walk off of it.
A nicely positioned, but obviously no follow-up means that just ends up chunking down a couple of members of Kongdu. No objective for Jin Air to turn onto, at least realistically.
Yeah, more so just tries to dissuade Kongdu from maybe sticking around in that top lane and looking for the tier 1 turret. You know, Roach has been pushing up the wave in mid, but going to be plenty of clear coming around from the side. Hook goes in onto Upti. They pop him up. They immediately burst him down as Edge comes away with a kill. Teddy gets locked up. Has that heal to keep him up, but that will be a tier 1 going down in favor of Kongdu Monster. So nice, concise play coming through from them finally.
This time the hook registers, and even through the Hex Drinker, they have enough damage on the side of Edge. They turn up to Baron. This is a very decisive call.
Upti's dead for 20 more seconds. Roach tanking up the Baron
So
as best
much
they can.
damage
Ash
on the
Arrow
side of
comes through,
Jin Air.
connects on the Soul. Can they capitalize? So one does not have the equalizer. He gets caught up at the dredge line. Deadly Flourish won't hit him. Punch low on mana. Looks like both sides are just going to have to peel away from this one. A fight that neither side wants to take.
I don't feel like Kongdu had enough tools to turn to actually take advantage of that. They knew Equalizer was down. They knew that Smite was down, but they didn't either have the tankiness to tank the Baron or the depth charge for the guaranteed turn onto the members of Jhin. If depth charge is up, that's exactly the perfect play by Kongdu Monster, but this wasn't really in a spot to turn. End up backing away. Minion waves, are pushed in, but certainly not a big concern. We're so even, 100 gold between these two teams. We saw not necessarily 2 blowouts, but Kongdu in game 1 certainly never looked like losing, and then the moment that Jin Air got that big play down bot lane and punished the attempted gank onto the Jace, they were also in firm control. This one up in the air, most likely at the 30-minute mark.
Yep. So our second set, usually slated to start at 8 p.m. It's now 7:45 here in Korea, so it looks like we will be having only that short 15-minute break to allow for the...
Was there ever any doubt, Achilles?
Not really. Just informing the viewers preemptively, I suppose.
The way it works, as you said, 15 minutes from when we close the broadcast. So what you doing, man?
Yeah, walking into the jungle blindly, right up against that wall, leads to a lot of damage from Punch. Throws down that equalizer, but the dredge line connects.
Oh, he might get a turn here.
Wow, the Ash Arrow from Teddy, able to buy enough time for him to burn down Punch with that big flame spitter. Now they're going to be looking for Roach, trying to cut him off with that tidal wave. He'll kite back, but he's still so low. The bubble does connect onto him, and the rest of Jin Air are collapsing. So what looked like a big pickup for Kongdu Monster gets turned on its head by Jin Air. Teddy, in particular, with that Ash Arrow, buying enough time to take out the Graves.
Completely free turn as well. In that time, Kongdu kind of desperately looked to release some pressure. Multiple members had to walk over. They could have used this time to clear vision, because the moment that a turn is possible, the Punch walks off, but the Ash Arrow even hits through the quick draw, so able to get the 1-for-1 in a 1-for-2 position. And unfortunately, Kongdu are doing nothing. In all this extra time that, Snowfire flashes just to get the E onto Teddy to give him a speed up to close the distance. There's a good 15 seconds of killing Roach where those 2 control wards around Baron can go down. They can push up waves. They do neither. And while that's not a game-losing play, the fact that they don't look to trade objectives when they're going to lose 2 members is a concern for Kongdu Monster.
Yep. Pings coming out now for Kongdu as they will be taking away that top tier 1 turret. But you can see that third Drake, or rather that third Drake for Jin Air, 4th overall, is picked up. So double Ocean, lots of sustain coming through. So Jin Air will be very happy about this one. And now they can move back over and start prioritizing vision around the Baron. Punch almost in a dangerous spot. We'll go ahead and peel back into the jungle. But still, an insanely close game. 500 gold separating. Well, it looks like it should be a pretty big, a decent lead rather for Jin Air because they keep coming up with these picks, but Kongdu has just been able to inch their way back in.
And now, to me, the team fights are set up to be pretty equal in terms of comps. Neither is pretty low backline threat onto both AD carries, both of them pretty free farmed. As much lethality as possible, and the last whisper on the side of Soul. And Ashe, if she's free hitting, you can tell she's hit the 3. She's been able to itemize purely into the most damage possible for Ashe with the Infinity Edge as the 3rd item. You consider the team comps, you might think, well, Roach will teleport in and then kill the Ashe, but there's not really any other divers to come in with the Nautilus CC. So, to me, Ashe flashes away, turns, and has enough damage to cut through the Nautilus. And then the Rumble. The Rumble here is actually the big story because, okay, Edge of Night means that the ultimate from Nami, won't be able to interrupt the curtain call, but the equalizer certainly will. We already saw the last time Soul continued to channel the curtain call, he gave up more than half his health bar. To me, Jin actually have the better answer to the enemy AD carry. And thus they are, for now at least, set up to win fights.
Yep. Basically going to be on Roach to try to lock somebody up long enough to get popped by Soul with the curtain call. See, he has opted into that Duskblade. Now going back towards that classic Jin build.
It feels kind of weird to call it classic just because it's such a different item now, the Duskblade.
Sure.
Much more about the vision clearing that you get than the pop damage there was before. It is all the lethality items. He definitely went to the shop, looked up lethality, and bought everything. It's pretty tense. Very much a battle of vision.
I mean, the audience has been pretty quiet throughout the duration of this one.
And it hasn't been because of wayward play from the teams, as sometimes the way with Jin Air games.
Cruzan. It's caught, but they don't want to commit for this one. Thought maybe we would see the curtain call opened up by Soul. They don't want to commit that quite yet. Kongdu just trying to hover up around this Baron as best as possible. But you can see the vision control is still very firmly in the hands of Jin Air.
Usually a double AD carry comp can turn onto Baron pretty freely, but can't really bait that here, Jin Air. They don't have a true tank, and not that matters when Rumble's split pushing, but don't really have a way to DPS down the Baron quickly enough for the control wards to be enough to force Kongdu to overextend.
See Soan going for the most damage.
Considering a teleport.
Large rod, Cougar going low. The heal comes out from Soul, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. Or is it? The shield at the last second. Cruzan will not find the kill, but now Soul in a bad spot. Snowflower goes forward.
Double kill.
A double kill for Teddy, taking out the bottom lane of Kongdu Monster. Redemption comes down. It's going to pop them back up to healthy. Roach
comes Edge.
Yet again, all alone, right in the front line, but Edge pinching in from the side, not going to get caught by that Nami bubble, but now Soan's coming in. It's got so much damage that Edge just has to flash away from that Flame Spitter. Tosses back out another orb.
It's not unwinnable for Kongdu.
Roach, he's still at about half HP, trying to take up as best as he can. The orb from Edge not going to connect. That's going to be the Nautilus falling. Punch flashing away. Teddy trying to chase in to get in range, but he's going to go ahead, quick draw over the wall. A bloody fight on both sides, but that's a 3 for 3.
Yeah, fascinating one to track. You thought at the start of it that Kongdu were well out of it, but Edge able to turn around healthy enough to just pop multiple members of Jin Air. I have never seen a double kill with Ashe Arrow, but the AoE damage from the Ashe Arrow actually took down both of the bottom lane. This is Cruzan just going straight in. It was a first teleport from Rumble, who was going to be there first, and then suddenly you thought everyone's going to get away, but watch this Ashe Arrow. Here it comes. Bloop. Wow. Double kill instantly from an Ashe Arrow AoE damage. Happy times for the Ashe. And then from here, you're like, all right, Jin Air's going to turn, Redemption, everything's working for them. But Edge comes in, free farm, got the early first blood, you'll remember, or second blood. Actually has more items than we've traditionally seen from Synders in this game. Watch how much damage a QW does. Kills Rumble from half health. Sure, no magic resist outside of runes, but a lot of damage coming out from Edge. So
Yeah.
even stuff on both sides. 2 for 2, or 3 for 3, sorry.
Yeah, it was looking like Soan might have been okay there, but Edge, he definitely has quite a bit of damage building up as much as he can to match that of the Rumble.
Such a low value Abyssal Scepter for the Rumble that you go Zonias, figure that you can pop the ultimate, which you did, but then you have no magic resist, and that's what happens. Roach looking for a pick is actually 2-man Baron at the same time.
Yeah, but that's going to be Snowflower going down, and now they find this out. Kuzan can be in a bad spot. Cougar jumping forward. The root from the Deadly Flourish connects, and Kuzan, he's going to go down. Punch comes up with a kill, and now Kongdu, they're going to go and turn straight in onto this Baron. is still alive, has the smite, but no flash. To dash his way into the pit.
They're not even thinking about interrupting. That's a
Equalizer
big
comes
equalizer.
down, Ash arrow comes down on the soul, but he's not standing inside of the
Punch
Rumble
dead.
ultimate, but that's going to be Soan coming up with the kills. He takes out Punch. They turn this one completely on its head. He comes over the wall. Curtain Call opened up. Look at that heal coming through. That should be a big deny on anyone dying on Jin Air. You can see right there the fourth and final shot from the Curtain Call. Not enough to chunk out And now the ping's coming through. They're going to be looking for that Elder Dragon.
I mean, both teams are getting desperate to kill us. Now we're starting to see the play more associated with teams at the bottom of the ladder. Jin Air tried to be too cute. They pushed up in mid at the same time as they started a 2-man Baron. They weren't being safe. Sure, you need to provide a distraction, but there's providing a distraction and there's just giving over a free kill. Kong to turn on to Baron, but stay on it too long, and the equalizer wrecks them as you'd expect for a team funneling up to take a Baron. And the end result is a seesaw that comes back to Jin Air as they pick up an Elder Drake with 3 Dragon stacks. They actually do somehow get the objective lead, and to me it was just greed on the side of Kongdu.
Yeah, now Jin Air with those 3 buffs, empowering on that Elder Dragon, they could go ahead and force up a fight around the Baron where they would have that upper hand.
They also have a lead in terms of ults. Equalizer on a much shorter cooldown than specifically the Curtain Call, but that lead will be eroded very quickly.
Yep. We'll have that very soon. Jin Air, though, how do they want to play this one? How do they want to play this out? Do they go for the turrets or do they go straight in for the Baron?
If Ash free hits, I cannot see a team fight that Jin Air loses. There's so much damage now, especially with the Elder Drake, the Elder Dragon thrown on top. Both teams kind of looking to kite backwards, honestly, in many ways.
Shot spots out Kongdu, so they lose their positioning.
Depth Charge and Ash Arrow really are the 2 true initiation forms, unless Syndra can go on a fishing mission.
Kuzan, they're trying to chunk him down as best as possible, but Cougar on this Karma won't do a terrible lot of damage.
Minion waves and side lanes are very equal. Not playing the map, so they're looking for picks.
See, goes low, but heal from Snowflower still adequate to keep him alive. Has that Guardian Angel as well. Equalizer comes through. Roach will get locked up here from the beginning of the fight. Curtain Call gets opened up. Soul just free firing away, trying to find Kuzan. Third shot won't connect. Finds Snowflower with the last one. It's still not enough to kill him, but the Deadly Flourish is so on. Way too far forward. All in its lonesome. A double kill coming through for Soul. 3 members on the side of Jin Air dead, including and now Kongdu will be able to go back over towards this Baron. It's all on Kuzan and Teddy to try to keep this out of the hands of Kongdu Monster. Kuzan still down to half HP.
Yeah, Teddy will walk up, also full health, so there's a chance, but it's 280 carries. It's so difficult to pull off. Kuzan's gonna die.
Oh, there we go. Flash forward. Soul has that 4th and final shot. Takes out the Quirky. And Kongdu Monster, after losing that fight, after losing the Elder Dragon, blow this game wide open yet again. The gold lead is not massive, but now they have the Baron. Now they can knock down these turrets.
When those initiation tools are available, it's a stalemate, but they threw out Ash Arrow and Equalizer, got close to no value. And I said the team that kites back better will win the fight. So walks back, pops the Edge of the Night, pops the ultimate. There's no tanks on the side of Jin Air. Multiple people fall down, and now multiple objectives. And it's a rush through the front door. Goodbye, mid lane inhibitor. The mistakes have definitely been the story. We had 2 clean games, and then it's been the mistakes, and Jin Air on balance has made more of them, and that's why they find themselves with no inhibitor and 1 team fight away from handing Kongdu their first match win of the season. So Ash Arrow, nothing. Equalizer, nothing. Maybe a bit of the health bar of Roach. This is 4 Elder Drake. Equalizer. It should do so much damage. It doesn't. Goes for another one of his amazing kicks, but it's on Nautilus of all people. There's something about acquiring a target, but when Soul is free hitting, you cannot afford to go for the big initiation kick onto the tank to provide even more space for Soul to set up. And they start the Baron, you're like, okay, Kuzan, Teddy, you guys do a lot of damage, you can look to contest, but no vision at all. Control wards, if anything. Means that Kuzan dies to the flash, 4th shot from Soul. They turn on to Baron, and now gold lead with Kongdu. It's seesawed, but has it seesawed for the final time? Feels like we're a couple of minutes away from finding out.
I'm still not taking any bets on the victor of this game, but it does seem like Kongdu, at least for now, while this Baron buff is in their hands, will have a pretty massive advantage. That's going to be the fourth turret. The fourth turret to fall. The first
turret?
Since they were able to pick this up.
The Colin Firth turret now down.
Yep.
We'll know that for future. In a top turret, the Colin Firth turret. It's all about the equalizer and the Ash Arrow. That's really the only tools Jin Air have. Speaking of tools,
zone, that's going to be the curtain call opened up, and can they find him? Shield comes through from
nothing from the
last shot does quite a bit of damage. So that will shove Teddy back towards the Fountain. Super Creeps stacking up in mid lane. Ash Arrow comes through, but it's going to go right in between the members of Kongdu. Equalizer thrown down, just trying to clear out that back wave of minions. The cannon's still there, chipping away at the turret. A big redemption heal will come through for Kongdu. You can see those 4th shots from Soul, 850 damage onto that turret, and now 2 inhibs are down. It looks like they might just be able to do it here. Dredgeline will not connect onto Soon. Kongdu, they have to be careful. If they get aced here, that could very well open up Jin Air to close out this game.
Roach stands in the front. He's happy to tank up turret shots. They need another minion wave, waiting for them to come in. Kongdu can feel it. They can smell it. This should be their first match victory, but as you say, we've seen crueler defeats inflicted than this.
Now we have Kongdu. Dredgeline connects on the Kuzan. Can they pop in the deadly push? Comes through, and Edge finds the kill with the Unleashed Power. Teddy in such a bad spot, just trying to get a kill.
Wow,
he
Edge.
He's still alive for now, and that's going to be Edge going down. Punch as well has fallen as Teddy picks up a kill. First Nexus turret goes down. Roach gets popped up by the bubble. He's going to fall. Jin Air, they might be able to hold on. Soul trying to come up with a kill, has 2 more shots left in the gun, but Teddy is able to kite back in time. Curtain call opening up, looking for Can they find the shot? The 4th one might be able to kill him, but they aren't able to land it. Now 3 members of Jin Air still alive. And Kongdu Monster, they're going to have to hightail it out of here.
They live to fight another day. The pure on dive. It seemed like the members of Kongdu once again split between the objectives and the kills. Don't get enough of either. There's still a Nexus turret up. They do not have an exposed Nexus. Sure, 2 inhibitors down. Sure, still a big lead for Kongdu. But they don't stick the landing, and the Jin Air Glad plane, well, I saw it crash landing, but for now, still an outside chance of being hoisted.
He's waiting on the tarmac right now. He hasn't taken off yet.
He got the sign from the controller that actually wasn't going to be needed today. You know, he was just about to get back in the hangar, but suddenly, maybe.
Well, they're just tacking on there. All right, 45-minute delay. We're almost there.
To be clear, is it
They'll tack another 15 minutes onto that.
Is it 3 different planes they fly or a plane with emotions? That's what we really don't understand. The clarity's never been given. I've never seen all 3 of them in the same place.
I'd like to think that it's a plane with emotions.
Well, I've never seen all 3 of them in the same place, so surely it must be.
Yeah.
Pushing up. Gold lead irrelevant at this point. The Drakes also were not high priority ones, so apart from being Elder Dragon stacks, they don't contribute too much more in what will be an all-in. It's not going to be a poke war where Ocean Drake is relevant. It's going to be an all-in. So the Cloud Drakes are matched, and Kongdu can't afford too many more misfires, that's for sure.
All right, here we go. Kongdu potentially looking for this last push, or at least to break that final inhibitor.
No Guardian Angel on Nautilus this time.
Yep, has his. They push forward. Roach still hanging around in the front lines. Baron buff not there, so the minions die so quickly. Curtain call will be opened up, but so on. Decently tanky. But that's going to be the turret falling all the same. Double stun coming through, so on. Not going to get hit by the Deadly Flourish. It goes over onto
Big equalizer.
Big ulti comes down on the back line, but they get healed up immediately from that redemption. And Hib will go down. Jin Air, can they find a turnaround? Get punch with that Ash ulti. They're able to take him down, but gets popped in the meantime.
He's free-hitting.
Gets locked up. The Dredgeline coming through. There's going to be another kill for Edge as he takes out the Corki.
Teddy can win this fight.
Kongdu Monster, they still have to back off. Teddy is full HP, still has the heal available, and can just fire off from the back lines. Will they stick around? Soul just taking this chip damage out. All of the tanky members of Kongdu have died. They have to be so careful here. They're just trying to buy some time while the super creeps from top lane get over onto the Nexus turret, but they won't be able to find the kill. Because Teddy, he does so much damage. Deathless so far on this Ashe, 7, 0, and 5.
I mean, look at these 280 carries. Only a single death to Soul separates the two. No boots now for Teddy. It's basically a siege tower. Does insane amount of damage.
I mean, look at those waves just disappearing.
But you saw on the back end, even though in a different game, you kind of reminded of Prey, where he flashed in and got the triple kill up top in that semifinal against SK Telecom. Without boots and without flash, couldn't clean up the fight. So they still lose the objective in terms of the turret, but crucially not the inhibitor. Mid lane inhibitor respawns, top lane will respawn too. Only thing that's significant for Jin is they need to fight in one spot because Teddy's movement speed is pretty minimal.
I mean, what better spot to fight in than the Baron? Someone will have that massive equalizer to open up the pit. Baron's respawning right now.
You do feel, though, that between the Locket that's picked up by Roach and the Redemption, Equalizer's not been as priority a skill in recent fights.
All right, well, here we go. Baron taking so much damage. Kongdu pouring over onto this one. Now, about to bring 3,000 HP. It goes low. Punch is able to come with the kill. Equalizer thrown down. Cougar and Edge both being burned down. Asher connects onto the Karma, and he will fall. Punch jumping back with the collateral damage.
This Jin
will be able to create enough distance. Curtain Call comes through. Umti takes that fourth and final shot. Deadly Flourish won't connect. They're able to get one buff out of him. They have to go answer the waves. Yeah, all three inhibitors are up for Jin Air. Baron now over to Kongdu. Jin Air, do they go straight for this Elder Dragon? Looks like that might be the play.
A Redemption into the Honey Fruit actually is a lot of sustain. Suddenly they're all full health. Only Cougar is dead, so Kongdu may want to fight this anyway.
Punch. There's a time for a steal. This would be it right here for his team. Elder Dragon down below 5,000 right about now. Yes, Dredgeline will not connect. Roach gets hit up. Umti goes in for the kick, but only finds the Nautilus. Elder Dragon down, 2,000. It's got to start to leash out. It goes low. Punch goes in. He gets it at 80 HP. Umti flashing over the wall, barely alive. Will be able to make it out. Roach getting hit up by the Ashe. Will get hit by that arrow. Throws out the Dredgeline. Would have been a suicide attempt, but he stays alive for now.
Guardian Angel comes back as well.
Oh dear, and this is such a rough spot now for Jin Air. The top inhib has fallen. Super Creeps pushing back in. The Nexus turret going down as we speak. Curtain Call,
for the interrupts.
They're trying to interrupt it. Snowflower will be able to get it off in time, but so on. He moved. That's going to be a second inhib falling now for Kongdu. They have an Elder Dragon. They have a Baron. You have to think that they could close out this game.
At minimum 3 inhibitors. They were stopped at the previous Nexus turret. They may try for it again. Roach crucially does have the Guardian Angel. You can just about see the animation in between all the other shields and buffs that are on the side of Kongdu Monster. So near once again to their first match victory. Will they try to brute force it, or will they look for a pick?
I think they have to just go right in for it. Kick in onto Punch. He goes low. Equalizer thrown down, but it won't get much. Redemption comes through and Punch is suddenly back up to half HP. Third inhib, just for being cautious, will go down. Massive stun. 3 members of Jin Air get locked up. The Nexus down to half HP.
Fight.
They're just trying to force up onto this one, but Edge is going to be the first one to fall. But Cougar is free firing from the top of the Nexus. I think he might be able to get it done. Soul is here to back him up, and there we go. Kongdu Monster, after so many losses, finally put a win on the board.
Finally, the tears from the cheerfuls can be put away. A bit of happiness for this team finally comes their way. You can see MC explodes into the booth. They finally did it. It was so close. The third game, definitely you saw both lineups kind of falling away in terms of strategy. There were some very rough moments and shot calls from both teams, but that's to be expected. They're right at the bottom of the ladder. They are younger players as well, so no old voices to really inform the shot call. It meant a lot of mistakes, but just about over the line for Kongdu Monster. They will not go over to IEM Katowice without a match victory. They're finding their first of the season, and now there's not actually that much to split. Jin Air Green Wings and Kongdu Monster on the ladder.
Jin Air now going to be falling to sole position of 9th place underneath the Rocks Tigers. Will still have their heads above the water.
Game score is better than Kongdu Monster, yep.
But still, Kongdu getting themselves back on track.
Barely.
Barely so. It was rough around all of the edges, but they're able to come up with their first win. Valentine's Day was yesterday. This is the only match they wanted. They were able to get it.
Feeling the love from their crowd for the first time. You know, the fans finally have come in reliably but not been able to pick up any victories before. So will be, of course, the first MVP interviews for these players, as had not claimed any previous to this series. It was a really close one, honestly. It could have gone either way in the last game. By the end, it felt like Jin Air on balance made more mistakes. It wasn't about the great play of Kongdu in the last one. It was more about the mistakes from Jin Air. Not that Kongdu were blameless either. But it'll feel really good to finally have one on the board for Kongdu. Every time you go past 4 or 5 matches, you're like, wait, there's only 18 in the season. When are we going to find our first one? And if it wasn't Jin Air, who would it have been? Would it have been a winless first round robin? You'd have to have said probably yes for Kongdu Monsters. So this was their last chance where they really had a realistic chance of picking up a victory, and they just about do it.
Now, that would not have been a good look for these guys, but they're finally able to put one on the board. But again, still 2 very rough matches ahead for them in KT and Afrika. You can see the members of Jin Air. This has to be a very big blow to their morale, losing to the 10th place team, the squad that had only picked up 2 games prior to this series.
I mean, Jin Air wear their emotions on their faces more than other teams. Got 2 super rookies in Teddy and Umti. Makes sense there. Teddy looked pretty despondent. Not like the members of Kongdu looked super psyched. They played well over the course of this series. They probably were the better team on balance over 3 matches. And man, the equalizers did a lot of damage this game. Rumble doesn't often win these charts.
It didn't seem like it by the end of the game. It seemed like it was, kind of steadily chipping them down. But
it's because of shields and redemption. The damage still did go through.
That's very true. Soan playing his heart out on the Rumble, so showing that he is capable of bringing that pick to the Rift. As, again, we hadn't seen it since the Kespa Cup.
Yeah, they play against MVP on the last match day of this week, Sunday. If I was Soan, I'd feel pretty unduly. I kind of feel like I should keep my place. I thought he played pretty well in both games. MVP goes over to Edge in the mid lane. First Syndra that was available. Remember, Syndra was banned in Game 1 and Game 2. He made it work, and the first kill, especially onto Umti, was what really allowed the early game breathing room to be there for Kongdu Monster.
Yep. So out of the 4 game wins that they were able to net themselves, it's the first MVP win for Edge.
He was level 5.
And just look at that burst.
He only just hit level 6 and turned the ult, so it seemed like perfect timing for Umti not to be 2 picks onto Umti in quick succession in this highlight package, and then some of the decision-making mistakes from Umti in particular.
It just seemed like every time he went for a kick, it was just Roach was the only one available. He still pulled the trigger on it.
His job to be the only one available, though, in many different ways. So definitely not a criticism of Roach there. And sometimes you just feel like you have to kick whichever target is available. Ashe was strong, but DPSing down a Nautilus, especially when the Guardian Angel came through, was always going to be pretty unfruitful on the side of Jin Air. This was also the turn onto Kuzan.
Yep, just
boom.
1,300.
Casually.
Easy.
This equalizer did a lot of damage. If you watch here, that's about 2,500, 3,000 damage just from an equalizer. As this fight started, I thought there could have been one for Jin Air, but Kongdu finally, after one botched attempt, redemption, rush down the Nexus and pick up that first match victory.
Very hard fought from both sides. Massive stun right there at the end by Edge to lock up 3 members of Jin Air. And then this is where it was looking maybe a little bit rough, but in the end, they're able to come out on top of this one. Guger just hammering away at the Nexus as the best as he could, and Jin Air couldn't come up with the win. So nicely done by Kongdu. They put a win on the board, and now we'll get to hear from our MVPs for the first time this split. Joel, take it away with the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your translations. We're here at Kongdu Monster. A very meaningful day for these guys, where they pick up a 2-1 victory, a first victory of the season against the Jin Air Green Wings. And we are here with today's MVPs, Punch and Edge, for the interview. Punch and Edge, congratulations on the win. And Punch, would you like to say something about the win? Are we at a 6-game losing streak or 7-game losing? I don't even remember now. But it's been a disappointing run so far. But finally getting a win on the board, it really feels good for us. I'm sure it will be a memorable day for you guys. And another thing for, especially for Edge, I think it's been a very interesting day for you guys. Yeah, it's been a lot of struggles emotionally within the team, having to go through so many losses. but it's good to finally get the win. Let's talk about the game now. Let's on the game 1. It seems like you guys really prioritize the Ashe, picking it up first, and it seems like it wasn't the top tier AD carry in the current meta. But what was the reason for that you decided to go with the Ashe in the first round? Well, Soul is a very notable Ashe player, and it was something that he had a lot of confidence with. And I feel like when we had Graves, opportunity to pick up Graves, we kind of gave up the Rengar and picked up the Ashe instead, and getting the Graves instead. Do you consider Ashe to be in the top tier? In our team composition, in our case, it does rank up in the top tier. It seems like the ban pick phase was very important for you guys, where you guys picked up a lot of favorable picks for you guys. Yeah, after going through so many losses, we had to go through so many options of what would work best for us. So we tried to be very creative with our ban pick phase, and that's kind of what we did today. So who's the primary shot caller in this kind of cases? We weren't worried about shot calling. We were just telling each other to fight. And we were just worried about getting that kill off in the first few minutes. Did you guys kind of decide to go in for the invade, or was it some that happened instinctually? In the first matchup, when we had a chance to go against 5v5, I thought our composition would outdo theirs, so that's where we went aggressively on theirs. The last game really was back and forth for you guys. How close was it? I think if we played very calm, I think if we were more calm about the game, I think we would have ended it much quicker. But I think we did make very crucial mistakes in the middle, and that's what prolonged the game a little bit longer than it shouldn't have. So you guys made a lot of highlight reels in that last match, and especially Edge. It seems like that, when that situation came where Lee Sin came for the gank, but you were level 5 and you just turned level 6 to get the ultimate off. Yeah, my priority was trying to take the most HP off of the Lee Sin as possible if I was able to get level 6 by then. So let's look at that video highlight. Were you checking the XP bar on this one? Yeah, I expected that I was going to turn to level 6 just in time. And there, you guys really had a lot of troubles handling that Rumble, who made a lot of very good equalizer plays. And did your top laner do a good part in handling the Rumble? Yeah, I think our top laner and jungler did a good job of handling the Rumble the best they can. And that freed me up to be more confident in my plays. A lot of people are criticizing the plays of Kongdun Monster, saying it's not as adept as it used to be in the last season. What do you guys consider of your plays? Well, for our top laner, he's a very talented player, but it's a situation where, if we look at the bot duo, that we always had a winning lane last season, but we want to keep that streak up, and hopefully we get better at that. You guys have a very good connection with Punch and Umti being in a similar situation in a jungle style. Yeah, in the second game, I kind of had the personal request of wanting to play the Lee Sin, but my coach didn't let me, so I feel like, when Umti played the Lee Sin, and he played tremendously on it, and it was a thing that, it scratched my, my ambitions for, playing the Lee Sin, saying, I can play it just as well as him. Lastly, you guys got the first win with the Kongdun Monster. Would you like to say something to your fans? Yeah, finally we got the big win that we really wanted. And we want to just continue this performance and hopefully get more wins on the board so we can get higher in the rankings. Thank you, guys. So that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. So yeah, I mean, get higher in the rankings. It's about the best you can hope for right now if you're Kongdu Monster. Outside of having a strong performance at IEM next week, so that's certainly going to be something on their minds. But finally, putting one on the board again, still will be in that 10th place spot for now. But they can look forward to round 2.
And that's all you can really do. You can look onwards and upwards. When you're at the bottom, the first victory means so much. We'll see if they can put in at least a valiant performance against KT Rolster, who will be in an odd spot given they lost as well this week. As you say, Jin Air down, Kongdu stay the same, but it's pretty tight at the bottom 3. Rox Tigers certainly haven't had a massive start to the season either. So game score looks like it'll be really important. So even picking up a game in losses, honorable losses, is suddenly starting to become important because there's no way to know how many losses, how many wins it'll require to get out of the bottom 2 for the end of the season. Will it be 4 wins? Will it be 8 wins? We really don't know where it's going to be at. All we do know is that finally, Freaka Freaks will hit the Rift once again. It's been about 6 days since they beat down SK Telecom T1 in that memorable game on Thursday last week. The BBQ Olivers as their team to face today.
Yep, so we're going to see how BBQ fares. Both of these squads been sitting in the back rooms getting prepped for the matches. Yeah, for quite some time. I mean, that was about a 3-hour best of 3, so only the best when it comes to Jin Air. Unfortunately, the sad plane will be flying today, but we're going to go to a quick break, about 20 minutes, guys. When we come back, we'll have our second match of Freaka Freaks versus BBQ. You do not want to miss that one because maybe BBQ will upset, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Coming up next, BBQ Olivers, Freaka Freaks, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
fast, so grab the duffel bag and let's roll.
Today's matchup. BBQ Olivers. Afrika Freaks. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Spring Split.
Welcome back, guys. That's a short break, something we're not too accustomed to here at Papa Smith. They usually have those hour-plus long ones in between the games, but now we're back after 20 minutes. It's time for Freak of Freaks versus BBQ Olivers, the teams who started off pretty strongly and have kind of fallen down the ranks since the beginning of the split. So BBQ still have a lot to prove here, and I'm sure they're going to find a pretty formidable opponent in the Freak of Freaks.
I mean, it's just worth noting that, as you say, BBQ fallen down a peg. They were around 4th or even 3rd early in the season. Afrika definitely struggled at the start, but the win over SKT was just 6 days ago, the last time they had a match day. What a victory that was. They're at 3-3. They're at 0 game score. Time for them to define their season. If it's the Afrika Freaks that took the rift against SKT, they should win pretty convincingly given how much BBQ have struggled. But Afrika, we called them the Blue Shell. Feels like they can really level up to perform against KT, SKT. They've taken a game off the top 3. Their play against the bottom teams, though, remains in question.
Yeah, that's where it gets a little bit rough around the edges for Freak of Freaks. You see right there, only have that +1 game score at the moment above BBQ, or else they would have been tied. So if they had not pulled out that 2-0 victory over SK Telecom, we would have an even game score matchup coming into this one. But for now, BBQ will be resting just below them as they go and take them on the Rift. So this is going to be an interesting one to track. We have Temp versus Koro coming up in that mid lane. We've seen very strong performances from both of them, especially from Koro versus Faker, something that history has shown he's usually not on the better side of, but we saw a whole new Kuro that day, and we'll see if he's able to bring that forward into this matchup against BBQ.
A lot of people patting themselves on the backs on the side of Afrika Freaks. We'll start off with the BBQ Olivers on a 4-game losing streak. Lost first to Longzhu, also a loss to SK Telecom as well. Kind of styled on by SKT, who are on form certainly on that day. No changes in the roster, predictably. They're sticking with what has worked. It's still definitely a good team here. It's just performing against the top teams, almost the opposite of the Afrika Freaks. They looked very good in matches we expected BBQ to be competitive in, and then have struggled against some of the better teams. So both teams looking to define their season, both teams on the edge of the playoffs of the gauntlet, and looking to take that next step forward.
Yep. And I think, honestly, if BBQ could come out with a win here, they might just cement like a 6th place spot for themselves. Did have that loss against Longzhu. But so far, we've really only seen them take on, in their victories, some of the lower opposition, Jin Air, Kongdu, MVP, teams that they have taken down so far that started them off very high up in the standings, but suffering losses at the hands of Longzhu and KT. Rolster has definitely hurt their record so far. So I think that this is going to be a great showing from BBQ as far as where they may rest, at least in the middle of the rounds, as we do have some teams falling and climbing.
No one wants to finish 6th, Achilleos. It feels bad, man. 1 away from the gauntlet, safely away from relegation, but 7th spot is that also. So 6th is certainly not the goal. It was MVP last season, if you're wondering. But in this game, we will also have the Afrika Freaks on their highest ebb as a new lineup. This new organization, fans psyched to see these players back in Korea. Marin, Spirit in particular, returning from adventures, China, Europe, and otherwise for these two. And Marin in particular, double MVP performance against his old org, was the architect of the downfall of SK Telecom, their only match defeat so far this season. But he had the friends, that was the point you were alluding to. Kuro, suddenly playing Corki, going in aggressively with his special delivery. Spirit, playing his first Graves of the season and just dominating from the jungle, pounding Peanut in that particular series. I know that sounds bad, but if you watch that series, it was a pounding, Achilleos.
That's a very forward way to put it, but definitely on point there, Papa Smithy. And, somebody that we haven't really touched on as well is Kramer, who has been having a performance that harkens back to that of spring 2016, where he was looking quite strong as an AD carry.
And a couple of summer performances in there, too.
Yeah, they've
been up and down.
Mix.
That's why it's fun to track teams. I love teams like the Afrika Freaks because you think you know the Afrika Freaks before every single best of 3, because you're like, well, they'll just be like last time. And it never is. It's always different. They're either better or worse than their last time out. I find it hard to believe they're going to match the performance they showed against SKT today against BBQ. But maybe they'll challenge that kind of mental image I have of them if they can 2-0 defeat the BBQ Olivers.
Yep. Afrika have had a considerable amount of time off. So their last match was that against SK Telecom. So they've had plenty of time to prepare for this. So yeah, 6 days coming in. BBQ as well. They've had a couple days since their last one. They played on Sunday of last week when they took on SK Telecom.
It's Afrika's only match of the week as well. Actually, I tell a lie there. They will be playing against Longzhou on Saturday. That'll be a fun one.
Yeah. So
Speaking of the Kramer
help out.
effect, you know, he's definitely had some not so good games, but he didn't die much in those. So 9.1 KDA puts him very much towards top 3 of the KDA rankings. Sadly, no KDA check-ins for us in terms of the broadcast because the OGN broadcast starts on Tuesday on the Korean side. We're going to compare 80 carries. KDA, there you go. First for 80 carries at least. But this is the part where it's a bit more Kramer, is the DPM is very low. 9th is pretty damning for an 80 carry in this league. And it's mostly because he plays very safe and sometimes gets zoned from doing damage. That's why the Sivir pick is kind of a fun one, because Sivir definitely never gets zoned from damage. She dives in, ults, makes the best of fighting with her tank line, and she's 2-0, and I like the fact that OGN included that both these picks are against Varus. We've seen people pick Sivir kind of agnostic of what 80 carry they're facing, but both times for Kramer, it was against the Varus and was fine in lane, you know, got pressured. Sivir has less trading options than Varus, who can push the wave and often get the harass in, whereas Sivir has to walk up to closer range, but he made it work, and Afrika made it work, and they just barreled down SKT in that game too with the Sivir. So definitely one you have to consider for the Afrika Freaks, and maybe it'll become a second round ban if they don't just draft their 80 carry in the first round.
Yeah, and I mean, this gives Afrika a lot of leeway in the draft as well, because a lot of teams, we see them banning away the Varus now on that red side. So having that Sivir with the winning rate so far into the Varus, you have to expect that Afrika probably not going to be too scared to let that go through as a first pick over to BBQ, which could allow them to get something like the Rengar, like the Camille perhaps. Don't think we'll see the LeBlanc core. I would love to have his hands on it, but here we go. We'll get into the draft.
Will it be Operation Ban Out Marin? A lot of teams have been sending many bans towards Marin. Marin may be a couple of years older, but doesn't pick up new champions much. He likes his old champions, and he plays them so well, whether they're in the center of the meta or a bit to the side. His on-hit cannon has definitely gone around the world now that AP cannon is less of a thing with the changes, and BBQ aren't going to play with fire. It's going to ban a Rengar on the blue side. Rika may have some latitude for some different bans. They were red side only for victories for a lot of the season, but we're able to turn that around.
So
Blue side
they're
only,
going to be
sorry.
sticking with these, yeah. As the Camille and LeBlanc are banned away. So what do they want that final ban to be? Could just go ahead and stick with the Varus. But Kramer, again, very comfortable to pick up the Sivir if necessary. Last ban, looks like 80 carry pool will get pinched on a little bit here as BBQ gets rid of the Ashe.
Where the Graves falls in this draft will be interesting. I feel like Spirit will lock it in if it's still available in second round, but Bless has been playing pretty much exclusively Rek'Sai so far this season. No reason that he can't jump onto the Graves himself. A final ban, like you say, for many teams would be Varus, and it seems like Afrika, even though they've had the tonic for the Varus pick twice in a row, there still is the fact that you are losing pressure lane when you lock it in, and BBQ, seeing the 80 carry pull pinched, will just pick up the Jhin, you know, the biggest of the 3 picks available.
Yeah, I think this is a bit worrisome though, as that Graves is available for Spirit here in the first round over on the red side, so could just see that come through with an answering ADC before the next round of bans come in.
Afrika have been very commonly taking their top laner early, so they've been just drafting, in this case it would be the Rumble or the Maokai. So actually I was expecting there to be this early priority on top lane. The reason they do this is they just trust Marin with his picks. If he gets the Rumble or the Maokai, it feels like everyone in the world knows what Marin on Rumble and Maokai will do. He will overextend on Rumble every time. We haven't even seen Spirit path around his side of the jungle. So they play very predictably with this pick, but it was, honestly, Marin's marshalling of the troops in Game 1 against SKT, never using the teleport on Rumble, even against Jace unnecessarily, and taking them through. And these are 2 of the most comfort and power picks for Afrika Freaks. There's just not many teams that are willing to draft top lane blind as early as Afrika.
Yep. And I mean, we saw just how difficult of a time he was giving Huni, even for that disadvantageous matchup that Rumble would typically have into the Jace, was still completely dominating that top lane. So Marin can really just show his prowess on that Rumble. Graves taken away. Bless going to move over to the Kha'Zix, so won't be seeing that Rek'Sai as you mentioned earlier.
Put that away. Put away that Nunu mid that you were considering there. Swain, though, would be a different pick against the Rumble. You'd imagine this would be a top lane pick if it was locked in, but could just be having a bit of fun with the hovers.
Was the flavor of Summer Split for quite some time, the Swain, but gonna flip back over, and we'll see the bottom lane come through here from BBQ as the Zyra gets locked in, but the MF is available.
And this is interesting. If Afreeca don't take an AD carry here, they're kind of inviting BBQ to double ban Sivir and Caitlyn, and then just be left with, say, the Ezreal for Kramer. If they take Misfortune, could definitely be a Misfortune AD carry. We haven't seen that in Korea just yet, but has been a big pick over in Europe. This will be interesting because you just feel like Kramer is ready to play MF ADC. Sivir also would be a big pick. Won't be the MF Zyra that often has come up on the red side just because you take away one of the big meta supports when you do that. In fact, two of the big meta supports in MF and Zyra, especially given that MF is considered that favorable pick into Zyra, but let's digress away from that point. Looking at the second round of picks, mid lane and top lane required for BBQ, but crimping the mid lane and giving Kuro last pick seems like the way forward for Afreeca.
Yep, so Syndra, the first ban away. Something available that Tempt is very adept at playing would be that Taliyah. So we could see that come out, but it's going to be a Ziggs ban, actually, by BBQ.
Yeah, bot lane bans were what I expected. That's kind of the obvious place to attack from the side of BBQ. So first Ziggs, they know there's a physical damage auto attack jungler, so...
Expect Ashe to be the follow-up there. Maokai is banned away from Crazy.
Ashe is already out, so it's kind of Caitlyn is all that's left.
Oh, you're
in
right, that was
terms
banned in
of
the first round.
the meta ADC. Sivir is the Kramer special, but do you really hate it if Sivir is taken, just because Sivir Karma will lose lane to Jhin Zyra? This is a really intriguing spot.
Aurelion Sol.
And Kuro on the Aurelion Sol. It's not quite fly, but it certainly was very impressive. His Aurelion Sol performances was banned against him by SK Telecom as well. So Corki is available, could just be drafted. They want a blind pick, but that would kind of leave no value to their last pick unless it's going to be hiding the Sivir or an even more risky AD carry. They're just going to go for double solo lane blind picks if they are to take the Corki.
And something like the Rise still available, but the Cassiopeia would be on the board.
Interesting. So
But, okay, Corki will be the pickup for Kuro. Always the offhand chance that Kramer's like, I'll just take this into bottom.
you're right. Especially with Kramer, like you say, he does things a little bit differently.
There's a lot of things differently. He's definitely eclectic with his champion pull and builds.
We saw Cogmore earlier this week from Maha. I don't know if we'll see that here.
Oh yeah, the Kog'Maw brand bottom lane.
Yes, the classic Cogmore brand. I mean, Tucson's played brand, so don't say that too loudly
Ah.
around him. And Ari is dropped in here against the Corki. That's a different one.
Okay, so this is something that Tempt was sort of known for before. We kind of saw him flash it throughout the promotion tournament, but has not really been that big so far for us here in Korea.
Which AD carry is it? Is it going to be the Sivir? Sivir looks very risky against this lineup of BBQ, but manageable. Ezreal is another option. Oh, baby, is that first Lucian?
Right.
It is.
It is. They're going to lock this in. This is a big pick for Kramer, as we would see him carry games on his back for CJ in spring with this Lucian. So seems to think that it's back in an adequate position. I mean, the lethality build was something that was massive for Lucian back in summer, so could see that come back through here for Kramer today. Whether or not it's going to be that Black Cleaver on the board, not sure, but the Youmuu's Ghostblade still very likely going to be a rush item.
I saw Bang playing it on stream yesterday. It was, once again, the lethality duo of the Ghostblade into the Black Cleaver, so
Okay.
very big chance that's the way it's taken here. Graves certainly will appreciate that with his AoE damage follow-up as well, so lethality from both AD carries. Nice to see the return of Lucian after small buffs to his Q in particular to help his early trading. Afreeca just drafted what they wanted. They blind picked top, they blind picked mid, but it's ultra comfort for both players. Marin and Kuro both had big performances on Rumble and Corki respectively last time out, but Tempt thinks he has the answer to the Corki. Seen a lot of different picks. MVP will play in the Zed, that's kind of a famous pick. But Ari is a safer, if to me, slightly even more risky option, because the split push gameplay is not available, so you kind of need to get ahead and hit those timings to really make the most out of Ari. Ari build will be an interesting track as well. And finally, the return of Lucian in the bot lane. Lucian Karma against Jhin Zyra. The support standard, the Lucian, anything but, at least for the 2017 season.
Yep. Let's see how Tucson handles this bottom lane with Lucian coming back into the meta because Totoro's been doing quite well and Tucson's has had some faltering performances. But let's go ahead, let's get onto the rift for game 1, BBQ versus Afreeca Freecs. All right, and here we are. It's like a standard 5-point across the map. Overall here, so no cheeky plays like we saw in our first series. Nice little drawing we got coming through from the fans right in the audience. So some BBQ fans still coming out, even though there's no free chicken.
I know, we found out the hard way. We were hoping for chicken, second series of the night.
Found out with our empty stomachs.
That's true. We're grumbling, but begrudgingly we'll cast a BBQ game, I guess.
I suppose, if I must.
Fervor is the keystone from Lucian. For those people wondering at home, or the Lucian mains hoping against hope they can lock it in without someone saying change to Ashe, Jhin, or one of the other meta AD carries.
Still might get yelled at, but...
And we get to play the fun game of what happens at level 3 or 4 in the top lane.
Where is Marin positioned?
Sometimes we send Afreeca do some interesting level 1s to try and provide coverage for Marin when they're on the blue side. Frequently they'll start red side jungle. Maybe start the Raptors and then just allow Afreeca to Spirit to play around the top side, thus providing indirect coverage because the enemy jungler can't just walk up and gank the top lane, but not to be this time because it's a red side rumble.
You know, the Maokai is very adept at helping out the Graves start off as he throw down the saplings, but Marin just going to replicate that here with the Flame Spitter.
Ghost doesn't subscribe to the boot start on the Jhin, so we'll just be going to the now common longsword start.
Yeah, and Kramer sticking with the Doran's Blade.
Risky against the Zyra in particular.
Yeah.
Often we would see longsword in Zyra lanes. Feels like they should swap to some degree, but we are as we are.
He has the Karma to offer him up a bit of protection with the shields, so I guess feeling confident in Tucson's cover. Malzahar, something that was available that I thought maybe Tucson would go back to, but the last couple times we saw him play that, it was less than stellar.
It was the big pick for him at the start of the season. I liked his ultimate usage, specifically his suppression to deny Baron buffs. He was very good at playing around that objective, but as you say, was caught out a few times last time out.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of disjointed communication with the squad where he'd flash in, go for the Nether Grasp, but no one was there to follow up. So strays away from that, Karma much more consistent, much more utility heavy.
Don't worry, Marin. Nobody on your side of the jungle today.
Yeah, threw down that ward near the Gromp, so it's becoming, or has become a very popular warding spot for a lot of teams. But won't be spotting out Bless quite yet. Infernal Drake will be starting us off, so expect high priority over that.
Graves can solo down pretty safely a little bit later in the game, but not for now.
Yeah, needs to get that jungle enchantment first.
Really hard 1-2 item spike for Afreeca Freecs. Rumble, Lucian, Corki. You know, really, really high spike, but feels like the late game will be pretty much in the advantage of BBQ. Not in a massive way, but this feels like after the second item, you know, Black Cleaver and Youmuu's Ghostblade will be competed, we imagine, for Kramer. Feels like things start to fall away a little bit for Afreeca. Very strong siege comp, though, with 380 carries and the Rumble and Karma to provide engage, disengage as necessary.
Yeah, Bless been trying to find an entry here into the bottom and now mid lanes, but comes up short. The vision control here from Afreeca has been quite good, which means that Spirit was able to move over, get that second Scuttle Crab. And he will rotate around, drops a control ward. Doesn't want to go up towards top lane. Crazy is pushed forward, doesn't have any vision in the river, but looks like he's just going to go back in for his Raptors for now.
Marin's got a little bit safety first in his items. Famously would always buy Amp Tome 1 potion, but he digressed finally and realized he needed a second potion, so goes Ruby Crystal now.
Plus, yet again, getting spotted. He's going to grab and throw down a ward inside the river to give a bit of cover for Crazy. Hasn't yet found that control ward. But now Spirit getting spotted out as he goes for an invade.
Going around on Tempt. Will probably have to do that to justify the time investment when he realizes that the Raptors are down, but no, not to be. Level 5 from Tempt, so doesn't have the ultimate to run away just yet.
Saw him enter, but they didn't see him exit. Now the ward has expired, so he's going to come forward. Kuro throws down a bit of damage. Big burst. Can they finish him off? No, won't be able to find it in the end. He didn't have to blow the flash either. Kuro likely could have forced the flash if he had used the exhaust, but decides to abstain from using that summoner spell.
First time in a while we see Ignite mid lane from Tempt on the Ahri. Usually exhaust is the summoner spell choice. We see a lot of Corki. Corki very obviously takes exhaust, Ghost, and teleport, other options. So solo kill potential when you take the Ignite. A lot of lane pressure naturally, innately from picking that particular summoner spell. No cost to use it just yet. For an Afreeca game, it's been surprisingly quiet. Marin hasn't been ganked. No big invade plays from Spirit. Game only gets better and better as we roll to the mid game for Afreeca Freaks, so no need to get too feisty.
Get those items coming in, and that's when we might see that explosive play come out. For now, neither jungler really going for any ganks, just pathing around, getting as much farm as they possibly can. See, both of them going to be starting off with the Tracker's Knives. Spirit just going to clear out that ward, so see where these guys are going to go to find their first gank.
Yeah, excitement's definitely going to come when the package is available, just because against Type, Kuro came up with a massive performance against both Faker and the aggression factor that has never really been there for Kuro as a player, especially in big matches. He would often be passive to a fault, but credit where credit's due. Played excellently against SK Telecom. Played with nameplates up for much of that game.
So Marin actually bought a control ward, but it gets cleared up by Crazy. So he is again vulnerable.
We go insurance first of the Merc Treads, though. Surprisingly little to talk about so far.
How was your Valentine's Day, Papa Smithy? You didn't call me, so I assume you didn't need a Valentine.
I did not need a Valentine, no. It was a good day. Did you have a Korean Valentine's Day? That's not just a Valentine's Day in Korea,
I was going to define that, where I match outfits with my girlfriend.
No, actually, I mean, that's just a normal date, actually, in Korea. A Korean Valentine's Day is, just to note, that Bless was the one that picked up that raptor. The Korean tradition is actually that the girl buys the guy a gift.
Yes. Chocolate is usually the customary.
So it's not the male getting the female a gift as it is in North America and the West in general. To counterbalance that, there is White Day, which is 1 month later, the 14th of March, where the guy gets the girl candy.
Yep, and then 1 month later, there's Black Day, which is where all the singles rejoice. But in the bottom lane, Totoro getting caught out there on the Stranglethorns will not get rooted by that deadly flourish. That's going to be the equalizer thrown down. Totoro just going to go ahead and sit alongside the wall. Hasn't been burned out yet, but a big Mantra Q from Tucson. Flies straight and true, comes up with a kill, but now Marin in a bad spot as that curtain call comes through, but the rest of Afreeca pushing forward, able to body block on that, and Bless just too greedy, trying to push forward onto the kill into the Rumble, unable to come up with it, pays for it with his life. And Ghost and Tempt, they're going to have to back off. Tempt unable to come up with anything with his ultimate. Spirit Rush not going to gain much in Afreeca. They put 2 kills on the board.
The attempt really slow to rotate, then when he came in instantly exhausted, Tucson the big star with the snipe to get first blood. A nice turn. They played around the curtain call really well, got a kill. Bless didn't expect there to be that sort of aggression coming out from Afreeca Freaks. Nice coordination, and coordination was something they showed in fits and spurts before the SKT match, and then suddenly we're on top of. So credit where credit's due. Nice stuff for Afreeca. Said that twice now, but we've been so hot and cold that you have to be consistent about crediting specifically Afreeca Freaks. Spirit looked here like he'd gone too far. Equalizer was just so positioned. Totoro was like, okay, guys, I'm not doing so well here.
I'm a little stuck.
But this turn is what I like the most to see. So everyone understood how to turn this. First the exhaust onto Blast, then the body blocking. They turned on. Tethers continues. So Tucson, the big MVP of that particular play. And a second backup exhaust available from the Volkring in Kuro.
Yeah, just a second too late there for Tempt, flashing, or dashing forward rather, trying to get that Orb of Deception in on Tamarin. Couldn't come up with the kill.
Let's just finish off the Valentine's Day talk. So
Sure.
while you say that Black Day is the day for singles, which is strictly true, it's not quite as happy as you suggest. It's actually, they all eat a place of jjajangmyeon, which is black noodles, and kind of like a sad together.
Yeah.
It's not like a singles mingles day.
So if you go out on April 14th and you order that, everyone knows that it's just sad times.
But they kind of like, they're all there together, you know? It's like, well, it's not our year. Oh, maybe next year. So it's a 3-part tradition, the Valentine's Day one in Korea.
Oh, Freaka starting up this Infernal, but they're going to get forced off a bit by BBQ. The TP coming through from Crazy. Very tanky Nautilus, and it seems like Freaka won't have a way to get in here. Spirit, he gets locked down. That's going to be the ultimate coming through, and he gets popped as Tempt picks up the first kill here for BBQ. The Infernal Drake will go over as Ghost finishes that off. And that's going to be a nice takeaway. Tempt gets some answering damage on the back end onto Tucson. Making sure that the rest of his team is safe.
Yeah, Equalizer didn't get much done there. Seemed like BBQ split the right way, so not the most important cooldown to track, but still. They back away. Infernal Drake, nice pickup for BBQ.
Yeah, good call on that to go ahead and burn out the teleport. So they pick up a kill in that Drake. Nicely done by them. Still going to be at a deficit of 1.6 thousand gold, but it's a step in the right direction.
And a step that honestly shouldn't have been afforded by Freaka. When you take such an early out of bot lane turret, it should be impossible for BBQ to actually get position on an early Drake, but they're just really assertive about it. And Freaka rotating second could get nothing done, so nice objective picked up.
See what they want to do to answer this though. Freaka starting to aggressively push into the jungle. Blue side of BBQ. Get some vision control down.
They're pushing really aggressively. They look like they want to dive Crazy.
This would be a bit risky. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he does have his flash. And can use that dredge line to get to safety. There's no way of interrupting that. So it looks like they will just stick Kramer up top here alongside Tucson.
How much fun Marin will have 1v2 as Rumble with no Equalizer to clear the wave, although it will be up if a second minion wave is needed to take bot lane turret.
Seems like it definitely would be bad times. Meanwhile, Freaka desperately trying to clear out this turret, but the wave clear from Crazy still quite strong. It's a grab in onto Spirit. He'll take that turret shot, knocks him down to about half. So good defense here for the Nautilus. Still very tanky, and they have limited ways of chunking him out.
Marin will have Equalizer soon, so can invest that to keep the pushing war going just fine from a Freaka Freaks who have abandoned the hopes of taking Crazy's top lane turret. Much to say about Tempt so far. Has kind of digressed from his build path. We've seen the GLP Ahri. That was a favorite of Faker's in solo queue back at Worlds. It was the GLP into Lichbane. Protobelt was what he ran when he played Ahri at Worlds. Protobelt into Lichbane, which we may still see here, but no Magic Mantle to deal with the double magic damage solo lanes from Freaka.
Trying to get that build off the ground. In the meantime, though, Marin not going to get caught, it would seem.
Had a minion wave and his turret to retreat to.
Yeah, but had his flash up, so he was relatively safe there. Blue buff could be taken away now as Bless shown on the bottom side of the map. Totoro would have to really try to get this one out of the hands of the Freaka, but Spirit has the smite, so he walks away with it.
Another Infernal spawning just as those item builds are going to be really underway for Freaka. The Andres, Trinity Force already completed, soon to be Ghost Blade on the Lucian. There it is. Expecting the Black Cleaver, but could possibly move away from it. Outside
it's Kramer,
chance.
so I wouldn't be too shocked if we see something else.
Edge of Night would be nice to be able to walk up to a turret to do some turret damage, so while it may not be second, I think it will be on the menu eventually for Kramer.
Yeah, won't have to worry about the dredge line or the ultimate from Crazy or that charm coming in from Tempt, so
Well,
Edge of the Night would be
the first one, maybe. The follow-up ones, certainly we'll have to worry about those a lot.
saying whichever happens first. Unfortunately for him, Edge of the Night will not protect him from everything.
Nope. Only Rengar has that ability.
Yeah. How
And
strong.
Not for much longer, though. I guess Olaf has it too. But
The
yeah.
kitty will get neutered soon.
No complaints, Kilios. Though the thrilling hunts were amusing.
Oh, they're just wonderful. Going for a nice stroll through the jungle.
Speaking of a stroll through the jungle, that second Infernal Drake needs some prepping.
Does nothing to push forward. Look for this red buff. Smite does come out from Bless, but he gets chunked down to about half HP. Dragon's still about a minute and 40 off.
That's where you look at your items and you say, okay, Freaka could not be more powerful. Doesn't mean you necessarily just instantly give up either the outer turret or the Infernal Drake, but certainly something to respond to for BBQ.
Yeah, definitely want to think twice about it, but wave clear is still quite strong. So they go ahead and they keep this turret safe for the time being. Not too much vision prep from the side of BBQ for that second Infernal. Just have a control ward inside the Tri-Brush. And that blue ward right there on your screen on the ramp. But it will be expiring before the Dragon spawns, so they'll have to push forward and try to get some ward down if they want to contest that.
Emphatic entrance by the Nautilus, but nothing really to fight for in the top lane. All the outer turrets up for a Freak of Freaks, so Marin doesn't need to overextend to pick up Bomb most of the time. Just waiting for 40 seconds. Hopefully this will be the flare point, what has been otherwise pretty quiet early game.
Yeah, things have definitely slowed down. See though, mid laners wrapping their way around. Temp's gonna go forward, Valkyrie immediately away.
Big cooldown down though.
Yeah, they get rid of the Spirit Rush. That's gonna be a nice pickup.
Level 11 also just obtained from a minion dying. Actually, it might have been from the ward dying. There is experience now on ward kills.
Kuro still safe. Tucson pushes in, replaces the vision that was lost. And Afreeca look quite well set to go ahead and get ready for this second Infernal Drake.
This is the Drake you definitely think twice, 3 times, 4 times about competing against if you're BBQ. And it seems like they think better of.
Yeah, definitely would be rough without Tempt having his ultimate. They don't want to just go ahead and commit crazy in with the teleport, so they'll just hand this over, go equal in Infernal Drakes. So 8% additional stats for both sides. Ocean will be the next one to follow up. Where do the teams decide to go from here? Afreeca have a hell of a lot of pushing power. They can clear out these waves, shove people off the turrets with the Lucian ultimate.
And sure, Charm is one potential answer to a siege, but with Spirit Rush down, you're pretty safe from the Ahri. So if Nautilus is on the map, you feel pretty happy to send 380 carries under the outer mid lane turret and try and take it down. You have Tucson with the AoE speed up to get them out in a pinch. Yep, confirmation it will be Black Cleaver second from Kramer. I guess it could be Trinity Force. That was a build that was picking up some traction. I believe it was Blade the Ruin King Trinity Force before the latest round of lethality buffs. I'm thinking Black Cleaver.
Crazy. Trying to get the dredge line onto the big Krug, finds Marn instead. Tucson were a bit closer, maybe could have gone in for the tether.
Graves has a Giant Spell. Interesting.
That he does. Okay, Spirit, where are you going with this one?
Could just be for the power right now. Of course, Graves still does get resists when he quick draws. We'll probably have to be one of the people furthest forward, so the pick power of Ahri and Kha'Zix will certainly be there.
Really good vision line going up through the jungle, as the Observer shows us that.
Maybe Frozen Mallet? I know they played with the build path a couple of times. I don't think it builds from Giant Spell. But
Oh, Marn barely getting out of range of that dredge line. Doesn't have the equalizer, but not too much of a minion wave there for him to clear out anyway, so they can't get much damage.
yeah, it is Giant Spell Joram's Fist, so I'm guessing Frozen Mallet Graves, which is certainly a tech choice that could be made by Graves. Not as much power as the Black Cleaver, but they would be overlapping Black Cleaver between Kramer and Spirit,
Yep.
so it's going to be more of a pseudo frontliner with the Frozen Mallet build.
We would really limit the mobility here for Tempt and Bless. They're able to jump around and really cripple Ghost on this Jhin. See if it's going to pay off for him. Spirit has looked quite good on this Grave so far. But now pinching into the top, trying to get onto Tempt, has the Spirit Rush and the Flash available. They go ahead, pop Spirit Rush, still takes a heck of a lot of damage, has to use the Proto Belt as well just to create additional distance.
There's no other objectives in that area, so Looking to see what BBQ does on the map. Nautilus also already in position to get some damage onto the bot lane turret. Probably no more than that.
Marin's going down to match him.
He didn't quite have the home guard buff because we haven't quite hit 20 minutes. So we'll take his time.
Got the scrap shield to help speed him up every couple seconds, but still going to miss out on a decent bit of minions, and some damage will come through onto the turret in the end. So
Longer that nothing happens as we reach the epicenter of Afrika Freak's power spikes. Happy a BBQ should be in many ways. 1-2
Afrika.
items. They look very powerful. Soon will be the Black Cleaver. Haven't seen Kramer shop recently.
see the poke damage coming out onto Totoro. Pretty significant. So Kuro making use of those rockets and the Trinity Force to lay down as much as he can, but they still can't find an opening onto this turret. So good to see the package going down. Oh no, never mind. Finds Totoro. And now Kramer going low, gets locked down by Bless, and Ghost is able to pick up the kill. Turn call comes through, but Kuro's already out of range, so he's gonna have to cancel that one. Crazy pushing forward, doesn't really want to flash in to go for the depth charge.
The angle really worked against Ghost. Ended up having to cancel it early. Rumble is still fishing for an equalizer. Graves and Rumble have been playing around the bot side, hoping to see Jin and Nautilus walk up. All right, it's time.
There we go, Ghost immediately gonna flash Marin the chase. Depth charge comes out, he'll get popped up. There's on the equalizer, but Ghost not really standing in this. Flash forward by Spirit, trying to get some damage in. The Flame Spitter, with the help of the Graves, will be able to take down the Jin in the end, but now Afrika, they have to get out of here. Tempt is arriving. Kuro already been taken out as Bless goes forward. Tempt burning down, but still alive. Can he go back in? He does. Helps come up with a kill onto Marin. Tucson looking like he's gonna fall. Has the shield to try to speed him up, but they're hot on his heels. Could very well find the kill. Flashes over and should be able to take himself out to safety. Unless Bless can really chase him down. But looks like he's gonna go ahead and give up on that one. That was basically 4 kills picked up in the end for BBQ in that one fight.
The attempts to go to the edge of the fight so adeptly on this Ari, was still able to put out damage and suck in the members of Afrika Freaks. Marin's equalizer was actually pretty well positioned. It looked bad, but it was more about splitting the AD carry away from his team. So we're going to see the replay. This was, of course, with a member down as Lucian was dead. The reason why you equalize it there is suddenly Ghost has only one way to go. Ends up being taken down, but really nice stuff from Tempt on the backside of the fight. Was exhausted, but the fact that he fell low but continued to do damage. Bless had no mana, but just walked in out of vision, applied his passive, and turned around. Good stuff from BBQ. Close for parts of it, but they end up with a pretty sizable lead on the back end.
Yeah. They go ahead and they shrink that considerably. Now just a couple hundred separating them from Afrika. And still going to be even in those dragons. Spirit, though, gets popped immediately. Bless goes over the wall, has that big isolation damage. Now Tucson getting roped up by that dredge line, gets taken out. As Crazy comes up with the kill. BBQ exploding back into this game. And now the ping's coming through. Looks like they might just be able to rotate down, pick up their second dragon with that Ocean Drake that's sitting right now in the pit.
That's poor stuff from Spirit. You can't just walk up against a pick comp when you don't have vision and be surprised when one of the pick CC tools takes you down. Tucson goes as well to pay for the sins of Spirit. Spirit's build still caught between items. We saw a turret fall before. Looks like another one will for BBQ, and they pick up a Drake as well. So the objective's rolling in for BBQ Olivers.
Yeah. Pays for the sins, but I don't think that they were absolved by that play right there.
Only a victory can absolve the sins, Achilles.
Spirit just playing disrespectfully towards this Kha'Zix.
Yeah, last time out, didn't have to deal
Respectfully.
with the need for respectful play, because they were pretty frequently ahead. I believe there was solo kills on Peanut in both Game 1 and Game 2 of that series against SKT. Need to understand their role. They are a siege disengage comp against a pick comp. And if they're walking in to charm range, to Nautilus depth charge range, then they're already losing the pressure war. Marin needs his troops to play respectfully, but also to play their strengths, which is around enemy turrets. However, when a siege comp starts to lose team fights, starts to lose vision control, every vision sweep or vision put down is a place of combat or flare point for BBQ. And, you know, even if damage hits, then there's Deadly Flourish, and then there's probably a pick for BBQ Olivers.
Yep, so far been working out quite well for them as they move into just over 1,000 gold in the lead, 3 kills over top of Afrika. And now even in turrets. So if we can just break this mid-tier 1, that would really open up the map for BBQ. See where Afreeca wants to go from here to try to swing themselves back into an advantageous position. Because every time they make a move, these last couple fights, BBQ has been able to answer right back and come out on top.
So your voice starts to die there. Come on, Kilios. We can do this. We can make it through. It's only a Jin series.
I'm chugging through as best as I can. It's the
Chugging
start
what?
of the week.
Energy drinks?
Energy drinks definitely something that helped after that first series.
Chugging that sweet, sweet Korean League of Legends.
The tastiest drink of all.
That is a lot. That line of traps is so troll. I've never seen that before. Sick wave clear.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I mean, if it works, it works.
Temsol alone.
He is, but
blown
he's
already.
got those 3 charges, plus the Proto Belt takes him out to safety. Didn't have to even have the flash available, but still, ultimate burned by him. Afreeca have to be happy about that.
They have to be able to walk up here. When you see something like that used, like the Spirit Rush and Proto Belt, suddenly turret hits that weren't possible before are possible now. There's so many of them that someone inevitably is going to take this down, and there it is.
There we go. Yeah, Kramer able to take that out. The collateral damage didn't really gain much from Spirit, but it did help push BBQ back and split them away from the tower. So it does go down in the end.
But it's cool to see how something that in another game is inconsequential, like Ahri Spirit Rushing, is so consequential against a Siege comp, because suddenly the relative safety that you have, thinking, okay, I'm going to dodge that charm, it's so much lower when the redirection is possible with, you know, the first Spirit Rush into the charm. So you see the Spirit Rush down, suddenly much more predictable is the Ahri and her attempts to find and engage. The new flash was still not up.
Oh boy.
This is spotted out, though.
Yeah, there is a ward in the pit. Ward in the bottom lane still hasn't started channeling that teleport.
Owen would really rather not come in, but it looks like he's going to be forced to.
Yeah, Baron down below half HP. Several wards thrown into the pit. BBQ, they're going to stick to this one like glue. Marn coming in from above. Spirit goes in, not able to take away the Baron as it is picked up by Bless, but he goes low. Big depth charge comes through, and that's going to be Marn getting deleted off the bat. Kramer as well, falling on the sidelines. His Temp just dashes his way to a kill. Kuro getting locked up. There's the Roots, the final shot. Unable to miss from Ghost. That's an ace. That's a Baron. And BBQ, they're going to take this one straight down the mid lane. They might be able to get an inhibitor off this.
Clean ace and a mistake from Marn. Not the timing, but he wasn't actually using his Zhonya's just as Equalizer would have come up. He could have channeled that, would have died, but would at least put out some AoE damage, and the punishment is real from the BBQ Olivers. Baron, 2 turrets, will be 3. Still no respawns on the side of Afreeca Freaks, and you close your eyes, you blink, you close the stream for a second because you want to do something else, and you come back, and suddenly, goodbye inhibitor. And hello, potential Game 1 victory for BBQ Olivers. That's 7,000 gold ahead.
Wow, I mean, what more can you say? This looked like a really bold call from BBQ, and it was, but they played this well. The Smite not able to come through from Spirit to get the steal, and then
both players smited.
Straight into Kramer's face.
Both players smited, and then was left at 20 HP or so, and just finished up. And speaking of finishing up, Tempt had a field day on the back end of this fight. Nice turn from Ghost as well.
Yep, double kill for Ghost and Tempt.
That was just a perfect time with Equalizer down, and also no true frontliner on the side of Afreeca Freaks. Siege Comp's over-prioritizing starting Baron and being turned on, and a Siege Comp being forced to fight against a team with a true tank around Baron. Both of them are deadly, and this one may have pushed the game too far for Afreeca Freaks.
Yep.
Are we surprised at this point, though?
I guess not. I mean, I have to swap the saying, I suppose, but Afreeca taketh, Afreeca giveth away.
There's a lot of Robin Hoods, it turns out. Katie Rolster now doing some Robin Hood impressions this week against MVP. But I don't know. It was just in the air, Achilles. I saw Dongjun, one of the Korean casts. I'm like, BBQ are going to win today, aren't they? And he's like, yeah, I think so too. So we were on the same wavelength. Afreeca Freaks, favorite against the best teams, but this is what they do against other teams. And we saw it from KT against MVP yesterday. There has just been this epidemic of top teams not dotting the I's and crossing the T's when they're in situations where they're favorites. Especially outright favorites, because we definitely have some closer matchups in the league this season, but when you're outright favorites like Afreeca after beating SK Telecom today, you wouldn't expect a performance of this caliber.
Definitely not. BBQ really showing up, but I mean, this was a rough early game for them. It seemed like Afreeca, you know, they really had the upper hand, but they just started turning those engages around on Afreeca, and now they're punishing them so thoroughly. An inhibitor down, you know, pre-30 minutes for BBQ against Afreeca Freaks is already a feat in and of itself, but now looking to close out this game in pretty swift fashion as all of the inner turrets have collapsed and a second inhibitor tower on the way. Temp lands the Charmin on the girl, works him down to about half HP as Bless starts threatening from the sidelines.
They don't have any force. There's no force on the side of Afrika. Sure, you can throw out an equalizer, but that will just be moved away from on the side of BBQ. No other initiation. CC, this is a siege comp that plays from ahead.
Yeah.
They're anything but ahead. We'll find their base broken in every single way as the third inhibitor turret goes down, and maybe some kills on the back end.
Yeah, wow, Spirit just gonna get sniped out cleanly from Ghost, comes up with the solo kill. With that one, that's going to be 3 inhibs falling, and BBQ, could they just end it right here on this push? Spirit's dead for another 35 seconds, and Afrika just look completely shattered.
Still good wave clear, but Baron buff, minions pushing in. Big crit onto the first Nexus turret. They want to end it now.
That's the dash away. Equalizer does come down, trying to clear out the minions as best as possible. Marin gets snatched up by the dredge line. Has to pop the Zhonya's. The first Nexus turret goes down. Inhib in top still standing. BBQ did not rotate over to get rid of that, so it looks like they will just exit with that objective still available for Afrika, but they have left the base crumble, and BBQ, they look really well set to close out this first game over Afrika Freaks.
And making the draft work, making the Ahri pick work, because that was a surprise.
Yeah, 3-0 and 3.
Afrika kind of opted into this Achilles. If you remember, blind picked top, blind picked mid. They got the picks that did so well for them against SKT, but the gameplay around the picks isn't the same. And that's what's really changed from last Thursday to today, as BBQ have been very solid. Remember, they came in with no momentum. They were 0-4 in their last 2 against Longzhu and SKT. But big increase in level of performance for the BBQ Olivers. Had more tools from behind, so even when behind, they were still, okay, we've got the catch. We still have the potential to pick up the catch. And the moment that Spirit face-checked and was caught around the red side jungle and they got those 2 kills, they've always had vision supremacy. Afrika have never been able to have the step-up setups they're looking for. And a bold call around Baron was really what cemented the game 1 for BBQ, at least where we stand at 32 minutes.
Yep. And a win here for BBQ would launch them in front of Afrika. Whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, they will still inch into that 6th place spot and get them very close to the scoreline of MVP. And that's where playoff contention comes in. Dredgeline goes forward, but Crazy unable to lock down Spirit. But the inhib will fall. Waves have been pushed out very well by Afrika, so they will be able to hold on for a bit longer. Mid inhib comes back up, but you have to expect that that's going to die immediately.
Now they'll probably have to back away, though. No minions to help in the push. It's a little bit risky. Equalizer, just to split the team.
They're trying to save them off as much as possible. Zhonya's will mitigate that depth charge coming through, but Totoro with a help attempt is able to take out Marin to really start this fight off with a bang. Juicin goes down as well as Ghost takes him out. And now 2 members dead for 40 seconds. All 3 inhibitors down. The Super Creeps pushing into the base. Kuro getting locked down. The Deadly Flourish comes through as well as that 4th and final shot as Ghost picks up another kill. The Nexus turrets, they're down. The Nexus is exposed. 33.5 minutes. BBQ, they will take down Afrika Freaks very convincingly here in game 1.
To buff up the KDA, not to be, but the bizarro week of LCK continues. Gongnu Monster picked up their first victory in our first set. KT 2-0'd by MVP. SKT losing their first game and having to sub in blank to win a series against Longzhu. And now Afrika, another one of those playoff-bound teams, at least on paper, pay for some of their poor decisions in the mid-game especially. We talked about how strong they were at 2 items. Their decision-making didn't match their item power spikes. Spirit in particular, he's definitely been one of the most topsy-turvy players this season. Looked wonderful against Peanut and SKT. Left a lot to be desired in this particular game, and back to the drawing board for Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, for sure. Rough stuff here for Afrika. Still, best of 3 set. Could go ahead and fire back as they get ready to swap over to the blue side, which has been historically quite strong for them. But a very good showing for BBQ here in game 1. And if they're able to close this out with a 2-0, what a statement that would make.
I mean, it's the biggest game win for BBQ so far this season in terms of single games. Finally taking a game off one of those top echelon teams. So at least that part feels good. We had the Afrika Freaks before, Samsung before, sorry, who could beat everyone below them but struggled to beat teams above them. Took the next step, made it to World Finals. Different story for Samsung Galaxy this year. BBQ Olivers, very solid and dependable against the lower teams, but have struggled against top teams, so feels good to pick up that victory. Freaka made a lot of mistakes, but don't take anything away from a cleanly played game and an interesting draft with the Ahri for BBQ Olivers.
Yeah, showing a lot of diversity here with these picks. And Kramer, going back to that Lucian, something that he has been beloved for him in the past, not working out at all here in this first game, so can expect that we won't see that one on the Rift.
Didn't provide initiation, didn't really do anything in team fights when they didn't have any CC to back it up. Utility AD carries the meta for a reason, and honestly, Afreeca were desperately looking for one.
Yep. We'll see what Afreeca wants to bring to the board as they rotate back over to the blue side. Again, where they have been the strongest in their past games. BBQ, they're going to put their heads together and do their damnedest to close this out with a 2-0 and make a statement to those teams resting in the top 5 spots. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if they're able to do that, so don't go anywhere, guys. Game 2 coming up in just a few.
Sweet talk so sweet that I'm getting it too big, too good to be good, shouldn't eat it. You talk like you need me, like you never leave me, until I begin to believe that I was good on my own, until you came along, waiting for me to fold. Now you're gone, baby, gone. If you don't mean it, don't you say it. If you don't feel it, don't you fake it. If it's a lie, baby, don't say it's true. If you don't want it, why'd you take it? How come you bought it just to break it? If you don't love me, then don't say it do. Days pass since I'd seen a trace of your face with me, and things caught your attention. How they just been honest, you said that you promised my disbelief dropped to suspension. I was good on my own until you came along.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a look at the damage dealt the champions here. As you can see, Ghost doing quite a bit of work on that Jhin. It's been a while since we've seen Jhin really topping the charts, especially with a Corki in the game.
It's been a while since I've really enjoyed these damage dealt charts, though, Achilles, because everyone's a utility long-range poker, so we get stuff like Jhin Corki, always at the top of the table. Varus, the true master.
Yeah.
Never to be beaten unless something really weird happened. Beaten, I said. Beaten is also a word. But, yep, pretty predictable stuff. It's actually pretty low damage for Zyra, all things considered.
Yeah, I was actually kind of confused about that, but I mean, Totoro didn't really have to do too much other than root people and allow for his teammates to get kills. We'll see who gets the MVP here.
I'm
a lot
guessing
of different options that you could say for the side of BBQ, but it's going to be crazy, actually, in the top lane. Thought
Interesting.
maybe it would be Tempt bringing out the Ahri.
Yeah, Tempt was the one I kind of had my eyes on, specifically with the nice catch and the play around that Baron where he skirted around the edge, but Crazy was really reliable. We're seeing a return of the Nautilus today. Second time we've seen big Nautilus plays, all about being an early power spike tank, so you have the most trading power against a Rumble. If you're a Maokai, if you're a Poppy, you lose the lane to Rumble a lot harder than Nautilus does, given that he's strongest at level 3 and does scale up really well. And, you know, you're never going to get outscaled as Nautilus. You never have to worry about being the second best tank when you're the only tank in the game. So, had his role, was in the front line. Nice turns here. It's getting up this fight, so I was focused on Temp. There's actually some really nice turns by Crazy as well.
Target selection is very much on point, whether it was the dredge lines. You can see the Taste of Fear there taken away.
Double smite and then just a Taste of the Fear was enough to claim that right at the end.
Yeah, this is Tempt. Showing off some fancy footwork, coming up with that double kill. This is where things really got solidified for BBQ.
What's going on in this league, Achilles? The tipping system must be the hardest. Whoever's got all the games right, you're just like, really? You're just a madman.
I don't know what's happening, but good lord, I gotta say I love it.
Well, I'm hoping Afrika will be more respectful in this upcoming game. Felt a bit like Katie Rolster yesterday from Afrika Freaks today. But we'll get more into that as we roll into the draft in the second game, because well-deserved MVP for Crazy. One of their best performers so far this season. Solo queue ranking in general, the talk from Scrims was how much better Crazy was than last year, where he was a bit of a liability for ESC ever. So nice to see these players kind of stick in a league where they struggle and get better. That was Smeb's story. Who's to say what the ceiling is for Crazy?
Seems to be quite high right now. But game 2, ready to get this pick ban underway. We'll go ahead and dive right into this one. So Afrika Freaks swapping over onto the blue side. Won't be seeing Mowgli. Thought maybe we would see that swap out of Spirit. Started off strong in that game, but looked lost by the end of it.
In the LPL, they now have an MVP and the opposite of an MVP. I forget what they call it. It's not a least valuable player, but we did have that record for game 1. It would have been Spirit for me, as he made too many mistakes. On the blue side, though, did have them down as a bit of Afrika Freaks blue at the start of the season when they could only win on blue side. That generalized a little bit, especially in that SKT victory, of course. 2-0 means you won on either side. But have more freedom in the ban, so we'll see what they're fishing for as a first pick. And as I was kind of alluding to a second ago, what I'm looking for Afrika is more respect. And in the draft phase, that means not blind picking both your solo laners. They love to pick very early for Marin. Either the Rumble or the Maokai is usually the way there. But we've already seen so many effective champions for Marin. Rumble, Maokai, Kennen have all looked really good for him. He has others as well. The Renekton situationally can work. I'm hoping we see some crazy carry top lane matchup like Camille versus the Fiora, but with Camille banned, that sadly won't be today.
Fiora would be a nice one. Has not been seen for a little while, but
Smeb played it once this season, but a lot of scenarios where you thought Fiora would be drafted, i.e. first pick on red side Maokai, but teams like to play around their bot lane, specifically because of all the utility and initiation from champions like Ashe and Jhin. And having coverage for Fiora is like an ongoing thing where you always need to, as a team, ward for the split push. And that makes it just too hard. It feels like it's more reliable to go for the utility plays than to rely upon the split pusher. And speaking of relying upon a champion, Afrika Freaks have pretty consistently first picked the Malzahar. They looked past it last game. And you give it back to Tucson for this one.
yeah, offhand chance that Kuro takes it in the mid lane, but Tucson's definitely been a big pick for him in the past so far throughout this split. Has had some mixed reviews as far as his performance goes.
I think his laning phase in general has been pretty poor. Definitely on the lower ebb of the support pool in Korea, but I think his late game decision making has been pretty good. So his mechanics have kind of covered him in lane where he's made some decision making mistakes after being out of competitive play for over a year. So give him time. We'll see if he can solidify a position up the ladder of supports as the season goes on. Kha'Zix once again taken by Bless. Was a good performance from him, even if he was a bit unsung in game 1. They leave up the Graves for Spirit. That shows how far he's fallen, given it felt like a ban coming out of the SKT series and then was on Struggle Street in game 1. Looking for ostensibly AD carry and jungle, but this is Afreeca who often take their top laner this early, so there is an outside chance they just take Maokai in this round of the draft. It goes against the international thought process of show the least amount of information here and then have at least one counter pick early. But it paid off previously, so always a chance that Rumble or Maokai could be locked in the first round for Afreeca.
Yep. Seems like Ashe going to be the pickup here for AD carry to go into the Jhin of Ghost. So we'll get both of our ADCs squared away. So more than likely going to be that Ashe Malzahar bot lane with Graves now locked in for Spirit in the jungle. So comfort here so far for Afreeca Freaks. Didn't get them too far in game 1 though. There was a hell of a lot of comfort for everybody.
There was picking comfort and there's forcing comfort. And it really felt like they were like, well, we just want these champions because we're the best at them. And then fell into a draft that only worked one way, fell behind, and unfortunately the game was over. So it's definitely a different game they could have won, but execution heavy didn't work for the Afreeca Freaks in game 1 is interesting. So BBQ smell a rat. They ban out the Thresh, so they're believing that Kuro could be flexing this Malzahar into mid. We've seen it once today already. Has been a pick that Kuro has played in mid lane as recently as Summer Split.
Syndra, the follow-up ban here by Afreeca. We'll snipe that one off the board. So again, Ryze, Cassiopeia, something that's available. The Maokai, also available is the Aurelion Soul that was banned away from Kuro.
I mean, if you put Maokai and Cassiopeia in this draft from BBQ, very good team at taking Baron. You want a tanky frontliner to support the Kha'Zix from the jungle. So Rumble is banned. They take away one pick that'd be good against Maokai. Maokai is what I was expecting as the first pick from BBQ. See what Afreeca want to do.
They could just ban it here.
They could. But also look at something like the Corki. That's another champion that might be considered for BBQ.
Well, it will be the Shen.
It's basically demanding Maokai to the extent where suddenly something like Fiora could come out of Afreeca Freaks.
Not just that, but also the on-hit Kennen could be something that
True.
they want to revisit.
And that's why it's smart for BBQ to go for, say, the Corki or the Azir they're suddenly considering and look to see what degree of difficulty they'll have at last pick. Well, they get their pick of counter picks, so throw that out the window.
All right, well, they opt into the Maokai, so what is Afreeca going to answer with? My money's going to be on that Kennen. But as you mentioned, Fiora, definitely something that could be brought to the table by Marin.
He's been playing it in solo queue, but mostly into skill matchups, ironically, not into the whipping boy matchups like the Maokai. The
It looks like it
Corki,
might just be the blind Corki to start things off, which would mean that the Malzahar does go down to the bottom lane.
so what you feeling, Marin? It's all
right.
been about Marin this season, especially in the victories. He's felt like the mastermind. A lot of different options that could be taken here. I wouldn't want to see the Renekton. He tried that into Maokai once. That didn't really work. Kennen, as you say, fits the scenario pretty reliably on hit Kennen. He's only a single magic damage dealer, so you don't know if something like a Wit's End makes that much sense. But we're waiting to see what the mid lane pick for BBQ will be.
If they lock this one in. So, I mean,
Syndra is banned, so
Corki's there. Could just be another Ahri, arguably, here for BBQ.
Corki, Cassiopeia, another one to be considered. And I mentioned this one when I said Maokai and Cassiopeia would round out this draft very cleanly.
And they'll lock it.
Power draft from BBQ. They even have the strong laning duo against the Ashe and Malzahar, as Miss Fortune does very comfortably into Malzahar outside of Flash level 6 hijinks. And then any free time for the top 3 in that draft around Baron is happy times for BBQ. Whereas Afreeca, it's all about the setups around Marin. We've seen Marin 1v2 champions on this on-hit Kennen, that first performance where it was Ryze and Maokai, I believe, where he just auto-attacked them down with the Blade of the Ruined King, Wit's End, Hurricane, Frozen Mallet build. Expect most of that to be sticking in this matchup. winning matchup in top means that we are expecting to see even more pathing around top lane than is expected for Amarin lane. Surprisingly, had quite a long leash in game 1, but this time I expect more junglers to appear in top lane.
Yeah, no one really poked their heads into top too frequently in that early game, so we'll see if they're going to change that up. Keep an eye on the pathing from both Spirit and Bless.
Unlocking the mid lane would be big for Afreeca Freecs. If they can ever get first brick or first blood at turret in the mid lane with Graves and Corki getting a successful gank and auto-attacking down the turret, slower wave clear for the Cassiopeia would unlock Corki across the map, and to me that would be a big win condition for Afreeca Freecs, but multi-step process that's easier said than done for Afreeca. Didn't really nail the multi-step processes in game 1, so as predictable with this team, expectations always kind of have to be out the window for Afreeca Freecs.
Yep. Bertusen as well in this Malzahar. We'll see how he fares. He's had some rough performances and some shining ones, but let's go ahead, get onto the Rift, see if BBQ can close this out with a 2-0, or if Afreeca will take us to game 3. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 2.
We've seen this a few times already.
There we have.
That Afreeca cheerleader is,
She was quite loud. She knows
to be
how
clear, cheerleader, not cheerleader.
She knows how to project quite well.
She could be a shoutcaster.
She could.
Break this boys club up here.
Oh, I was gonna say sorry, Dongjun, you're out. I suppose that still is a boys' club, but not ours.
Afreeca fans still hoping for the best. Yeah, the Keystones. We saw already a cull start. If there was ever any doubt, it will be on-hit cannon from Marin. People around the world might be wondering, okay, haven't been watching LCK for a while. Why are we seeing the on-hit cannon? Where's my AP cannon gone?
Out the window.
There was a time when it was some AD into AP. As late invade coming in from Afreeca to cover for top.
Really late one, but Tempt is here with Bless. But the Saplings, they get popped, so that's going to make a rougher start here for Bless and Crazy as they try to fight over these Raptors. Smite comes through, Spirit takes it away.
This is what Afreeca have done consistently when on blue side. Invaded red side to provide coverage specifically for Marin. Because there's no camps on this side of the jungle, no reason for Bless to re-enter it if he doesn't pick up this buff. He does have his Smite though, so they haven't forced out Bless from the jungle. He can walk up and Smite has vision of the buff.
Gonna walk up and around
Spirit's
now.
taking a lot of damage here as well. He's gonna have to give it up.
Looks that way. Smiteable range, there it is. Now gets level 2, jumps in, Spirit. Gonna have to pop the flash, but Bless follows forward. He'll have the damage. That's first blood coming up. Spirit running such a gamble, trying to get that red buff. So very greedy, and Bless just completely capitalizes
And they
on it.
double warded the jungle, but not specifically the Raptor camp Achilles, so they didn't have vision. Is in the mid lane, Kuro.
Oh, has the flash as Temp just pushes forward onto the Corki. Exhaust and flash now burned out from him. Tempt has both of his summoners available.
It's a disaster. Spirit has no
Ooh.
Smite. He has level 1. He's not hit level 2 yet. There's no items to buy either. He's walking to his red buff.
And Bless is not done yet.
He's not. He hasn't even checked the brush here, so doesn't know that Spirit's there.
Bless starts this one up.
Oh, this
it
is-
around. Spirit has no idea that
He
this
does
has been
not.
started. So there's no call from the bottom lane to wrap up around and try to pinch in onto Bless. So he's just going to take away this buff.
And he has another Smite charge up in just a few seconds.
Yep. So he'll be full HP when he walks out of here. Can just take the blast cone over the wall in case there's a ward on the ramp.
And it's beautiful from Crazy. He actually just
Oh.
walks up.
Finds him. He's just going to hit him with the spike, and he'll just have to hightail it out of there.
And I love the team move here from Crazy in particular. Walks up, throws down his trinket wards, recalls because he just wants to get a second Doran's, as is the way with laning as Maokai, and now they have vision of exactly the blue timer. They won't be able to quadra buff Spirit, but they do at least get vision, the exact timer, as it comes down, and also makes it more predictable for where Spirit is on the map. Been a really strong early game from BBQ, and just a disaster from Afreeca. As I was saying before, we saw Kuro almost solo killed a mid. No ward on the Raptors. You need to walk up and ward the Raptors to ensure that Bless is actually moving to the side of the jungle. but they had a ward, so he was able to walk up. He had the smite charge. He knew Spirit didn't because Spirit smited the Raptor in front of his face. Shared experience didn't hit level 2. Just a disaster.
Yep. You see that early back from Tempt. Goes back, picks up the Fairy Charm. Just wants that added bit of mana regen. Didn't have enough quite yet to pick up the tier of the Goddess, but still building towards it. And he'll be able to pick up that next blue buff. By then he'll have the tier, and he'll stack that very quickly. You can already see how much harass he's trying to lay down on Takoro, who is struggling quite a bit in this lane. Meanwhile, in bot, things have been mostly quiet. Trading back and forth. Ghost will have a CS advantage as that wave pushes in, but just going to be a slight one.
Cold start means there will be a nice bit of gold for Afreeca in about, I don't know, 8-9 minutes time to arrest what has been a very nice gold lead start for BBQ.
Yeah, already almost 1,000 up just 5 minutes into the game. And another Infernal Drake start here.
Good. That's what I like it. I like it when we have flare points to begin a game. Should have been something pretty trivial for Afreeca to pick up, given that they had, specifically in top lane, a fairly heavy winning lane matchup, and Maokai should have been under turret and not being able to group. But doesn't look like it's going to go that way. Didn't get to finish my point on AP cannon builds earlier, but the big story is that because the damage now backloaded after CC duration, the Smeb play from Worlds, for example, just doesn't happen anymore. You're able to get out of the AoE flash out and still not take most of the damage. So because the reliability of AP cannon has gone down, going for these on-hit split pushing builds and much less teamfight focus, it just seems to be the correct way to play cannon in the current iteration of the meta.
Plus, continuing through the jungle, could go ahead and pay a visit to top. You can see the ping already coming out. There's a control ward in the brush, so they know that there is no forward vision for Marin. Pushing over now. Didn't drop one. Looks like he might have tried to feign a ward. He's going to go ahead, lightning rush away. Crazy couldn't get in range to that twisted advance. Would have had the slicing Maelstrom to lock up both Crazy and Bless, but they very well could have forced a flash out of him.
Bless shown up on a ward, but Bird has managed to match level. He is still Graves, so very safe clear, sustained as well. Which means that we'll be able to clear the jungle, unlike some champions who have no smite, and level 1, he is very, very safe.
You know, something I actually just realized is that this is Ghost going up against his former starting AD carry on CJ Entus.
It's fun point out. Both of them on different orgs now. So there's so many storylines overflowing in matches. I was like, oh, we got a cool match tomorrow, SKT Samsung. Then I was like, wait, that was the world final last year. I almost forgot that. That's a little, like, just a small match, you know, nothing big there, no storylines.
Wasn't the final at Madison Square Garden?
It felt like it in the building, and it felt like it when SKT would 2-0 up, and then Fate had other ways to go, and it ended up being a 5-match series.
Yeah, that was good by Samsung. The Rock series was still just magnificent, but...
Well, the Rock series was just everything that's great about League of Legends all in one. Hot crowd, amazing game, innovative picks, storylines upon storylines. And hey, a sad ending too. For some people, but for the Rocks organization, given what they'd been through, you couldn't help but be hoping to see the little guy beat the established team in SKT. Now we get all sorts of new storylines with the Rocks dead and a new Rocks lineup, still trying to build a new legacy while all those players, like Kuro you see on your screen, creating fun storylines. The other one that was pointed out on Reddit yesterday is that Peanut hasn't beaten one of his old teammates in a game yet. Lost 2-0 to Afreeca Freaks and Game 1 against Longzhu before he was subbed out.
Interesting, okay. That's a very good observation. Whoever spotted that one out.
I mean, it becomes easy when you have the last 3 Worlds MVPs in the league. You have so many superstars and previous champions winners in the league. There's just so many stars, historic players, as Afreeca are fielding today, that make the narratives overflowing with excitement. Sometimes the games help as well.
Yeah, BBQ's helping us out, getting us really excited about this one. As now Bless will go ahead and start taking away this Infernal Drake. Ghost just arriving over the wall.
It's always comical when you don't see the person hit the blasting wand and then the model awkwardly jumps over the wall.
I've arrived.
There's nothing elegant about the coming in on a blast cone. It always looks a bit derpy.
And Jin is all about elegance.
It's true, actually. I just bought the new Jin skin. It's pretty cool.
The Blood Moon.
Yeah, I didn't own the Cowboy one, so I was rocking the basic one for the longest time.
You don't have High Noon Jin?
I do not have High Noon Jin.
Oh, that's great. Operates on multi-levels if you're an Overwatch player.
Good point. I see what you're saying there. Marin waiting for that Cull pickup, not far away now. You do see the makings of what would be a Wit's End. When we saw Cassiopeia locked in, suddenly Wit's End became a lot more desirable.
Oh, for sure. Be able
Again,
to mitigate as much as you can, because Tempt is going to be doing quite a bit of damage, what with the start that he's gotten.
I can't see the on-hit cannon being able to turn around Maokai Cassiopeia. Maokai Rise is one thing, Maokai Cassiopeia would be... Then we'd have to really start redefining expectations about 1v2s for on-hit cannon. Did have a massive experience and gold lead in that game, so it was overflowing with items.
It'd still be impressive, even if he does juke the Petrifying Gaze.
Tempt was, when we last saw Tempt play Cassiopeia, if I remember correctly, it was the day after Faker had pulled off the ult in the opposite direction flash, and he was just copying him at every moment. We've calmed down with that interaction recently for some reason.
I haven't seen too much of it. I mean, Cassiopeia has also been banned away quite a bit in recent games. But coming back out here for Tempt, Syndra as well, something that we saw earlier that had, you know, a bit of a losing rate in LCK for a while, less than stellar at least.
Yes, Talia now, you know, that pick they got a pentakill on, he's 1 and 2 on, so he's been struggling with that pick recently. So, just like everyone in the league, it feels like, Talia's kind of been moved away from. Last big Talia game I remember was Jinair, never committing to actually using it, just walling people off for hours upon hours.
Kuzan did a damn good job with that too, so it worked out. It wasn't that aggressive Talia play that you want to see, but it was still good in the end. Kramer getting rooted. It's going to be the bullet time coming through.
That's about 300 HP, so it's something.
Ghost not committing to the curtain call. Thought maybe we would see that one coming out, but I guess doesn't want Tucson to go forward, try to lock him down with a Nether Grasp.
Unsure if Graves showed up clearing a ward. Wasn't watching the mini-map there, but Graves certainly in the area now.
This ward comes down.
Arrow's available.
Oh, Deadly Flourish not going to connect. Almost certainly would have been the curtain call. Actually, they're going to go ahead and pop this one anyway. As Kramer, or Crazy, comes in on the back line, jumps on top of Kramer. Throws out the sapling. He'll use the heal. He'll be able to make it out alive. Meanwhile, Crazy going to get locked down by that Nether Grasp. Takes a lot of damage. Deadly Flourish coming through. Not going to root anybody on the side of Afrika.
The Boilings would have taken him down if not for the Sap Magic just coming available again. Marin is still top.
Yeah, Bless is trying to pinch in from behind. If he could get the jump in on the Kramer, that would be a kill, but that's going to force the TP out
cancel?
from Marin.
Smart of him to fully commit to it. If he had cancelled early, they would have just turned on and gone for the turret dive anyway.
Crazy trying to live up to his name, recalling right there in vision. But no roam down from the mid laners. Unable to arrive. Bless is really greedy. Throwing does a lot of damage even with just the Sheen. And you can see Junks him down to half HP, and he's going to have to back out of there. So has fallen considerably further behind Spirit as far as the farm goes.
Teleport will be a bit offset between Crazy and Marin, given that Crazy was there much earlier and Marin was forced to teleport in. It was such a small window where right at the end he could have cancelled because it became clear that BBQ were backing away, but if he tried to be cute and cancelled early, I think they would have just gone for the turret dive.
Yeah. I mean, they got the flash out of, they got the flash and heal out of Kramer, and flash away from Tucson just for the heal of Ghost.
Wit's End here does a lot of work against Crazy. Has 42 magic resist. Remember, there is still that shred from Wit's End auto attacks, so we'll be doing close to true damage on at least the magic damage portion of his damage. Scales with itself, of course, because we do have that 42, I believe it's 42 anyway, on-hit magic damage from the Wit's End.
Tucson doesn't have the Nether Grasp or a means to get in on top of Ghost, so he'll be all right. I guess I can commit the Ash Arrow to it, but the follow-up limited at the moment.
It's one of those ones where you walk up as if you have the ult, especially when the cooldown is so close, and then there's always an outside chance Ghost flashes or heals. We knew that heal was not available, but someone with less of a steady trigger finger would have considered flashing.
Yep. Definitely be made a fool in that circumstance. See though, Tempt still having One hell of a time in mid. Has that turret down to half HP against a Corki.
Actually, no. I looked at the inventory. It's got a QSS already.
Ah, okay.
Insurance build here from Ghost. A lot of the pickups are very cheap for a Jhin, but given just the nature of the follow-up damage from the Ashe Arrow into the Malzahar ultimate, not the worst time to pick it up.
Vision control starting to come out here in this bottom side of the river as this Ocean Drake is spawning now in about 10 seconds.
No
TP.
turret damage yet relevantly done by Marin, despite again being very lane-focused on this cannon.
Yeah, I mean, he could have got a lot in if he had canceled out the TP into the bottom lane, but had to follow through for fear of that dive.
Looks like he'll be a bit later on the Frozen Mallet, also on the Hurricane. So more lane-focused. At least the Jorm's Fist seems to suggest that the Mallet's coming up next.
So it seems like crazy, just forcing the wave into the turret could go with a recall and run straight down towards this dragon. Let's see if that's going to be the play. Looks like he will be working his way back towards top lane.
Control wards have been good at denying flank teleports from Marin. So he doesn't really have a good entrance point. So probably has to be Spirit either giving it up or considering a steal.
And he throws out the collateral damage, but much too early. Smite plus Taste Their Fear works very similarly to Elise with that execute damage. So they do come up with a second Drake.
But maybe the Drake that's going to pop up next, the Inferno, will be the fight point. Mine didn't have teleport anyway, so...
You definitely don't want to be giving that double Infernal over to BBQ. Saw how well they played in the late game, so giving them one more edge up over you would be quite disastrous for Afreeca. They've kind of reined back in this game despite the really rough start, as now it's only 300 gold separating.
It looks like they're ending the lane phase in top lane. You can tell by Ashe walking up.
Gonna have 4 members up top, actually.
They will be stepping on a ward soon. I think for now, not spotted. No one's going through the tri-brush. They expect a ward to be there, and then all ults onto Maokai should be enough, although 6% seems pretty good for Crazy. It's like, where is everybody?
I didn't notice if anybody pathed into the jungle. There was that ward down by Gromp.
Yeah, it could have been.
But he immediately peeled back. So it seemed like either game sense or
Brick,
just...
though.
Yep. Just knowledge of it. So Crazy, does lose that tier 1 tower and top.
They want more, too. They got a lot of auto-attackers here. Maokai can't walk up. That turret will be exploded in an instant.
Yeah, and Tusin's just running from the backside. That's going to be the tier 2 going down. And Afreeca, good pressure coming out of the top side of the map. That's going to give them a 1,500 gold lead. Turret take from Ghost and Totoro. Very slow by comparison.
I just think it's a area of League of Legends competitively that's not as explored, the strategy around ending laning phases. We saw a couple of weeks where people were doing it, but it's certainly been much less traveled than expected. It was Jhin in the bot lane, who isn't a fantastic turret taker outside of some burst damage on the 4th shot, so really like it from Afreeca getting advantages in a lane where they weren't doing that great.
Things coming through onto Koro, but there's no wave. He's got the wave clear there. So
Without
will be
Jhin there, not much CC either to lock him down.
Thought maybe we would see the stylish Petrifying Gaze flash forward by Tempt into a lot of isolation damage from Bless, but they can't find the opening, so they go ahead and they peel back. So really good ground gained by Afreeca, trading those 2 turrets just for the tier 1. And that's going to keep their heads above the water for the time being.
Not much of anything has happened in the mid lane. Or actually finds himself 20 CS behind after losing that early trade at level 2. And because he's been doing some of these incremental power item builds, like for example the Sorcerer's Shoes, is actually surprisingly far away at 18 minutes from the Trinity Force. Boots 2 and Hex Drinker will certainly slow you down. It's 2,400 odd gold thrown into items that aren't Trinity Force.
Yep, Temp's been CSing really well. You can see 190 at just above 18 minutes. Crazy pushing in, takes away that Scuttle Crab.
Really like the call from Afreeca, again, coming back to it, of ending the laning phase and going top. And what felt like they were incrementally losing, they are now ahead in gold 800. Even though Ghost is able to trade farm with Ashe. No wait for enough vision to be established for BBQ to make anything that's happening in the top side safe, because, yeah, minions aren't providing any vision. Very open map around this red buff side for Afreeca Freaks to attack.
Red gets reset, but Afreeca, they have vision in both these brushes, so they'll go ahead and drag this out of vision. And it seems like, yep, that's just going to be the red going over to Spirit as he picks it up. They will trade theirs down on the bottom side of the map.
Mine's smart in not opening up any potential deaths apart from a pure turret dive from Crazy and Bless. And yeah, here's the next turret.
Oh dear. All right, so things starting to
All right, teleport coming in as well.
That's coming in for the backline. Throws out the Petrifying Gaze.
Just for
Only
damage.
finds Shusit. Immediate cleanse on the Ash Arrow. Flashes forward. Comes with the first kill of the fight. Out of range is Kuro from that fourth and final
Watch
shot.
Crazy.
Call. Crazy coming in, locks down Kuro. Hexdrinker already gone, and he's going to get taken out. Crazy pops him. That's going to be 2 kills picked up here for BBQ, but what can they find on the back end? Baron spawning in 9 seconds. Do they want to go for this? They have a lot of damage with the Cassiopeia, and Maokai can tank for days, but this still feels like quite the risk. Ghost has to flash away from Spirit as he pushes
They have
forward.
a lot of Baron damage, Achilles. This is a Baron buff special. Mine's coming in level 13.
He's got the Slicing Maelstrom ready to go. Could flash straight into
He has
the
to
pit.
go.
Baron down below. 33,000. Kramer pinching in from below as well. Here they go. Spirit into the pit. Throws at the end of the line. We get a lot of damage in onto Ghost, who's low in the
Baron's
back of the
low.
pit. Has no way to get out of here. That's going to be one
Who's
kill
got it?
picked up for Baron. The Baron still goes over to the BBQ. Kill traded back as Tempt takes out Spirit. But they are just going to be losing multiple members. Nethergrasp in onto Crazy. The silence and the minions should be able to tick him down.
Oh.
Gets that sap
Nope.
magic heal. No, he'll barely stay alive. 2 members left from BBQ. They pick up 3 on the side of Afreeca, but they're able to net themselves the Baron, and that's going to give them a bit of a lead.
You know a team is strong at taking Baron when they wait 10 seconds for it to spawn and take it in front of a level 13 cannon. But able to turn around. They had exhaust available for the cannon, so it was just waiting for the right time. Decided at 2300 HP to go in on the Baron buff. Exhaust comes up, and this ends up being a triple kill, all considered, just because people are tanking Baron. They're super, super low. Turn around. It was nice AoE from Kramer as well. The resets for Bless, though, were pretty big on the backside. Worth noting that he actually went for the Wings Evolution second and almost taking down Crazy, but able to proc sap magic onto those Voidlings, so will not fall down.
And that's a good adaptation, because the Wings evolution is not something we've seen a lot of. It's usually been the Q into the W. That's been coming through, so the resets haven't been there as early as a lot of Kha'Zix players might think, or a lot of you might think. But second Infernal Drake picked up on the backside of that Baron now for BBQ, and they are starting to look quite deadly. We'll see how much they're able to take while they have this Baron buff. It's only on 2 members, though.
A little bit. As we see Crazy Marin visiting. This is kind of the time in the game where you'd expect Marin to start being able to auto-attack down his enemy number, but doesn't have the pressure to really do that. Has to back away. Frozen Mallet and Blade of the Ruin King expected to be the next items for the cannon. Triple kill definitely accelerated his build as well.
Yep, looks like we're in for 2 more dragons. Next one will be coming up around 28 minutes. It's going to be a Cloud Drake.
BBQ has double Infernal already. Didn't even mention the second one. Gold lead kind of evenly spread among the members of BBQ. Only 2,000 gold.
But I mean, it's starting to be, things are starting to be really exacerbated here for Afreeca. Now down by several thousand.
I mean, the Baron buff at this point in the game, even with as much wave clear as they are, it answers the triple AD carry on the side of Afreeca.
Well, sure. I mean, Kuro, he can do very little to clear through these Baron-empowered minions, but with as much AP damage as he does.
I mean, 22 minutes with Baron, everyone needs to be there or they will just lose turrets by a brute force with how strong minions are this early.
So Marin has to clear out that wave at top for fear of losing the turret. Will be able to do so, but if a fight breaks out, he cannot join his team with the teleport. It's down still for a bit of time. Curtain Call gonna open up, trying to shove Afreeca Freaks back. Looks like it will work. Ghost gets hit by that Ash Arrow, but he's done what he needed. He bought enough time. They take out that tier 2 in mid. Now 3-2 in towers, up 3,500 gold is BBQ.
Pretty solid Baron buff power play. Baron will be off in about 10 seconds. That's the last big objective.
They will
They'll
lose
take
this
in that
tier 1
scenario.
of the recalls, but I think they'll still be happy with this exchange.
And the recalls are Baron buff,
No, maybe they don't.
but they're Baron buff, and also they have the home guards, so even Maokai, who recalled Envision, will be back very shortly.
Yeah, Tempton, Ghost stuck around, so they do clear out that wave. So the tier 1 turret in mid for BBQ will still be standing for a little bit longer, but it's just a sliver of HP. So one walk up from Kramer and somebody like Marin, they'll take that out in a couple shots. But Rylai's Crystal Scepter now completed by Tempt. So try to lock up people as long as humanly possible.
Ghost Blast is so strong and even has a QSS. Not afraid of getting picked by a Malzahar coming in with Flash. Will do some split pushing of his own.
Yep, he's able to take out that last tier 1 turret, so all the outers for Afreeca have fallen. And BBQ has to feel quite comfortable at this point in the game. Albeit not complacent. There's always the X factor here with Afreeca. They could win one explosive fight and swing themselves right back into the driver's seat.
And honestly, the X factor, I think, is a little bit less about the team fights and more about the cannon factor. The 4-1 split push that could happen. The item threshold hasn't been reached yet. Cannon still doesn't have kill pressure on the Maokai, even in a long lane. As well pointed out, the Kramer safety first with the Flash.
A big respect Flash.
Kramer's itemization is pretty far behind. Still waiting for the Essence Reaver at 25 minutes.
They had to go for a last whisper. Tempo gets locked down, almost falls, but the shield from the Seraph's Embrace is enough to keep him alive. Bless taking up the turrets, will be able to make it out alive. And Crazy to the back line, comes up with a double kill, gets rid of both 80 carries. And that is just BBQ starting to really run away with this game. 3 for 0. Bless nearly going down, but barely is able to stay alive. And now BBQ maybe fishing for this first inhib in the mid lane, but the wave now crashing in top. So you know what? Let's go ahead, play it safe, not play into the base quite yet. We'll get rid of this inner turret, put more gold in our pockets, and then go back and spend that.
Just a huge flank from Crazy off screen, did the job. Wasn't a teleport, wasn't a flash, just walked around. Come under turret, is so tanky, it's double armor as the pickup. Was very late on magic resist, so takes very little damage from turrets. You can see him, he was in mid lane, walks up, and while Afreeca are the ones who engage, they don't get the kill on Tempt, lose Tucson in the AoE, and Maokai's like, hey guys, I'm showing up late. It's basically a Twitch emote in the back line.
Yep.
And there's nothing they can do. Double kill just from the damage coming through. Could have been more if not for the flash for Spirit. And Kennen, again, will eventually be a 4-1 pressure point, but if all his turrets are down, then you can't split push. And increasingly, that's looking like where this game has gone, is that the split push hope of Kennen seeming more like a hope than any sort of reality. About one item short, the Ruined King short of doing relevant damage to the Maokai, but he probably will never have the ward coverage because the 4-man unit, sure they can clear waves, just they end up getting turret dived and surprisingly get pushed off turrets more than you'd expect with as much wave clear as Afreeca had.
Well, things looking better and better for BBQ as the game progresses. 9-3 now in kills, up almost 7,000 gold in 27 minutes. Definitely not the series that we anticipated coming into this one, Papa Smithy.
Not the series we should have anticipated, but
a good one all the same.
I just knew. I had this feeling, again, that predicting Afreeca Freaks, betting on Afreeca Freaks, whatever you guys get up to at home, betting on the Afreeca Freaks, not one thing I would recommend.
At this point, I don't even know who to bet on. Can't even bet on Kongdu Monster
I know!
losing anymore, Papa Smithy. Everything is just topsy-turvy at the moment. BBQ, though, going back over to this Baron. They're going to peel off. They're ready for this TP.
That's to cancel it.
Force it to cancel. So Marin will be stuck with BBQ. Can they just reforce up on the Baron? That's going to be the question. Marin starting to zip his way over with that Lightning Rush. Got the tier 1 in bottom.
A lot of respect for the potential poke damage out of Afreeca. They still have Maokai.
Kuro has a package, and Marin's in mid lane. This is getting even more risky as time goes on here for BBQ. A lot of damage. Spear goes in. Cannot find it. Kuro cuts them off straight through the pit with the package, but Spirit is already dead. That's going to be 2 more to follow. 4 as all of Afreeca Freaks just start to crumble. Marin, the only one alive, sitting in mid lane. He's going to have to kite the hell out of here. BBQ, they're going to be looking to force up in that top lane as Marin, he kind of, proxies the waves in mid, make sure that he can't push that up into the turrets. But this is so devastating for Afreeca and BBQ. You have to expect they're going to be breaking the inhibitor line right here unless Marin can pull a miracle out of his hat.
No, it's at minimum Achilles. I think the miracle is the game doesn't end. We still have 10 seconds on Kramer, 20 on Kuro.
Be really bold if they want to go for this. Crazy is very tanky,
They
but
still
now
have
Kramer.
Baron buff minions.
Yeah, Kramer's up. Kuro's going to follow. BBQ, they don't want to overstep. They will go ahead and peel back. But almost 10,000 gold now in the lead off the backside of that Baron. They're going to go buy and then return to the base of Afreeca, try to knock down some more inhibs, if not come up with a win.
Yeah, Marin doesn't quite get the auto attack. Not that he would have been able to take down the Maokai. Probably would have just baited himself into dying to Bless on the turn. Biggest Kha'Zix game we've seen in a while. Bless is really...
yeah, 4-0-4 right now, and 3-0-5 for Crazy. He's been having one hell of a time on the Maokai.
This hasn't been the split push game that we expected.
Straight to the Petrifying Gaze. Really good by Temp to just lock down Spirit.
I mean, BBQ played this perfectly. Marin threatened the teleport. They grounded it. They had everyone show up. You have to cancel it. Sure, he gets an outer bot lane turret, but as he walks up, turn back on it. Kha'Zix, Maokai, and Cassiopeia were made to take Baron. That's exactly what they do. So safely and so well. And now Bless is big enough, they don't even need the Maokai to tank objectives. They kill things so quickly. And all Afreeca can do is watch.
Yep. And it's one of those circumstances where maybe if you're playing the AP Cannon, you could go in with that TP because you have a Zhonya's, you have a Proto Belt to create
I mean,
some
showing
distance,
up in Zhonya's is not ideal, but I follow what you're saying. It's even less attractive.
more time for your team to come around.
Sure.
But rough stuff here for Afreeca as 10k gold will be reached right here. Now Curtain Call opened up, shoving them away from this inhib turret in the bottom lane. It'll get taken down. Marn trying to poke in from the side. Still does have his flash and the slicing maelstrom available, but Kramer, he's been chunked down to half.
Yeah, fourth shot with no damage done to Kramer, and the Deathfire touch is enough for Kramer at half health. Any other shot and the ult might have just, and the fourth might have just killed him. There's no play for Afreeca. They don't have a front line. They only have a pseudo frontliner in cannon building Frozen Mallet and the Sterix Gauge onto the Graves.
And your last bastion of hope is a mid-inhib turret. And maybe a Marn flank from the back, but even then there's so much damage that could just delete this cannon. He's not tanky outside of that Frozen Mallet at the wit's end. 600 so damage coming out of those fourth shots onto the turrets. It will go down, the inhibitor gonna follow. Big wave being brought up in the top lane. Ghost takes a lot of damage here. They will have to peel back. So inhib not yet going to fall, but the base has been broken and the super creeps are shoving in. So there's a lot of work to be done for Afreeca Freaks.
That's only work that will be opened up if BBQ for some reason doesn't look to end the game, but they should on the next push. They go back and shop once again. Find themselves 11,000 gold plus ahead. Item timings just completely on the side of BBQ. Still have a second Baron box. It's been a tale of two Barons in many ways this game. First one super decisive, an element of risk, but well pulled off by the BBQ Olivers, and the second one to put the death knell on the hopes of Afreeca Freaks. Take notes. If you see 380 carries on the enemy team, play cleanly around Baron and you should win more games than you lose. That requires your early game to be clean enough to not find yourself being snowballed on by those siege comps.
I think there's a lot of teams out there that could, profit from those words. Play cleanly around Baron. Ash Arrow connects on the Temp, doesn't have the cleanse available, but there's no follow-up, and Kramer, he gets rooted. Crazy goes straight in onto his face, and he will fall. Crazy comes up with the kill. Bless going low, getting jumped on, but still has that Hexdrinker shield to keep him alive, and Marin now forced to flash away. Will he be able to make it out? No, the flash forward by Crazy takes him down with the Twisted Advance and the Arcane Smash. That's 3 members dead on the side of Afreeca. That is going to be the game. A 2-0 closeout by BBQ Olivers, upsetting Afreeca Freaks and looking damn good while they do it.
What a league we have here, Achilleos. Any team on their day seems to be able to win. Sure, there's some front runners for the top and front runners for the relegation places, but everything in the middle is pandemonium, and that pandemonium is only extended by BBQ Olivers decisively beating Afreeca Freaks on their next match after they decisively beat SKT. Those greater than wars are getting pretty crazy, Achilleos.
And it certainly is. It just seems like anybody can beat anybody at this point, and all of this madness is culminating up into that telecom war at the moment. Papa Smithy, first and second place, pretty well secured at the moment by KT and SKT, but everything below that is an absolute free-for-all.
And that's exactly what we know today, but our first match tomorrow is SKT versus Samsung, and if Samsung wins, all bets are off, Achilleos.
Yep, I think bets have been off for the start of this week, Papa Smithy, but good lord, this is really just hitting that nail on the head repeatedly at that
It started
moment,
with
at
that
this point.
KT perfect game against Samsung, and then from there it's just been crazy. Now Samsung in a perfect game SKT, and we're just going to have our hands up at all times. We'll have cramp in our hands because we're going to throw our hands up and wonder just where the reliability has gone, because the average level is so high in this league. It's not like these games are fiestas. Sure, Game 3 of our first series was not the highest quality League of Legends. Jin Air versus Kongdu Game 3. Game 1 and 2 were good. These games are very well played by BBQ Oliver. Some question marks about Afrika to be true, but yeah, it's a really hard league to really evaluate. Probably going to be Bless's MVP, and you know, Afrika's elation. There's no other way to put it. After Game 1, they were excited against SKT. After Game 2, they were just ecstatic. So quickly brought back down to earth. Not many people can leave their head in the clouds in the LCK because the reality check is right around the corner.
Yeah. Well, BBQ have to feel damn good about that win over Afrika Freaks. Free chicken tonight, boys. On the
Wait,
house.
you're shouting?
From your sponsor.
Oh, I thought you were shouting. Where's my free chicken, Achilleos?
I'm sorry.
Don't play with my heart and
didn't-
my stomach.
I didn't mean to trigger your taste buds there.
Twitch chat's not going to be happy either.
All right, well, you can see here, and yet again, Kuro coming in on the Corki, this time topping the damage chart, but the play just wasn't nearly as clean from the side of Afrika Freaks. Marin never gotten that big split push phase with the cannon. Crazy, completely dominated, and he just became an unkillable tree in the end.
I just felt like that lane happened, and then around it, everything went to disaster for Afrika Freaks. Not like Marin made individual mistakes, just split push playstyle wasn't possible with the rest of the map losing as hard as it did. Imagine Bless, yep, there it is. It's
There we go.
confirmed. Bless comes in as the MVP, was really clean. Went
Deathless.
for what used to be the standard evolution of the wing second, but in this game was pretty disrespectful. They were against triple AD carry Siege. You'd think you need W to be able to match some wave clear with the Siege taking trio on Afrika Freak's side, but whether it was the level 1, which he smartly outplayed Spirit. Spirit has made some good plays in the enemy red side jungle, but this was a blooper to be true.
I mean, it was overall just pretty bad from Spirit from the get-go in both of these games.
And the Smite Wars, Bless won all of those as well.
And, I mean, the question that has to be going through the heads of the coaching staff right now in Afrika Freaks is, you know, do we bring back Mowgli? Do we start trying him again as a starter?
I feel like Samsung had a good idea at the start of the season, trying Haru on the red side. Yeah, there was a different one. If Samsung had just lost series and then thrown in Haru, how would he had confidence of his team? But they went for the blue-red side strat. Ended up he was the better performer, and now he's starting on both sides, although we'll wait and see if that's true against SK Telecom. I think you have to give Mowgli some chance. He had the worst possible assignment against KT Rolster, got triple buffed, had no camps, and still made the most of a terrible situation. So if that doesn't warrant at least another game for him, I don't know what does.
Yeah, and it just seems like Spirit keeps putting himself in these terrible situations and just can't come out on top of those Smite Wars. So might be time to try something a bit different for Afrika, bring back Mowgli. We've only seen him in the one game, as you referenced, and it was one pretty damning start, but he was able to make the best of it. But BBQ, they certainly make the best out of this best of 3
Crazy.
right here.
Crazy
And
was a monster this game as
I
well.
think he takes no damage whatsoever.
I mean, good target selection as well. Knows his role. This is not the Crazy that played in summer last year. He's very much on the ball this season.
He's definitely earned his intro shot in the
He has.
video.
It's nice when those things work out.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and hear from Bless and Crazy. So we'll throw over to Joel for the MVP interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview today. We are here with BBQ Olivers, who pick up a 2-0 victory against Afrika Freaks, and we are here with today's MVPs, Crazy and Bless, for the interview. Crazy and Bless, congratulations on the win. Crazy, would you like to say something about the win? Yeah, our performances weren't good in recent times, and our practices weren't very satisfying either, but we were very fortunate to get the win today. Bless, you were almost deathless in the entire series today. Your performance was stellar. Well, would you like to say something about that performance? And Spirit, it is a talented player to go up against. And I felt pretty good about myself today. My condition was good, and I was very satisfied with how I played.
경기였다고 이런 말씀을 해주시고 계신 것 같습니다. 1경기부터 얘기를 좀 나눠볼게요. 크레이지 선수 상대 럼블 픽을
Starting from game 1, you had to go up against Marn's Rumble.
상대로 럼블이 주도권을 잡는 경우가 많은데
And there is a situation where Rumble becomes dominative in the matchup. How was that like?
느낌이 다른데 저희 쪽에서 카직스를 잡았잖아요.
And I think the biggest thing for us was that we picked up the Kazakhs, which gave us a lot more support going to the top lane.
그걸 잡기가 쉬워서
And it's easier to catch Rumble when you have the Kazakhs as a jungler.
그래서 뱀픽 구도에서도 또 템트 선수와 얘기를 나누는 장면도
In the Banpick phase, we saw that on the camera that you were talking with Tempt regarding the Banpick phase.
저희가 요새 아리도 가끔씩 해서 했는데
Yeah, Tempt did play the Ahri a few times during practice, and we felt like it was a good opportunity to pull it out here.
나서 뭐 아리 얘기 좀 더 해보자면 코르키 상대로 좋은 모습을 보여줬잖아요. 또
And we want to talk further about Ahri, where it played really well against the Corki today. How was the matchup like?
손가락 같긴 해요.
Yeah, I think it's all really a skill cap champion, and
아닌 것 같긴 한데.
Ahri is, you can't just say it's a good or bad champion, but it's all depending on the player.
확실히 첫 번째 경기에서 상대 조합이 좀 위협적이긴 했어도 막상 CC가 굉장히 부실했던 조합이.
And the Afrika in the first matchup was a very scary composition that you guys had to go up against. But what was your plan against that? I think it was the Jin Air Game 3, the last time we played against them. It was very similar to that, and I think we learned a lot from that experience. And we learned that, from the mid game to the late game, that's gonna be our chance to, pull back from the game, and that's kind of what we learned the last time we had that opposition, and we took that and played it to our parts.
엄청난 활약을 하셨는데 그러면 그 전투 장면 같이 보면서 얘기를 좀 나눠.
So let's look at a video clip of that team fight.
바론에서의 전투가 정말 그야말로 환상적이었어요.
This was something crazy, pulled off a very amazing move. And what was that? What was that like?
내가 2대1 이겼어 뭐 루시아 마크했어 뭐 이런 얘기 안 하는 거야?
그런 건 안 했어요.
We didn't really specify which champion gave, but we were really wanting to fight on that play.
펜트 선수는 아무 말 없이
Yeah, Tempt was speechless. He didn't even talk, and he was catching all these two champions from the backside, and we didn't even know that happened until the fight ended.
그거 좀 뺏기셨으면 불안하지 않나요? 그런 거 강타 싸움 하는 데 있어서?
스피릿 선수가 그맨 강타 싸움이 한 3-4번 나온 것 같은데.
With Spirit, we had a Smite War 3 to 4 times during the series.
스피릿 선수가 좀 일찍 스마를
And I saw that Spirit tends to be pretty early in his smites when we're going up against each other. And I learned from that, and I felt like if we adjusted my time according to that, I could win the Smite Wars.
그러면 그 강타 싸움 장면도 준비가 되어 있다.
So we have a video clip of that Smite War that you're talking about. Yeah, I wasn't really focused about the Baron in this play. I was really worried about the team fight, getting that right. And you see that, I'm focusing on the champions more than the Baron.
그런 아까 말씀하신 노하우를 통해서 그런 점을 만들어내신 것 같은데 이 장면에서 크레이지 선수는 또
And this was also a crazy situation where it seemed like you were inevitably going to die, but what happened there? Yeah, I was very fortunate there. I had the right amount of HP to escape from that.
크레이머의 만남 때문에도 이슈가 좀 됐었어요.
And a very hype matchup that you guys had was the bot lane, going up against Kramer and Tucson.
게이머는 꼭 이긴다면서
Yeah, Ghost was, he really hyped about this matchup. He said, if I'm not going to beat anybody, I'm only going to beat Kramer today. That was his goal for today. So I think he pulled that off really well.
좋았을 것 같아요.
I think he was really happy with the win.
CJ 시절에 같이 활동했던 경력 때문에 좀 그런
Is it because of that
아니면
time that he spent with Kramer during the CJ?
그거 문제 같긴 해요.
I think it does relate to that, having played with Kramer and the same team CJ.
그런 생각을
I think he had that kind of emotional boiling up in him.
달라진 경기로 보여주셨어요. 그리고 카직스가 요즘 좀 무력한 모습도 많이
And it showed that, Bless, you play Kazakhs really well, but, Kazakhs has been falling off in some of the junglers in the LCK.
6렙 때까지만 좀 안전하게 플레이하면
Yeah, Kazakhs is a champion that you need to be careful before you turn level 6.
순간 대부분
And as soon as you turn level 6, it's some of the things that you can be pretty hyper aggressive
상대
and usually you will out damage the other champions.
그때 싸움 일으키면 좀
And as long as you can be aggressive at the right time, the Kazakhs is still a good pick.
내가 좋은 것 같아요.
그리고 정말 많은 분들이 크레이지 선수한테 궁금하신 질문이
And many people are very curious about something about Crazy, where you went against the AD Cannon today. And is there a way to sustain from the AD Cannon from all those pokes and harass?
그냥 좀 뒤에 뭐가 있다는 그런 포스.
But you always have to find out, with the AD Cannon, it can't really solo you out. So you always have to watch out if the jungler's going to support his way and gank you. And as long as you can avoid that and just, pick the right moments to go in and back out, that's the things you have to do with AD Cannon.
최근까지 또 크레이지 선수가 치킨 얘기를
Crazy, you've been talking very recently about a lot about chicken nowadays, but what was that all about?
저희가 좀 쉬다가 다시 쿠폰을 되게 많이 주셨더라고요.
I think we had a long rest from those free chickens, but I think we're back to it now, and we're getting a lot of coupons and everything's good.
팬여러분께 감사의 말씀 해주시죠.
Would you like to say something to your fans, Bliss?
저희가 2연패를 하면서 좀 안 좋은
Yeah, after getting two consecutive losses, our team morale has been going down, and I'm glad to bring it back up with a good victory today. So we want to keep preparing well, and I just want you guys to keep cheering for us. Thank you very much.
네, 알겠습니다.
So that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. So yeah, they get the chicken again. They get their coupons back, so they can enjoy some of that sweet sponsor-provided food. But really well-earned victory here by BBQ Olivers in the end. Afreeca definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board and think things through.
Week of Madness continues. SKT, KT, Longzhu, now Afreeca Freaks all have dropped games this week. Not necessarily matches, but certainly games. No one has looked hugely ahead of the crowd, you'd have to say.
Yeah, it's been pretty back and forth. You can see right there, BBQ Olivers now in 5th place as they go ahead. They move up above MVP.
Outright
Afreeca
7th as well.
Yeah, so they are starting to hover down around the bottom teams here. I mean, still have a very big match score lead over top of Rocks Tigers. 4 entire points there, so it seems like Afreeca won't be ending up in that relegation zone. That would be one hell of a mix-up.
A comfortable 7th is not what they were shooting for with this roster, and tomorrow we start off in as big and grand a way as possible. It's not quite the Telecom War just yet, but a rematch of the 2016 Worlds Final. SK Telecom T1 versus Samsung.
Yeah, both of these teams having faltered, so we'll see who's going to come out on top. Rocks Tigers and MVP going to be the second match tomorrow. Rocks also really needing a win as they currently rest in that 9th place spot now. And then the next day, we still have more great games coming up. It's Longzhu versus Afreeca Freaks. So that's going to be another battle for, potential playoff contention between these two squads.
And finally, a game we decisively know could go either way because this is the LCK apparently.
Who the hell really knows what's going to happen? It's so very confusing. Afreeca beats SK Telecom 2-0. Then SKT smashes BBQ 2-0. And then BBQ smashes Afreeca 2-0.
And MVP smashed KT 2-0.
We're just going in a big old circle to round out the week over at the Gangnam Studio. It's Jin Green Wings versus Samsung, and then Rocks Tigers versus BBQ. So take that out, Les and Valdez. You guys can have another Jin game for you, as we have gotten the majority of them. So always happy to pass those
And
over.
I won't even get to watch those games live because I'll be in the air, Achilles.
Yeah, you'll be flying over to IM Katowice.
For a lot of good European teams and Korean teams
and
with something
some
to
other
prove.
guys.
Yeah.
And the Flash Wolves.
No North Americans, though.
No North Americans.
Nope, none.
They tried. FlyQuest said no. C9 said no. I don't know who else they asked.
Is there anyone who's even played in North America? There might be. I'm trying to think about extended rosters and people that have played on NA rosters, but yeah.
I don't think so.
Time zone's not the great for NA, but won't be watching too much of that series, I guess. But interesting day. Another one. It's a crazy week here, guys.
Yep, it is, and it's going to keep going. We'll be back tomorrow with that big SKT versus Samsung game. We'll see you guys then.